Okay, per Florida Statute 934.03, Anna, do you think there will be any crimes committed against Elizabeth, or have any crimes been committed against my daughter?
Yes.
Per the Florida statute, we've got the camera rolling. I'm going to try and come and pick her up again. Today's date is November 2nd. Yes, thank you, Anna. 2021. Keep it on me at the desk.
I will.
Any kids they shouldn't be on here. All their faces will be blacked out. I've got the editing software to do so. How you doing?
Fine now.
Good, thank you. Hi, I'm here to try and pick up my daughter, Elizabeth.
Why did I was holding the door and I came here for no reason.
Yes, ma'am.
I can't make it. They said they want to go.
Coach Wallace. Y'all have a good afternoon. Bye.
Somebody want to talk to you. We're talking about the people that coming in. You know the people that's coming in, the custodians that come in.
No problem. He's gonna be bringing the classes in and he's gonna check it.
Okay. Here, let's just stand back. Go ahead, pause it. November 3rd, 2021, here again to try and pick up my daughter, and it's the same thing. She doesn't want to go. School's not going to let her come with me. Just want it documented as usual. Go ahead and stop the recording. October 28th, 2021, and again, lattice at the bottom of the house, same old roof. They have not done anything, and Imperial Punk County is gonna let these scumbags move somebody else into this house. And yeah, I'm talking about you, Square Venture Group. Jose, suck a fucking dick. You and motherfucking Raphael, y'all are pieces of shit. Y'all got kids and y'all got a family and y'all throw them out on the streets. Yeah, there's a special place for you in hell. Be prepared when you ring the bell. October 26, 2021, here at our old residence, 1102 North Stella Avenue. Pick up a package that belongs to us because the mailbox is dragging their feet in getting our mail switched. We've done that 5 or 6 days ago. They still got the same ratty old counters in there that up under there at the very bottom of them, there's rat holes that run all the way across the bottom of that. Back behind the stove in that bottom corner down there, there's a rat hole. There's rat holes back up over on that corner of the stove. Refrigerator never really had a problem with. The stove doesn't work properly. A couple of the burners don't work, but it looks like they did finally get the window over there taken care of. That's no longer broken, but one of the code violations was these windows not being up to code and allowing outside air to come in, not being sealed properly. That window over there, I don't know if y'all can, yeah, y'all can see it. There's a hole in the window from where the dryer sheet used to be. The code enforcement officer, as of today, I went to the City Hall here in Lakeland to try and be a part of the code enforcement hearing that was supposed to take place today, but Code Enforcement Officer Stephen Willis is no longer with Lakeland Code Enforcement. Conveniently, if y'all could have heard the tone in the representative's voice today, he wanted to argue with me on the phone and tell me that Stephen Willis has been there longer than he can remember, yet Stephen Willis tells me when he's out here getting the 17 code violations on this house that he hasn't been with the company but a couple of months, you know, fresh out of the military, or not fresh out of the military, a couple of years retired from the military, but trying to go back to work. And he found a job with the code enforcement office. And this is the way that they respond: by exiling him from the company because he put some wordage on the documentation, or because he was going to go to bat for the residents of Polk County instead of the pockets of Polk County. I have the right to be on this property right now because that package belongs to us. I mean, I can go and, without showing the name, because it does belong to a minor of ours. This package was shipped to them, but I'm just here picking up the package, and I can clearly see that the house is exactly the same way as it was before. You know, they did put lattice all the way around the bottom. That just tells me that the plumbing and the cast iron piping that's been there since 1918, making this house completely illegal with the plumbing. Same thing with that spigot that's over there on the side. That's one of the code enforcement infractions. You can see the lattice all the way around the bottom of the house. They did that because I got under the house and I discovered the piping that was bad on the house. But this code enforcement officer, Stephen Willis, getting back on subject, that I not got sidetracked, but wanted to point out a couple features that should have been fixed and weren't, like the roof. Here we are, today's the 26th. This roof was supposed to be fixed by today, folks. It was one of the ordinance violations. It ain't touched. That's the same roof that's been on this house. Right there in between that vent and this the chimney. I don't know why I couldn't think of the name. That's completely closed off. It leaks right there in that area, straight down into the kitchen. You can see the fan as the reference point. So from about there all the way over to the chimney, there's a water line inside the house where the roof leaks really bad. They didn't take care of that. That we were supposed to have a hearing today on these issues, and instead of a hearing taking place, a new code enforcement officer has taken over, and Imperial Punk County has allowed this landlord an additional 30 days to fix the issues around the property. This was one of the ordinance violations, was the termite damage that's right there and all throughout this house. You can see on this old garage slash storage shed, all the old roofing, the big hole that's right there. Y'all can't see it from here, but this is old asbestos paneling, or excuse me, shingles on the roof. But right about there where you can see a little bit of light coming through and it looks like there's a gap, there's a giant hole in the roof. There's another big hole in the roof back there on the other corner of this thing. This was one of the code ordinance violations because it's unsafe. Yeah, look at the pieces that are missing there, and that big chunk back there in the back corner is completely gone. These were all issues that were supposed to be taken care of by today, and instead, and you can't even see the other ones that are inside, the fire hazards, as well as the I've mentioned the termites. There's termite damage all throughout the house, the rat holes, mold up in the attic, the AC vents that are up, and you see how that is completely open. There's no mesh, there's no wire, there's nothing stopping critters from coming in and out of the attic of this house. And for old ventilation purposes, that's how they used to vent the older homes, was by having open ventilation that on this side of the house and one on the other side of the house from older houses back in the 1900s. Now they take care of the ventilation up on the roofs with most newer homes once they've been updated. That being said, November 26th is the new hearing. Stephen Willis is no longer with Polk County Code Enforcement, and it looks like they're going to try and let this get away scot-free. Not before MC Intimidator puts it out on his channel. Fuck you, Polk County, and every single one of you corrupt fucking mutts. I'm protected under Florida statutes. I have business to be up here on the property. I'm not trespassing when I cannot get the post office to forward my mail after 6 days ago getting a P.O. box, and my mail is still coming to this home. Meanwhile, the landlord is going through my boxes and sent me a text message last night calling me a loser because I sent him a message about an open box from K12.com, which is an online public school, which should be fining you and should be more evidence that I can bring to the court's eyeball when I found the box over here by the curb last night, which will be coming out here in my next video series shortly. That being said, again, fuck Imperial Polk County and everything that y'all represent, because y'all are throwing innocent families out on the streets, and it's exactly why y'all's, the homeless rate is one of the highest across the United States of America. Stephen Willis, God bless your soul, man, because you coming here and investigating this home, it's people like you that need to be in systems like this to break down the giants. And you've given me enough evidence to where I should be able to win in the court of law. So God bless you, sir, for trying to not necessarily take care of my family, but just trying to do the right job. And unfortunately, either A, you couldn't hack the corruption, B, they fired you because you knew that they were corrupted, or C, you just didn't want to take part in it anymore. And I don't blame you, because the death threats that come across to my family and the rape threats that have come across to my daughter, I can't blame you for getting out, but I ain't scared of them. I'm ready to face y'all head on. And instead, y'all cowards keep running around behind the scenes, won't even face me in the courtroom because you know my evidence, unfortunately, will shut you down. Unfortunately for you. Fortunately for my family. Fuck Imperial Polk County. October 20th, 2021. I found the keys to the vehicle. And the leather seat's all tore up, but whatever. I found the keys to the vehicle that I thought was missing, so I'm getting ready to drive it off the property. I'm not going to lose this car per se, because I was able to find the keys, but I just wanted to point out the new locks on the door at 1102 North Stella Avenue that we tried to get this landlord to replace for over 2 years while we were in the property. It just shows how cheap they are. Charge somebody $850 a month, but they won't do simple things like replace door locks because they're judgmental, because they don't like their tenants, and the only reason they don't like us as tenants is because we try to make them do what they're supposed to do. Meanwhile, the corrupt Polk County courts continue to allow them to get away with fuck shit like this, and it's going to continue to make the rate of homelessness here in Polk County climb and across the country for allowing profit to ruin families. Fuck Polk County. Alright folks, it's October 19th, 2021. I'm here to pick up the remainder of my cars. And this one I am unfortunately going to have to send to the junkyard. Not because it's a junk car, but because I don't have the keys to it any longer. And because I was illegally evicted from this home, 1102 North Stella Avenue, which I'd just like to point out, these windows have not been changed. They're supposed to be done by October 26th because there's a lot of issues with the home being properly sealed and the windows not being energy efficient. That one's still busted over there. They've put lattice around the bottom of the house. This is where the plumbing is leaking from the house, where they just disconnected the pipe as a fix to the home. They've got the illegal pipe fitting out there on the side of the house. That isn't supposed to be like that anymore, or be up to code. That's the same roof that's been leaking on us now for many months. They obviously didn't fix that problem. There's no way they're going to have that fixed by the 26th of October. And I mean, I can still continue walking around the house and showing you all the problems, but this is why the homeless rate is so high in Polk County, folks. And a lot of a lot of counties across the country, they're facing homelessness, not because the people are bad. Like in our case, we had every penny for rent. I filed the motion to determine rent and stay eviction, and I don't have my day in court because the judge, Hope Pate, just decides that she's taking no action on my motion. Not because it's not cognizable, because it's completely cognizable. From Florida statute to federal statute to county code enforcement violations, 17 of them to be specific, and they're obviously not all fixed on the home. I mean, y'all can't see that broken window, and I'm not going to walk in on the property because I'm sticking around my cars, but I mean, the window over there is completely shattered out, and maybe they'll get that fixed before the 26th because today's the 19th, but they haven't taken care of any of the other issues, like the cast iron pipe that's from 1918, folks. That's over 100 years old, and chapter 83 of the Florida statutes have made it clear You have to have legitimate plumbing in the house, and it has to be in a working fashion. Every 5-6 months for the last 4 years, our plumbing's been clogging up in this house because of the cast iron pipes. They ain't taking care of all of that. And what's going to happen is I'm going to go to the city town hall meeting on October 26, 2021, and they're not going to do anything. They're just going to let this landlord get away with it, regardless of what I got to say. But I'm still going to go in there and say my piece, so that I can go and be a witness to it. And then I can bring another video of what I can attest to that I heard in the court of law. But that being said, I don't think I showed on my vehicles yet. They've been moving stuff out of here. And look at it. Look at the scrapes on my Jeep. Oh, here, let me show the tag legally on the back of this one. June 22, folks. It's still tagged and registered, but they've gotten paint all over it, all over the top here. It's all on the sides of the doors. Comes all, look, I mean, look at that. Look at that. Let's say, and then as we get closer, it gets worse. It's all up over the windows. Try to get some angle out of the sun. Yeah, you can't really see it on the glass like you can. Not on the camera anyway, but I can see it looking here. The paint splotches. And then the hood. That's where it's bad. I mean, look at that. That's nothing but paint. And this one here is completely covered in paint. That's paint dust. You know what I mean? It's all over the glass. It's all over the windows. Some of it will probably come off with a wash. But, I mean, look at that. That's caked up on there. Those are actual paint flakes. Because I'm the bad guy. Because they don't want to fix their problems. My family's thrown out on the street because they don't want to fix their problems. And the Polk County courts backs them up for nothing more than pure sport. Especially when I followed civil rules of procedure. Judge Hope Pate, you're next on my list. September 21st, 2021. Here to try and pick up my daughter again at Bartow Middle School. Walking into the office per Florida statute 934.03. I've already made it clear I'm allowed to record. This is a public facility. I'm not interfering with education. There's no students in the office, and even if they are, the camera's facing me the whole time, not them, and I will black out anybody and everybody that's not supposed to be on there. Hi, good afternoon. I'm here to try and pick up my daughter.
Okay. You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
For real? Hey. Well, I just called and said he's gonna be a car rider today. Okay, okay. You're welcome. Oh, good.
Thank you. I know I told Miss Cleveland all day. Thank you.
No, I was being dead serious. Here, you guys were on my list, and then the next day. No, I was being dead serious. Y'all think I just don't come here anymore just cause?
I know you've been busy, but I thought you were just like joking, like.
No, they really
She didn't come into school today.
Nobody gets work.
She didn't come today.
She's absent.
There's the new thing. All right. She's absent today, folks. As you can see, every time I come to pick her up, she's either picked up early or absent from school now. September 21st, 2021. Y'all see it live right here. Corruption at its finest.
Hold on, baby. Please get in the car. Please. I know. I wasn't even on her property. I was in the street.
She'll have to get a trespass order against me.
She getting fat.
Hmm?
She getting fat. Can I ask when we expect CPI to show up at our door again?
We already know they came and investigated, so it's no worries.
Alright, man, so I told her basically the same thing I told you, alright? Your daughter's requesting to give her brother a present for his birthday.
Oh, that's...
So,
He's
is
more
he
than
allowed to
there.
go up there and
Yes.
get- and get
Yes.
stuff? Okay.
Mhm.
So,
They can bring it to him.
she don't want to.
You're here, officer. That's
Yeah, and we don't want him going in the house.
Nope.
because-
No, he's not going in the house.
No.
Okay.
Ario, they want to give you a birthday present, son.
From mom and sister?
He wants me to go with him.
You're more than welcome to go. You're his sister.
But just so you know, she doesn't want us up on her property, so please stay by the mailbox.
Yep.
Ario's welcome.
I wasn't talking to him, I was talking to my daughter, thank you.
Now, this is just between the kids, alright?
Yeah, but she stepped in. She interluded. That she's entitled to respond.
Kids. Let them have their moment.
Hi, Elizabeth.
They're brother and sister. They should be having their moments together, not separated.
There you go.
Well, exactly. He should be coming over here.
And so should she to me. You have no custody order that says I can't see my little girl.
You don't either.
Huh? Ario, why don't you want to come back here? What?
Don't you want to go, Elizabeth?
Alright, you got it, Ariel? Come on.
Permanent injury. Left testicular torsion in your care.
Okay. Okay.
You can't stop me from trying to pick up my daughter. Get a court order.
Come on, Piper.
Get a court order that says I can't pick her up.
We love you, Elizabeth. No
We're never going to stop loving you, no matter what anybody says. We're not keeping you away from your brother.
It's a public road.
Yeah, and by the way, this is a public road. I will always be out on this public road. You cannot stop me from being here. Get a court order, please.
Give me a second, alright?
I don't want to live with you. I hate you.
Alright, ma'am, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'll make sure you
She hates me, folks. She hates me.
I hate that one.
But 10 months ago, she was confessing how she was abused by her mother, wants no part of being here, sexually abused by her half-brother, wants no part of being here. And now all of a sudden she hates me.
That's known by CPI now, so we'll just keep doing what we're doing. That's all we can do.
Yeah, she's being forced. There's no doubt about it. She's being
I am sorry that you have to. We try, we really do, but this is just getting ridiculous.
It's out of control.
He has told Bartow police, he has told CPI investigators and everything on why he doesn't want to be here. We try to get court dates. They keep bypassing us, but boy, all she has to do is snap her fingers.
I filed an
and she gets
emergency
right in
motion
there.
for civil contempt enforcement. I filed a motion to compel, a motion to enforce.
Whenever you have to come here for your daughter, you should be doing it right now. You give us a call. We'll
Every
come
time.
by, and we'll sit and talk to you. I mean, and we'll sit until the situation is resolved, all right? But at this moment, she's requesting to trespass you from the property. All right, so you don't understand what that is.
Okay, and we will start the paperwork this weekend.
So I have to.
We need to do
give
the
you that
same thing for her at
trespass.
ours.
No, you have your ID on you.
Well, again, that ain't going to stop me from
So,
coming to pick
no,
her up.
you-
As long
you-
as I'm
you-
on this road.
You can come pick her up. Like I said, call us first. We'll come by, and then we'll.
I always have.
We'll make sure we'll do that. But
Every time.
you know, if you come here by yourself,
I never do.
I'm just saying, if you do, and she called the police, and it could be a different outcome. Like you could, because since you're being trespassed, you may end up going to jail for that reason. You understand that?
If
So,
I'm on the property. Yeah, as long as I stay out here on the road, I ain't on her property.
Of course.
This is a public roadway.
Of course.
And there's mine, just so you know, because 9 times out of 10,
Yeah, she said
I
she
am
wanted
with
us
him.
trespassed.
Okay. Okay, no problem. I'll be right back.
That's bullshit. That's mom in her ear. Oh my God.
And you hear her saying, why are we keeping him away? I came to pick her up on October 2nd. You're the one that withheld her.
Yeah.
When you get home, you're doing that, right?
Pete, she looked at me and mouthed, "I'm sorry."
Who did?
Elizabeth.
Well, then you need to write down your witness. Oh my God. Thank y'all for leaving me any water.
I'm sorry, me, Ariana. I don't want
And I looked at Ario. I said, if she hadn't that outburst before she did, before she said I'm sorry to me, then she walked over to her mother.
He said, if you come by yourself, it might be a different outcome. Sorry, Anna. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, she mouthed it. She didn't really say it. I just shook my head. I didn't say anything.
Well, you need to write down your witness statements to all this, especially since you want to testify, Anna.
Oh, they're coming out on the next video. Everybody. I need to interview Piper, you, Ario, Anna.
Piper, next time I tell you not to go up in the yard, that's exactly what I mean. She said she was going to trespass us. So you did not need to go up there.
She said, I want them trespassed.
Mm-hmm.
Does that include me?
No, me, your dad, Piper, Anna.
Well, Elizabeth said, come here for a minute. And she was looking straight at me. So I thought she was talking about me come up.
Oh, whoops. I didn't stop the video. Well, that's okay.
I did. I had paused it.
No, it's all right. Everybody heard us talking. I ain't worried about it. We ain't got nothing to hide.
Oh, no.
Alright, what you say your name was again? I'm sorry.
Peter Adkins. I'm the father.
Peter Atkins.
Biological. I can show you my ID if you're okay with me getting it.
Nah, it's cool. I'll be telling me the right name. So it's a paper bag. Basically, what this is
Piper.
Civil matter.
civil matter. All right. If you want, I could go up there with you to keep the peace. You could knock on the door, talk to her, and see if she'll give you the charge. If not,
Nothing you can do.
Stop.
there's nothing I could do. I can provide you
Stop.
with the Sierra number.
Absolutely. That's the main thing.
That's basically what it is just documentation that we keep doing what we're supposed to be doing. We don't want to cause no problems.
No, that's not what it is. I'm here to pick up my little girl. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
Here, you want to run it? Let me go try and get her.
Daddy, will you do that?
You can take it up there with you.
Here, bring it. You're more than welcome to come. You've been in that little girl's life for almost 11 years now. She was in Pampers.
I know it.
Oh, she's just going to stay in view. Yeah, she's just going to stand in view.
Yeah, but just see if you want to go up there, knock on the door, and make contact with her. You can do that, but I can't force her to give up.
I know, and that. Believe me, that was not the nature of this call.
Okay.
This is probably video number 40. I have a YouTube series that's really following.
Trying to figure out whose Chevy Silverado that is. Knocked on it twice. They're purposely not answering the door. The police officer is up there. It's kind of dark. You can't really see anything.
They're not even going to answer. You can hear them talking. You can hear them chit-chat, jibber-jabber. Why are the cops in the driveway?
Here we go, folks. We've been to the school. I've been to pick up my daughter. This officer's been more than cooperative. I mean, I don't have any qualms with him, but there's only so much you can do against corruption. Yeah, we're all... Sure.
a custody like this? Is it
156 overnights a year, or 154 to me, 211 to mom. It's near 50-50.
Which, for the record, it shouldn't be that way.
No. That boy right there in the back seat, Ario, why don't you tell this officer about your permanent injury?
When do you get hurt?
Every Friday to Monday except for the 3rd and 5th weekends of every month. Whenever the months have a 5th weekend. There's only 2 per year where there's a 5th weekend. But other than that, it's every weekend from Friday to Monday. I pick them up from school, take them to school. I've already been to the school, and somebody picked her up early.
2 weeks in a row.
So last week you didn't have this issue?
What, picking her up?
No, so you had her?
No, I've not had her since October of last year. But I've been every attempt to pick her up. Every single attempt for almost a calendar year. The investigator came out, spoke to him, spoke to her, spoke to me, spoke to every child in the car, and clearly confirmed there are no concerns for verbal abuse over at my home, going above and beyond just the threat of me alleging to kill my daughter. I haven't been able to speak to her since October of last year. They're refusing to let me talk to her. They will not let me speak to her on the phone. She's hanging up on me. She's cussing at our entire family, telling us how much she hates us and calling everybody names,
Calling me fat.
calling her fat, telling her that she wants absolutely nothing to do with her. This is her stepmother. She's been in this little girl's life for... Go ahead, Piper.
Telling Daddy that she doesn't want to see all of us again.
Yeah, I mean...
That he doesn't deserve to be called a father.
And with her mother up in her ear, and all of us can attest to that. Her mother telling her in her ear, specifically to her, you ain't never going to have nothing to do with this little girl. You ain't never going to be in her life. This is clearly vindictive, vendetta, whatever problem she's got. I've already filed the necessary...
What was the outcome of the PCF case?
0 findings. I've got the recording here if you want to review it. I recorded...
Sent you on your...
No, it just... I mean, what was it, 2 days ago?
Was it closed out already?
She was just at the home 2 days ago. Somebody called it in from Bartow. That's who responded, was Bartow CPI. Bartow came over to my home, and since I live in Lakeland, they had to transfer it over to Lakeland. But there's been countless investigations of false allegations opened up against my daughter, just like the domestic violence injunction.
What was the outcome of this specific one that she did last week? You said 0 findings?
That's per her mouth. I asked her at the end of it, I said, do you have any concerns for the allegations that you're here for? She says, no, I do not, and I will make sure to end it. Isabella...
Torres?
I think it's Torres, but she's the CPI investigator that was investigating. It had to be transferred over to Lakeland because it's out of her jurisdiction. But she already came out and did the investigation, so nobody else can come out at this point. They said they're due to come back.
Did she put anything in place as far as keeping you from seeing your daughter?
There's
Did she say
nothing.
anything about that?
There's not a single order in place that's been put, and I certainly don't have any paperwork served upon me from the courts or anyone else.
She came by to talk to you, you said, right? At your house?
At my home. She spoke to all of us, not just me. She spoke to everyone in the car.
She didn't advise you of any...
Not a thing.
anything being placed
Nope.
to keep you away from her
Nothing.
investigation?
Nothing. And there's no court order either.
We just tried to pick her up
Normally
from
it's not a
school.
court order. It's like something that if the investigator feels like there's probable cause
Of
to
course.
keep you away from her at the moment
Right.
until the investigation is finished. That's what it'll be. She'll just kind of put that in place
And she didn't.
momentarily.
And she didn't.
So that's what I
There's
wanted to
only a
know.
little bit in there.
But she didn't give you any information to tell you if the actual case is closed.
No, I mean, because it was just opened. I know that it takes 60 days in the state of Florida per Florida statute. That's the longest a case can stay open. Unless
They
there's
opened
findings
it
of
like
abuse.
on Monday, and she was out at our house Wednesday evening.
And who are you?
I am Christina Copeland. I'm his other half that's been in the picture for 10 years.
Okay. And
This is my son here, Ario, is a biological child of me and the woman that's inside the home here. Easy, Anna. She's lightweight. She's easy to throw around like that. This is my stepdaughter and her daughter. And then this is our daughter together. I have custody of all of my children, including the one that's in there being held captive. That woman has...
That means you can do whatever you want. She thinks it's just because she's unbuckled.
I'm going to try and pick her up, and I already know she's going to tell you no.
Give me a second, all right?
Sure.
Be right back.
Yeah, per the last recording, I'm here to legally pick up my daughter at Bartow Middle School. If y'all can see the sign out there. And every time I come to get her, my daughter's been picked up early. There are 0 court orders in place other than my divorce decree that states clearly I'm well within my legal right to pick her up. And now that we're outside of the office and there's nobody around, I'm removing my mask. I still hold the position. Y'all don't want to wear masks around other people who don't care if you catch a communicable disease. Y'all are the same ones who be out there spreading AIDS and any other virus that's not a requirement for another individual to receive just because you're careless in humanity. And the same reason I'm here to pick up my daughter, because of corrupt MFers, I can't pick her up. Even though, again, per Florida statutes 934.03 that I've already stated, I'm allowed to record when I'm here at this school because I'm not interfering with any educational practice when I'm recording public officials at a public school in the office who have refused to let me pick up my daughter. Principal Christopher Roberts, you especially.
It is still after school, so we need to drive to the house since we're already out here because it's still our time.
Yeah, I agree. And that's what we're doing now. We're going to go try and pick up my daughter from my ex-wife's house, and I will have to likely contact Bartow Police Department like I have since October of 2020. It's now September. What is today's date, folks?
10th.
September 10th, 2021. Yeah.
At 3:51.
Corruption's real, and I'm going to continue to bring you the coverage. Anybody else who has the gall to step forward and stand up against stuff like this, I am more than happy to put you out on our series so that you can fight against the public, especially the corrupt chumps. Here we are at Mulberry Middle School, per Florida statute 934.03. Or excuse me, Bartow Middle School. What did I say, Mulberry?
Yes.
Yeah, it's Bartow Middle School. My son's correcting me. He's right. Interception and disclosure of wire, oral, or electronic communications that are prohibited under multiple statutes in 934.03. Because I'm a public official, I'm allowed to be running this camera. And unless I'm interfering with educational practice, which walking into a school office that contains public officials and no class is being taught, it's not interference with educational practice. Plus, I have a child under the age of 18 operating the camera. Anna, do you believe that crimes are going to be committed against my 12-year-old daughter?
Yes.
Thank you. Per Florida statute 934.03, we are more than capable and legal of running this camera. Just when we walk in, don't put it directly on anybody.
Okay.
Go ahead and pause it. I am here to try and pick up my daughter, Elizabeth.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for correcting me. I don't know why I get the two stools crossed up.
Because I would come over and
And maybe why.
I'm just seeing what time they were dating.
Oh, she was checked out?
We kind of figured.
Yeah, that's okay.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Y'all hear it here first, folks. She was checked out, as usual, week to week, and I'm legally allowed to pick her up. Go ahead and stop it. Recording this, just to see what it is you have to say, because at this point I have nothing to say.
You don't have to talk to me. Hi. You're
Say hi.
pretty. Hi.
It's all right. Good dogs. It's okay.
You can do a cartwheel? No. I don't believe you. Let me see. Oh! Okay. Good job! Oh my god, I can't even do that and I'm old.
I can do a side cartwheel.
I believe everything you say. All right, so basically, the reason I came out here is that there was a case that was called in, and it was for mental injury. So basically, just wanted to come out here, make sure that the kids are high, make sure that the kids are okay. That's pretty much it. It didn't really have a lot of information on it, other than like, and it's really hard to like prove mental injury. But we just wanted to come out. I just wanted to come out here, check on the kids, kind of make physical, lay eyes on them, making sure that everything was good. In the allegations, it was just stating that the father speaks to the kids in a manner that's not appropriate, tells them to shut up, stupid, things like that. And that's pretty much it. There was no other allegations other than that.
Do I call you guys names?
No.
Do y'all feel afraid of me in any way, shape, or form? Remember we had this discussion the other day? And you're not wrong for your feelings?
What I am scared of you is when I get in trouble and I think you're going to spank me.
You think? What about you?
Whenever you're doing court and you're already mad about that, and then we do something on top of it to add to that.
What about you, Ario? What are you afraid of with me? All three of them. When they get in trouble.
Normal kid, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these allegations that are being brought against me are of the norm. There's a federal case against Polk County, case number 820-02627 SDM-CPT. I'm the pro se litigant in the matter because I'm protecting my children from the corruption out here in Polk County. Florida Department of Children and Family Services has done absolutely nothing with him being kicked in the testicles 10 times by the same individual. He may never have children. By Bonnie Marie Bernard, Kevin Neff, and multiple other local entities out here in the Polk. Mom's boyfriend, whatever he is.
I watched your YouTube video.
Yeah, they ride dirt bikes together. Oh, and that's not it. I ain't done. There's more to come. There's absolutely more to come. And I'm well within my right per Florida statutes as a public official and a Google verified recording artist. I will, anytime I expose corruption or people that are harming my children and they're trying to spin it around back on me by saying I'm mentally abusing my kids. Speaking of which, hey, Anna, have you been coached to say anything that you said today?
No.
Was this voluntary information that you offered this woman today?
Yes.
Ario, same question applies to you. Piper, did Daddy make you say what you said today, or did you say it because you wanted to? I don't think she understood the question.
Come here,
It's okay, Piper. Listen, did Daddy make you say what you said to her? Okay. From the horse's mouth, even though she just shook her head. This is however many counts that have been brought up against me for supposedly mentally abusing my children when my children are receiving permanent physical injury. Of Bonnie Bernard, Kevin Neff, Lieutenant Dina Russell of the Polk County Sheriff's Office, Captain Story of the Polk County Sheriff's Office, Judge Kelly P. Butts, Judge Catherine Cumby, Judge John Radaball, and multiple Florida Department of Children and Family Service investigators, including but not limited to Nikki Ernst, Maria, and countless others that I can't remember off the top of my head, with the 30 now 5 plus federal counts that I'm working on against this entire state and their organizations as entities and wholes. Is there anything else that you needed to say? I mean, did you?
No, I just wanted to come out here and make sure that the kids were safe. And again, you don't have to talk to me, but
She just jumped
I'm
twice.
good. I mean, I laid eyes on them. You guys are good, obviously.
You're caught up in the middle of a ring, and unfortunately you watch the videos, and this isn't just my personal opinion because it's going on across the country. Another individual by the name Brad Lamb out of Texas, he's facing the same thing. I know a couple other individuals out of the state of Arizona as well as here in Florida, including but not limited to the counties that you heard me say in the video with judges' names that I've called out. I've got evidence like this that are a mile long of my children coming back and confessing to me. My daughter Elizabeth, who's currently being held away from me by Bonnie Bernard, who's making the claims that I mentally abuse my children, but she only has custody of one of her kids, and the only reason she has custody of that child is because they're in her head. They're telling her to tell her or to tell my family. She told her 6-year-old sister the other day she doesn't want nothing to do with her and hung up on her. Told her older sister that she's fat and that I call her fat all the time. Elizabeth, my 12-year-old daughter that's being allowed to run rampant, who's around a known child abuser by the name of her grandfather. Jim Bernard is a known...
her mom's attorney said that she wasn't allowed to say anything about why she won't come back because of court.
Yeah, thank you, Anna. Great point.
There's a lot of, I know I've pulled like a lot of records.
Hi, Bert. Get back over
I'm
here.
not going to go into it because you're recording it. It's y'all's personal information, but I am aware of like all the court documents that have been filed for, you know, custody and things like that. So, like I've told
Piper,
Mom, and
it's okay. Come on.
like I'm going to tell you, there's nothing that I could do when it comes to custody. That's something that you guys obviously have to go to court for. All my job is just to assess for, you know, child safety. And obviously they look pretty healthy. They look good. I don't see any marks, bruises, other than, you know, whatever they do when they play outside.
Yeah, a lot of those are old. That's actually from her shaving.
And this one over here.
Ew, was it your first time shaving when you did that?
No, I was in the middle of falling, and I decided not to drop the razor.
Of falling?
When when I was in the shower, I was falling. And
Ario, have I ever forced you to be on camera before?
Side of it.
Yeah.
Like, you know, because you don't use
What was
the
that?
sides of the razor, you mostly use the middle.
Have
of the
you
razor,
always done it voluntarily?
On the side, it cut all the way up my leg.
Anna, have I ever forced you to be on camera before?
No.
Have you ever said that it's an issue you being on camera before?
No.
Okay.
Ario, stop.
Your cat? What's Nightcrawler's your cat? That's a cool name. There he is.
Piper's a good judge of character.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, probably need to clean them. I don't use Q-tips as often as everybody does. Your ears clean themselves out naturally. Q-tips push it down in further.
What is this?
It's here. That's the reason why I said anything.
Where's the book? What'd you
She
do with the
ripped
book?
it out.
Ario did.
Leave it to older brother.
I could use it as what?
Like knitting.
Oh, knitting. Do you know how to knit?
Mama, Tina!
Me neither.
And you can use it because of that.
You know what I'm going to use it for? To wipe my computer screen off. Is that okay?
Oh, the girl.
Soft.
That way.
It's not wiping? Okay, I believe you.
Hi,
Think?
Mama.
Yeah.
What's up, Mama? Here, you want to steal some spotlight?
Oh, for the flowers?
She's been around the family for 12 years now. Her's an old girl.
I picked her up and she's like
10
pawing.
years.
I picked her up and she's like
She
pawing
jumped.
to you.
Hi, dear Mama.
Yeah, she's jumped 5 times.
Yeah, but yeah, so that's basically what I'm here for. I don't have to question your kids or ask them anything. That's totally up to you. I just didn't want to have to like walk away without actually letting you know why we were involved. But
I'm glad you did. Thank you.
yeah, absolutely. Do you have any questions for me? I could give you my business card.
Not at all.
And I
I'm
don't
used
care
to
if
this.
she asks me any questions.
Well, I do because there's no warrant technically involved and we don't have to speak to them. But if you all want to volunteer any information, by all means, that's up to you. That way I'm not forcing y'all. I don't look like I'm trying to force my kids into anything.
I mean, if she wants to ask questions, I'm not going to lie about anything.
There you go. So if you want to ask her some questions, she's willing to answer them.
Okay. When you get in trouble, how do you usually get punished?
He doesn't yell at us, but he will raise his voice just enough to get her attention. And we either get sent to a room or we get put on restriction for a certain amount of time. But it's not like too long of a length of time. It's just long enough for us to learn about what we did wrong.
Sit down and think about it.
Yeah.
What I'm scared of.
Let me just grab a paper really fast. Because to be honest, I went out and put this paper to make sure that we're doing the right thing.
Come here. Come on. Ready? 1, 2, 3, jump!
I
almost got kicked in the head.
Sorry.
Piper,
They're always
you can't catch me. Piper, you can't catch me.
She wants to be held right now. Pete, when she really wants to be held, she'll literally jump at you. Like,
Because she can, one thing about dogs, they can sense the tension. If there's tension, if there's
look at both of them. They're both right here.
any kind of feeling out of the norm, dogs are on top of it.
What I'm scared of
The kids that actually belong to, is it Bonnie?
Well, they belong to me. I'm their dad. They belong to her too.
My bad. I didn't mean to
That's
say
okay.
belong to. But her biological children. It's just Aria.
Just Aria.
Okay. And then these are your kids.
She's my daughter, but
Yeah.
I've been around her life for over a decade, and she's 15 now, so
Nice.
she's my daughter. And then go ahead, Piper. You were talking.
What I'm scared of is if I get in trouble and if I get
her? She won't stop jumping on my leg.
What do you
She won't stop jumping on
What
my
do you
leg.
get spanked with? His hand. Where at? On your bottom. What do you
hold
do
her.
that
She's on
makes
claw
you
on my
get in
leg.
trouble?
Well, when I do something like very bad, put my toys on the ground and stuff, and I don't pick them up, Daddy usually yells at me more and spanks me.
So what does that mean? Do you have to pick your toys up?
Yes.
Good job. So that way you don't get in trouble. Aria, did you want to talk to me or?
Yeah, because this is mainly about you. We already know the anonymous call came from your mom.
Yeah.
Or somebody over there on that side. They don't have to reveal it to me. We already know who it came from. Good girl.
Is there a reason why you don't visit your mom or go stay with her?
Mamacita, that hurt.
By who?
She's
She
still
had a few of her boyfriends, and she's done nothing about it.
Was she there whenever all of this happened? And how long ago was it?
Well, one with Kevin F was in 2018.
Did somebody from DCF go out
She keeps on scratching.
No, unless he called, I really don't remember.
No, they wouldn't open an investigation. They said that his injury, his permanent injury, which is felony battery, by the way, they said his permanent injury is okay because the kids were horse playing in the pool, per Polk County Sheriff.
Oh. What I'm also scared of with Elizabeth's mom if Elizabeth has sex
Good dog.
and if her mom does more to Elizabeth, like slamming her into the tile floor, I feel like she wants to stay there more than come back because she's already wanting to stay there and she already hates us all. So that if she ever does come back, if she doesn't, then if she doesn't come back, she just stays there until we move.
Voluntary from a 6-year-old.
Elizabeth takes you off? What
Yeah,
makes
she
you
said
think
it over
that?
the phone.
Did she tell you that?
Yeah, right on the phone.
That's
And
not
what
nice.
about when her mom said
No,
that thing to
and
my mother?
She wants to stay there a lot. So
When she said that she'll always be there for Elizabeth.
Hold that thought.
doesn't love us anymore. She hates
I don't
us.
exactly remember what
She's our child.
Bonnie said. I know what my mom said though.
And she hasn't been living there. She's been living here, but since the past days,
Never.
then now she wants to stay there. And then they wouldn't go pick her up. What she wanted to do was Ario wanted to come back. Elizabeth said, I don't want to come back. I want to stay here. And that's what she said at her mom's house. I'm scared she's going to have sex with someone and if Neil, Ario and having a fight with him, I feel like Elizabeth and Neil are going to have a fight.
That's not good.
Both her and my mom.
And with Ario getting beaten the nuts behind the
Good
back,
girl.
Neil's probably going to
Give
do
me
it.
some bird. I don't have a good grip on her.
And Neil for the... I'm sorry, Piper, go. You were still talking.
Ariel, hold the dog. I don't have a good grip on her.
And
Give me
all
that
with
dog.
the corrupt county, some of the cops are working with Elizabeth's mother.
This is coming from the mind of a 6-year-old, folks. There's no influence. These are natural, untriggered responses from a 6-year-old to the investigator.
You.
And
Here, you take it.
if Elizabeth
Come here, little mama.
and sex and if she gets pregnant before she gets 20 years old, I feel like she's going to want to stay there. And if she stays there for the rest of her life, I feel like
You got her by your head.
I was trying to catch her.
We gotta listen to this, guys. This is important.
Is there anything else? Who is Neil?
Neil is with Elizabeth's mom.
Elizabeth's mom's boyfriend?
Apparently.
Apparently. Oh, sorry, Mama.
Oh, Piper.
Come here, Mama. Up Elizabeth.
Boing.
Then I
She never jumps like this.
No.
She's apparently nervous. She wants to be home.
I know.
Hey.
From all you're staying here.
What up, Mama? No good girl.
2 weeks.
That's Tuesday night.
No.
Well, it's a little bit longer than that, Piper. It's okay. We're still learning time. Ariel, why don't you explain to the investigator who Neil is?
Neil is the grandson of Kevin Neff, but he was adopted because his dad and mom are both gone. Around my age. He's a little bit older.
And you're 14.
Excuse you. Say excuse me. Thank you. That was a good one, though.
Where are you going to school at?
Digital Academy of Florida.
Oh,
Online
for
public school.
stuff? Okay.
Digital Academy of Florida. Digital Academy of Florida.
Hold me,
Nice. Okay, cool. You like your school? Can I tell her about the thing? Yeah? What's your favorite thing? Your favorite thing is just leaving it? Yeah, that's my favorite part of school is leaving it. What? It's awesome.
Piper, let her talk to Anna and Ario because they've got some things that they want to say to them. Come here. Here, come play with the dogs. Keep them busy. Thank you for saying everything that you did. Come on.
Play on the tire swing.
Okay, go play on the tire swing.
Well, no, because nobody's over there watching her. Somebody got to be over there watching her. The camera, yes, it's watching, but there's not a physical set of eyeballs on it. Ario,
Mamacita over there with her.
Anna, what was it you were just saying? You wanted to tell her?
My mom said that she would always be there for Elizabeth. Huh?
Your mom, she is...
Christina Copeland.
Okay. Okay.
She's Elizabeth's stepmother. She's also been in Elizabeth's, since she was a baby in diapers.
How long have you guys been together?
10, 11 years.
Oh,
Meanwhile, mom is on boyfriend number 11. Yes, I keep track because a lot of them have attacked my children by slapping them in the head, which Department of Children and Family Services says that's okay under corporal punishment laws, which it's totally not. Spanking your children on the hind end with with your open hand, with their clothes on, that's a normal form of discipline. Hitting a child in the head with a wooden spoon or metal spoon, whatever type of spoon it was, or smacking them in the head with your open hand, you can cause retardation. You can cause physical permanent injury by slapping a child in the head. The mass that separates the brain from the skull is less than a millimeter thick. You hit a child hard enough in the head, you can absolutely cause mental retardation. Meanwhile, she's over here because not her fault, but she's over here now because there's more allegations brought up against me for allegedly being mentally abusive to my children.
You feel pretty safe here. Nobody's keeping you away from...
Starting a voice recording on September 8th, 6:25 p.m. The CPS investigator is still here. Is it CPS or DCFS or CPI?
CPI.
Okay, Child Protective Investigation is here. What was your name? Isabel Luna is still here. She's talking to my son here. Ario, just keep that with you so it can hear what's being said. I'm totally okay with you talking to her because I know I've not done anything wrong.
So yeah, I was just trying to make sure that, like, you know, that it's your choice that you are choosing to not go with mom, and just to rerun back, it's because you're scared that mom is gonna have one
the
of her
thing that finally got me over here is when the day before I came back, Elizabeth was telling me that she wasn't coming over here because it was mental abuse, even though it wasn't. And then our mom told me that it would be 400 times worth if Elizabeth didn't come with me, so it'd be better if I stayed over there.
Over where?
Over at our mom's house.
Okay.
And it hasn't been 400 times worse.
Stay here at your dad's house?
No, it's actually just been the same.
It's been good. Good. I'm glad.
Oh, your grades have improved.
That too.
He
Over
had
there.
He had a 0.9. Go ahead.
Yeah, over there, she didn't watch us at all. In fact, most of the time we were home alone. Especially when we got into online school, we were home alone 8 to 9 hours.
You were on online school when you were with your mom?
Yeah, when COVID started.
Daddy.
Oh, okay.
And that's
Okay.
the only reason they're online school now.
Right,
I think
right.
it's like a mosquito.
And when we were over there, we'd be home from like 7 in the morning to 6 at night.
Oh yeah, that's
Why-
a
was
mosquito
she
bite right
working?
there. See that one?
Yes, but
That's a
why
mosquito bite.
why couldn't we come over here and then she come
Right.
pick us
That's
up?
another
Drop
one.
you guys off
Here,
and then
keep
pick you
moving
guys
around.
up.
Yes,
moving, and
it'd
then
Do
we'll
you
be-
think that that would have worked out with the relationship that you and your mom and your dad have?
He would be fine with it because it's keeping us safe. All he's
Right.
worried about is keeping us safe.
So it would have been better if she would have just dropped you guys off here and picked you guys up when she got out of work. Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
because then we wouldn't be home alone and we wouldn't be at risk of someone breaking in.
Right. How old were you when you were home alone?
Well, I started when I was in the 5th grade, when I was like 10 and like 10, and I'm 14 now.
Oh, so about 4 years ago.
hmm
How long have you
Elementary
been
school.
over here with Dad?
I'm in first grade.
Since October 2nd last year,
Oh, okay. So you're going on 2 years
1 year.
1 year.
1 year. October 2nd last year to now.
hmm
till September.
Yeah.
And then next month will be
It'll be
October.
1 year.
Oh yeah. Duh.
It's okay.
Hello. It's been a long day.
I'm glad it hadn't been 2 years. I lost a year.
Oh man, yeah, that would have been cool.
The only reason they're separated, I just want to interject here right now. The only reason they're separated is because his mom tried to force the both of them into staying there. And
Right.
he didn't want no part of that. Aria, what was it your mom said to Elizabeth about or what, maybe it was her sister?
Madison. Yes, Madison said to her that if she went over here, she couldn't barrel race.
They're bribing her. It's bribery.
Oh, okay.
They're
And
bri-
if she stays with mom, she can.
She can't have fun. She can't do all these glorious things. Dad doesn't have a bunch of money. He's crippled. My cars are all in major. This is what I used to do, and it's what I still do.
What was it? Mechanic work?
All these cars run. They're all tagged. They're all registered. They're all insured. But this one, this was a complete pile of nothing. It was on its way to the junkyard. I've put a new suspension in it. I rebuilt the rear end. I stopped the oil leaks, the antifreeze leaks, the transmission leak. The cooling system's brand new. The fuel injection system's brand new. New plugs, new drive shaft from here to the tranny. It's got a new transfer case to make the four-wheel drive beefier. When you take it off-road, it'll run in a higher range of RPM without blowing your engine and
Right.
get there quicker to get off the line and shoot through the mud or just
Right,
playing in
right,
general.
right.
And like the
I'm
black.
reworking it. It was a $900 SUV that I've dumped almost $7 grand into parts into. That black one undercover there's got a brand new suspension from front to back, CV axles, valve cover gaskets, oil pan gasket, oil filter gasket, oil filter receptacle gaskets,
Jesus.
fuel injectors.
I have no idea what you're talking
It's
about.
well, it's just I've gone through.
You
them.
did a lot of work to it,
Yeah,
clearly.
that Hyundai, the same thing.
Is there not?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
our
yeah.
7-passenger. It needs a new brain.
Ooh, that one's pretty.
It needs a new brain. Its
Nice.
brain is done. But that's a $500 repair in itself, and it took me $1,500 to figure out that's what needed to be.
Come on, your mama.
Because I
Oh,
replaced
good girl.
Everything else the computer said, this is what did something bite you? Well, here, go put some soap on it. You may have got bit or something. Just go put a little soap or some peroxide. Do you know where it's at, or do you want me to come with you? Okay, I'll come
That's
with you. I'll keep
all
talking.
the questions that I have for you, unless you have any questions for me. Really fast before you go in, is it okay if I take a picture of them just to prove that there's no bruises, marks, anything like that?
Sure. Hold on, Piper.
Oh, and if you see any cuts on the arm, this is from me playing with the cats.
That's okay. Listen. I
Our
don't know
cats
if
are
you want
very
to smile or if you
dangerous.
just want to make this awkward.
Can I be in the picture?
Duh. Hello.
Hey, besides, you don't have any.
Ready? Cheese. Nice. You want to see it?
Ario, that whole the slamming to the tile floor incident. What do you remember of that? Oops, I'm sorry, little mama.
I was in my room. Oh. And the reason for it was not even a good
Why?
reason.
You can take
It
a
didn't.
picture.
You want me to
She-
hold it? Okay.
The only reason she got in trouble.
You can
because
take a
the
picture
dog
of
got
me
out,
with
she
the
couldn't
puppy.
catch her, and our mom slammed her to the tile floor.
Got angry with her. He didn't. Did you see it happen?
No, but I heard the two bangs.
He heard the loud slams. So what you hear on that video of me attesting to it and Elizabeth, her confession to it happening, he heard it happen.
So even though his eyes didn't see it, his ears do not deceive him. He heard the slams. And none of my evidence. I've got so much more. Nothing will be heard.
So long ago, like.
They've brushed it under the rug. I still have that audio. I still have the video from her confessing. I have both.
Oh, and what about
did she have any like bruises or anything, marks or anything because of the slamming, or did you not? She didn't.
I didn't know until she came and confessed it to us. Just like him being kicked. How long, Ario, were you kicked before you finally were able to come and tell me? No. I mean, do you remember the time? I know it was 10 times, and it's horrible. Let me apologize for making you relive it. I'm sorry.
I was about a year before I finally confessed.
1 year before he confessed that it happened. Because why?
I was scared that they were going to do something.
Did you tell your dad, or you didn't tell your dad until a year later?
No. I didn't know about it happening until the night he was on the operating table and they cut him open because his boy parts were twisted. And the hospital was led to believe that he has a history of testicular pain. That's the first time he's ever been to the hospital for testicular pain in his life. And they
whatever you said, pain, if
left testicular torsion. They called it testicular pain.
But that there's no like record showing that he's been
Not a one.
Before, right?
Never. Not until then. And the hospital was led to believe that it just happened while he was sleeping. By the parents. I wasn't contacted until 7 a.m. after surgery was over.
Did you have any bruising or anything down there after that happened that you seen? Did you check yourself?
Yes, and I had a scar there with stitches and glue when they were done.
They cut it. He was under. They put him under and cut him open.
I'm talking about when you got kicked, because you're talking about after surgery.
It was like swollen.
But because there was something clearly going on.
Yes,
there was something there though that wasn't right.
No, it was hurting for 2 hours. I thought it would just go away, but eventually I couldn't deal with it anymore, and I went and called her mom around like 1 a.m.
Oh, so she took you that same day?
Mm-hmm. As soon as I told her, she took me.
And was this the day you were kicked?
Mm-hmm. Why didn't you tell anybody at the hospital that this is what?
I was put under.
But when they went in there and they first asked you, hey, what's going on? Was it because you were
I was in
scared?
too much pain to think at the time. It hurt really bad. I couldn't think.
I can't even
couldn't
imagine.
even see clear.
Ugh.
Yeah, he was not. When I got there at 7 a.m., he still wasn't. And that's why they waited as long as they did, so they can fabricate whatever story they wanted to the hospitals.
Until who called you, Mom?
Yeah, Mom did. Oh, and the individual's guardian that he was there. He was there orchestrating it, making sure Kevin Neff, guardian, because the parents of the little boy are apparently drug addicts and they gave up on the boy, so he took over. So on the positive side, nobody gave up on the kid, you know, even though his parents did, he didn't. But what are you teaching him by, did you have to defend yourself against Neil again after the surgery?
He would, after the surgery, he like either be right in front of me and just kick me, or sneak up behind me and kick me.
Deliberately in the same spot after surgery.
Around 10 times.
Did you tell Mom?
Yes, I told her and she did nothing.
She didn't have a conversation with him?
Nope. Nothing.
To date. He's been telling me this for years. I know it sounds crazy.
Was she scared to say something to him?
She didn't even acknowledge I said something.
So she just kind of just like...
Brushed it off, doesn't care.
All right. There's one thing that I do want to bring up, and it's kind of going to sound far-fetched, but I have to bring up everything that was in the allegations now that we're talking. It was stated that, or alleged that you had told Elizabeth that if she doesn't come back when she's 18, you are going to kill her.
I'm not allowed to talk to her.
Okay. I just want to...
Wow.
I just want to bring that up. There was also,
the only person
because it says, hold on, give me 1 second.
Okay.
Because it is mental abuse, there's a lot of things that I don't want to say anything inappropriate in front of them, but like, you were saying to her, calling your daughter.
Calling my daughter that.
Right.
Yeah, they're in her head. They've got her genuinely believing that
So you think that like Mom like coached her to say these things?
You heard them tell you that they've heard her coach her. We all were on the phone when we heard Bonnie Marie Bernard come right out on the phone and tell my fiance of 11 years that I've been with her since I left my ex-wife, but I spent a good year. What is that? She's on her way? Okay, Christy's on her way here. I've been away from my ex-wife for a year. I made sure to take some time off. And even when I met Christy, who I'm with now, they didn't meet her as my significant other until I knew and felt comfortable that she was going to be an everyday part of my children's life, because they needed the stability that was not a part of Mom and I's relationship. There is a drug history between her and I. I've been clean for 10 years. I've passed 47 drug tests since 2010. She ain't passed the one because she won't volunteer to them. She won't take them. I've taken them in court, out of court, on probation, and I've passed every single one with flying colors.
And Elizabeth has seen her with drugs and has found them in hidden spots around the house.
What kind of drugs?
Totally uncoached. You cannot fabricate this, folks.
She found a little bag of white powder and found our grandpa's pain pills in her purse. And she saw, yes, and she saw our mom pop a few pills, and she asked, and she said it was just for her medication. And when she walked out of the room, she read the bottle with her grandpa's
Piper, shh, listen, they're talking, baby.
There, did you ever see any of that stuff?
I never looked. I was usually in my room playing my PlayStation.
She's never showed you it or anything like that?
I usually
Who
try to...
told you that? She did? She told you that she found that stuff?
Mm-hmm.
She's told us and Christy both.
And
on the speaker when she was talking to the kids, or?
No, when she in face to face, she comes back. Yeah, she'd come over and tell us these things.
Time that she came over?
Same day that he the week before I picked him up, that was the last time she was here. So September 20 something. Yeah. And like I was saying earlier, before I had him go ahead and explain something that he wanted to, he came here on October 2nd because it was my scheduled time. And when he walked out that door, Bartow Police Department was there too. My next YouTube video, oh man, Bartow Police ain't gonna like me very much, but I really don't care. I'm protecting my kids, and I'm going to do whatever is necessary to do that. But he walked out the door and let Bartow Police Department know, I'm not going back to my mom's. This is the last time I will ever be going back. And then I'm like, whoa, what brought that on? You know, once it's all said and done, the cops leave. They're not letting me pick up my daughter. And he sits down in the car. He starts telling us, he's like, Dad, this is what happened. We heard her say to Elizabeth, his sister, his half-sister, you're not going to horseback riding. You're not going to be able to horseback ride if you go back to his house. Or it's going to be 400 times worse if you go back to Dad's house because I'm not there. So if they were bribing her back then, and then just months ago on the last phone call that we've had with Elizabeth, where I've ever been able to lay eyes on her or anything, is that, what was it? I get so lost because there's so many facts. What did she say? What were we just talking about?
Bribery.
The bribery. And Elizabeth is her mom in her ear. That's what it was. Elizabeth's mom in her ear telling her to Christy, you ain't never going to be a part of her life. You ain't never going to be there. And if she's saying that now, and she said that back then, what is she saying in all the other times where we're not there? You know? That's just when we're there. What about when we're not there? I have no need to coach my children because they know we don't live in the best of neighborhoods around here. And I'm not scared to say this on video because I've walked right out that front door and stopped drug dealing out in front of my house and have almost had to defend my life because they're scumbags. And I don't want my kids seeing that because I've been down that road. I recovered from that road and I've been away from it for over a decade. I don't want them to have to go through what I went through and what I have a pretty good feeling she's still going through. Is the drugs. Who her connection is, I have no idea. It's likely crack cocaine or heroin because of the powdery substance that his sister has told us about with the straw sticking out of the bag. If it's a light brown, that's borderline heroin. If it's a whitish brown, now we're talking about crack cocaine. But the fact that you got a straw in it about that big, that tells me where it's going and how you're doing it. And you can't fake these stories. Meanwhile, you're here investigating because I'm allegedly mentally abusing my children. No, I'm a disciplinary father because I know what this world has to offer. And if I don't try to raise them right, what am I being to society other than a contribution to the biggest problem that's out of control right now?
They are our future, so we need some form of discipline. Really, those were all of the allegations that I kind of
I'm gonna kill her.
Point on.
I'm gonna kill my daughter.
I'm gonna kill somebody if they hurt my daughter.
So yeah, so those are just, you know, I didn't mean to, like, obviously I know that's upsetting to hear, but I do.
Goosebumps. Like, they've turned my 12-year-old girl against me, against this entire family. For what? For sport? Because I'm a convict? Because I have former charges, folks? What is this really about? Corruption in Imperial Polk County is what it is. I'm in there typing up motions as we speak, trying to defend them. I'm at word 10,014 on my current motion. They won't, they're just not even answering. They're accepting my filings and just letting it sit stagnant. There's a civil rule of procedure on the civil side of things and the federal side of things. When any motion hits the court docket, once it's been a year from the time that was filed, now they can just kick it out of court and file to move him away from here. But I've been filing motions on top of that. I follow them every 2 or 3. And that's all I'm doing is by adding new documentation that resets the time frame. So like last night, I just put in files that they're not answering, and I made sure to just date them down at the bottom that I filed this back on this date and I filed it on this date. So now you can't say you never received it. Here's 2 times I filed it. I write down the confirmation numbers, the dates and times they hit the system. Ma'am, it's disgusting. She files paperwork, though, based off of false allegations like the domestic violence injunction. If you read up on that, I lock my daughter in my room. First of all, the room's locked from the inside. Their room. So even if I lock the door, all they got to do is unlock it and walk out. And to feed them ice cream only, that's a luxury at our house. We don't have food stamps. We pay for our food with cash money because we make too much money, even though we're at the 135%. What was all that? There she is. And our little hybrid. That thing right there, whew,
Money saver?
$40 a month in gas, and we drive 1,000 to 1,500 miles.
Actual gas, or like you plug it
Gas. No, that one runs off of it. Basically what it does is the wheels, they charge the battery, and then when the battery's charged, it switches. This is, I'll let her talk to you because at first
I got a phone call from her letting me know that you were here, and the first thing I thought of is your ex-wife, and let me just tell you, me and her's about ready to tango.
I resisted her at first because
I'm so sorry. I mean, no disrespect, but I am so sick and tired of this woman's
wait till you hear the allegations.
and everything, and she's the one doing wrong. This is why
she refused to go inside. She kept
It's okay. Are you protecting everybody? You being a good girl.
Mamacita went inside and went to sleep.
You being a good girl.
Because Mamacita knows it's okay.
But her
Pete,
own
did you hear me?
kids? Yeah. I'm about ready to lose it and blow my top on this woman. Now, listen,
Pete.
I understand the frustration and
Did you hear me?
anger. I really do.
I said
believe
Mamacita
me.
went in
It
to go
took
and
me-
went to
this
sleep. I
case
said that's
came
how she
in,
knows everything's okay.
2 days ago. So
Yeah.
I've been.
What were you doing to her?
Him going to pick
She had a box
Elizabeth
juice
up from
and
school.
stuff. She's trying to
So this case came in
She's
like
trying
2
to give a
days
whole
ago,
box of stuff to the
but there
lady.
was so much behind
It's okay.
this case.
All of her stuff.
2 days ago, I was
Christy,
trying to get more of an understanding of
run your recorder, please. I'm sorry.
in the car.
Well, please get it. I'm low, extremely low on memory. Here, just keep it going. It's still at 20 minutes. It's the voice recorder. She already knows. I've already made it clear she's a public officer. And she doesn't seem
Anna,
to be like
or
the
I mean
other ones we've
Piper.
dealt with.
Piper, no ma'am. Nobody can pay attention to you right there, please.
Do you love that car, Piper? We do
Clearly, she just went and hugged it.
She used to love the Jeep, but
I'm not trying to be
Then it
mean,
was the
baby girl,
Hyundai,
but I can't pay
'cause that one has
attention
a
to
TV.
you over there and
yeah,
talk
just
to
if
her.
that one beeps,
Can't do
then
it.
we'll start yours. We do this as a family. This is something we do together.
I don't mind. You want me over to Ken?
We have nothing to hide.
So, yeah, so this case came in like 2 days ago. And it took me so long to get out here because we like to see the children within 24 hours. It wasn't 2 days ago, it was yesterday. And there was just so much behind it. And before I came out and spoke to you guys, I kind of wanted to get an idea and a backstory of everything. So like I'm aware of like an injunction that was filed a while back. I'm aware of like the battle that's been going on between the child custody
Sit like a lady, please,
and
Viper.
the other kids, they didn't come on the case. It was just you, Dad, Ario, Elizabeth.
Come on, Mamacita.
And
Mamacita.
Mom.
Hey.
Mamacita.
Come on.
And so basically the allegations came in for mental abuse, for injury. And like I was telling Dad, I was like, you know, it's really hard to prove other than like me being allowed to talk to the kids and just kind of verifying everything. But it was just stating that the father was saying that he
knows
would,
she's in trouble.
Kill Elizabeth if she doesn't come back over here.
No, see, the case is Elizabeth called here one day and got into an argument with me and Daddy on the phone, and she said she would kill herself if she had to come back
And
here.
right, and I'm glad that you said that because, like, oh my gosh, sorry, there's
Ario. It's
okay.
Audio.
Okay, so he had also said the same thing, so I could see where that kind of would have came from, or how that was changed and where.
There's a lot of that over the years. I've been in a relationship with him for 10 years. This is long going with him.
Imagine that.
Mm-hmm.
That is a long time.
And considering I've stuck around for that long, that's how much I love his children.
And this is y'all's daughter together, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
She's adorable.
Thank you.
Meanwhile,
She's
Miss
like,
Miss Bonnie lost one of her children to a brain stem being born on the outside of its skull. That's a birth defect if I've ever seen one.
Lost custody of one.
Gave up
custody
of
of another. We just had an interaction not that long ago. We have recordings of it, of her and her father. Not her, her father, trying to start something with him. And all of a sudden, drugs came into the picture. Okay? And her father did not deny that she was on drugs. First thing out of his mouth was, well, you're probably doing worse than she is.
An open admission that you know she's doing drugs.
And we've had Elizabeth especially come back and tell us they found little baggies, like the little tiny Ziploc baggies full of powder with straws and lighters and all kinds of stuff. So it's like everything that we are finding out that's going on, and we're not there, so we're finding out what's going on through the kids. They freely came back and told us. So, you know, we mentioned something about those things, and every time we mention something about those things, we have somebody like you come knocking up on our door.
And like I told Dad, I know that you guys have dealt with DCF and probably have not had the best experience.
No, not with CPI either.
Well, that's what I am. I'm a CPI.
I'm not being disrespectful.
No, it's okay.
I'm just saying we had a CPI come here, and she literally lied on the paperwork.
Said
the kids got dropped off here when they didn't. Mom dropped them off with me by Shepherd Road off of South Florida because I worked at that Dollar General at the time.
And oh, look, there's the boys. Good old LP freaking D.
Yeah, we have issues with everybody around here when it comes to his ex-wife.
The time she's talking about, little mama, come on. Good dogs. Hush. The time she's referring to when they were dropped off at her work and the reporter lied and said that they were dropped off here at the house, Elizabeth came back with a rusty nail cut that you see in the video that people tell me it ain't that bad. When you look at the surface, they prescribed her antibiotic. If it wasn't bad, why'd you prescribe her antibiotic? Mom lied and said that she had her Tdap shot up to date. She didn't get her Tdap until this year, August 6th.
August 6th.
She's overdue by 2 or 3 years. He got his 4 or 5 years ago, and the only reason they're caught up is because I caught them up. It's the same thing with all their shot records. They've been behind until I catch them up.
Well, and then,
I tried to use that in court as evidence the last time I was against Judge Radaball, who has recently retired, and I'm going after his pension. Not for me personally, but to make sure he loses it for what's happened to my
And
children.
she had also said because it was Easter, we said we're going to take her up to the emergency room. That CPI investigator told us to wait here. And then when she got here, told us we were just as bad as Mom because we didn't take her to the emergency room.
You're the one that told us to wait.
After she told you to stay?
Yep.
That's not good.
So I'm sorry for if I'm coming off brash or my body language is a certain way. I am just extremely tired of dealing with this woman and all the lies and the things being covered up. And I'm so worried that Elizabeth's going to be pregnant on or before she's 16.
Because she's hanging around her grandfather, who has molested one of his daughters, and I know that he's molested one of his daughters because I've spoken to her. It's one of Bonnie's older sisters. She won't have anything to do with that man.
Well, not
We
only
brought
that,
up
her half-brother has been in bed with her
trying
to have sex with her,
Bo
and that blew
Reese
that
Tucker
off.
Jr., who
You
I
know,
mentioned in
it's-
the video, who he shot the video in the back seat from the back of the car, voluntary, taking them back that morning, and he's recording talking about Elizabeth's brother trying to have sex with her. Well, he's around her on a frequent basis right now.
Trying to get her to watch porn
And that's
with
yeah.
him.
And Elizabeth, it's okay if we do these things.
How old is he?
He's 18 now.
He's 18 now.
Got released.
What's his name?
Bo Reese Tucker Jr. I was a part of that little boy's life for the first 2
That's
years.
the one
Has that ever been investigated?
She lost custody of him. She
No,
lost custody of him.
no, she's asking if
Oh,
that's
by
ever been
DCF.
yeah.
They wouldn't investigate.
They wouldn't investigate it. Can you please get in the car and get my open Dr. Pepper? Please and thank you.
I don't try to expose people for bad unless they're doing something wrong.
You said Bo Reese Tucker
Junior.
Jr. So Bo Reese Tucker Jr. And how do you spell Bo?
B-E-A-U.
I spelled it so wrong. B-E-A-U. And then Reese?
R-E-E-S-E.
R-E-E-S.
And then Tucker is common spelling. Tuck and her.
Can you spell it? No, I'm just kidding. All right. Do you happen to know his birthday?
Oh God, it's been so long. Ario, do you remember Bobo's birthday?
That's okay. I could find it.
And they don't see him very often.
And who is he?
Her half brother.
Okay.
Bonnie's
Okay,
first
so
marriage,
hit that
which
one
for the
down.
record, all this talk of all the abuse I do, the only person who's ever been abused in this relationship is me. That woman has physically attacked me, been arrested for it, and convicted
And
for attacking
she
me.
wants to talk about mental abuse. I've been with you for 10 years. She's using my custody issue to benefit hers. And it's to my understanding, mine shouldn't have any effect on hers, like hers shouldn't have any effect on mine. But I'd be damned if it didn't.
We went to court last year because she filed a motion for civil contempt enforcement against me because I kept Elizabeth and Ario home last year
Because of
during
the stay-at-home
COVID-19 when
order.
the president said we are on a nationwide lockdown. You don't travel anywhere unless it's essential travel, which family and friends, per the United States Customs and the Center for Disease Control and President Trump, all on the same list back then, family and friends were non-essential travel. I'm not going to break the federal law. They told me
Pick up
not
that
to go
mattress,
anywhere,
please, Ariel.
and now you're taking me to court over this? Judge Catherine Cumby overheard that hearing, or was the judge presiding that day, brought in the principal of Purcell Elementary, Beth Nave, to come and testify that she had no idea that Elizabeth was being abused at home. The only thing that she ever came to court and told her, or came to school and told her, was she was tired of the men coming in and out of mom's life. But when I have the chance to cross-reference Mrs. Nave, and I say, let me remind you that you're under oath, Mrs. Nave, is it true that Elizabeth came to you and brought to your attention about the times that she had been slammed to the floor, the times that they've been hit in the head? Oh, well, I may have remembered something like that. And the judge, without missing a beat, dismissed her and threw her out of the courtroom because she knew I had discredited her as a witness. I go on to lose that court hearing, end up having to pay my ex-wife $50 a month because I kept my children home during a nationwide lockdown during the COVID-19 pandemic when my president and the Centers for Disease Control and United States Customs ordered me to do so.
And we haven't
And I'm
kept
paying
anybody
for it.
from
I got held
anybody.
in contempt, but they
She
didn't
has
take custody.
held the kids from us before with no injunction, no.
She's doing it now.
Nothing. But mom used to own property where the Walmart is on 60. She sold that property to Walmart and got a pretty penny out of it.
Few
Plus,
million.
used to work for the sheriff's department.
She's former Polk County Sheriff, so they have
And
ties out
Beacon
there.
of Church.
It's a good old boy network here, and I ain't a good old
So,
boy. I mean,
and
I
I
am,
don't
but I'm
care.
not.
It's Imperial Polk
not-
County. I don't
I'm
care
not
if
their
you're black,
brand of good
white,
old boy.
Mexican,
You're not-
Puerto
you don't have
Rican,
any
yellow, purple, green. I don't care. What's
Nope.
right is
We
right
all
and what's
bleed the
wrong is
same
wrong.
out. Eat and breathe
And what
the
this
same.
woman is doing is dead wrong. Elizabeth has come back and told us about seeing mommy
You have a
kiss
recorder?
men on
Hopefully
the
you're running
outside
it.
of the windows when she's with somebody else. You know, her daughter Madison was caught having sex in Elizabeth's bed. And all mom
Her daughter,
asked.
Madison.
Yep.
Yep.
And
How old
all
is
mom
she?
asked her. She was
She's an
17.
adult now, but
was she
was
16, 17 at the time?
Yeah, something like that then. And the only question her mom asked her was, how was it? This
That
is
was
Elizabeth
it.
coming
Didn't
back
tell
and
her to
reporting us.
clean her sister's bed. Nothing. Elizabeth slept out
Or
on the
tell
couch.
her, hey, you're only 17.
Her mom ain't exactly creme de la creme.
Okay. So I know that there's a lot going on, so but I kind of want to just kind of stick to what I'm here for, and that's the injury, the mental injury part, if you would. But I've already talked to the kids. I kind of got the gist of everything that's going on.
And that's the
with
thing. My
that,
kids won't lie to you about it.
So I think I need to go back out there and talk to Mom again.
How do you feel about the abuse over here now? The mental abuse. Do you feel like my children are mentally abused?
Do I feel? No, I don't feel like. I feel like there is a lot going on. But what, to be honest, I am concerned about. I'm going to say I'm a little bit concerned that the kids have been around a lot and have heard a lot. You know, especially him with his sister back and forth. I mean, that's his sister. I know he loves her.
It's
You know
kind
what
of
I'm
hard
saying?
to avoid, though.
I know. I know.
And
We're
that's
not
the
putting them in this
problem.
position.
I
His
know.
mother is.
No.
Are you guys open to like any services, like counseling or therapy? It's just something that maybe we could offer the kids.
I'm actually trying to go.
She won't go.
I'm actually.
Not her, his mother.
Yeah.
She won't go.
Yeah, and I've even tried to with my ex-husband. He wants to do counseling with just him and our daughter. And my daughter said, no, not unless the whole family can be involved.
And
you know, and it's the same thing here.
So like, I don't know how we could do like a family thing, because I don't think I've ever tried that before, but I think it would be beneficial to have you guys at least sit down and, you know, maybe not mom and dad together, because I don't know how that relationship is.
With me and counseling.
I know that you're open to like whatever it takes, but my thing is that I don't want something to transpire out of you and mom being in this, you know, mom having this way that she feels about you, and then you having a way, you know what I'm saying?
What she's saying is like we could go to a counselor, but like you couldn't be in the same room with her.
Be in the same
and
room.
Yeah, that's
to
what
be
I'm
honest,
saying.
I don't want to be in the same room with her either.
So I don't know if that's something. Again, this is just something I've never tried to do a family thing before, but like what we have done before is offer the kids like him, your other kids, counseling just to talk about whatever they want to talk about. But you guys seem to have a very open relationship with each other as well. So.
Oh yeah,
just
and
asked
we have an open
Very
floor
good question.
policy in our house. I don't care which one of my kids you are. If you're me and him, you have a problem with somebody in the house, somebody's made you angry, somebody's hurt your feelings, we get it out and we talk about it. We have a hard time getting him to do any of that. But again, mental abuse. His mom told him a long time ago that he doesn't have to listen to me. I'm not his
There
mom.
you go.
Yeah.
Confirmation.
You know,
Already
and I told him, I
brought
said,
that up
I'm
earlier.
sorry. Me and your dad worked together to put a roof over your head,
Right.
bills, food, clothes, all that kind of stuff. Until your mom starts putting something in my house, she cannot tell me how to run my house. Just as I can't tell her how to run hers.
He has a really good question.
Go ahead, baby.
I wanted to see if you can investigate Elizabeth while you're over there and compare her stories to ours.
Oh, I've already spoken with her.
Oh.
Because we have diary entries and stuff of a lot of stuff that, you know, she's saying now never happened.
That none of it ever happened, including his injury. You can't deny a permanent injury that I've got documented from the hospital.
She
It's
said
undeniable.
She said everything that's happened over the years over there has never
Journal.
happened.
Where's her journal? You need to read her journal. Because whatever she told you today, you need to read the journal. Read the journal. Go grab it. It's in the laundry room. And the only reason I went into Elizabeth's, the only reason I read it is because this one brought it to me. I'm not like that. I don't want to be a part of anybody's journal.
Elizabeth's stuff is still here?
Oh yeah,
her whole bedroom.
She didn't take nothing with her. We have Christmas presents, we have birthday presents, we have all kinds of stuff in there for her.
I left everything at my mom's house over there. I didn't bring any with it.
And again, what I got sidetracked earlier from, the only reason they're separated is when he decided to walk out that door and said to his mom, I'm not coming back, told the police, I'm not coming back. His mom already put it in plan to try and take both of them away. And when it backfired and blew up in her face, he walked out the door. She didn't see that coming.
Careful, please.
He came with me because he made the decision on his own. He was over the abuse. I didn't put him through that. Again, it's on videos that are due to come out, and they will.
And I'm not going to say we don't yell at our kids when they're being disobedient and not wanting to do chores properly, or we find them watching things on on the phone that they should not be watching. Inappropriate things.
But
I mean, it is his age. We get that, but still.
Right. Maybe not the school computer.
No, I've got all that blocked now. I've had to go in there.
But the point, I mean, we don't just go off like you talk about mental abuse. Ario, can you confirm what I'm saying here? He came back and told us that Mom called everybody over here the B word.
Yeah.
I said,
me and Elizabeth both heard it.
I think you told me that.
My question to him was, well, if that was said to me, I would have said, well, is that what that makes me too? Because I'm a part of that family.
Look at it.
She found it.
Yeah. There's not a bunch of entries, but they are in there.
She
and
said,
they date back to 2017 and then up to last year. Let her read it.
Hold this for a second.
The only reason you guys are separated is because your mom separated the two.
I was gonna say about the crying thing.
Hey!
Seen Elizabeth.
The dogs, I hear you.
I've not told you can't see her or talk to her.
Hey, come on.
Come on, Mama.
Pit bulls, Chihuahuas, Great Danes, it don't matter. A dog's a dog. Good girls,
Except
I
for
hear
that
you.
one made
Good
a pit bull
dogs.
cower
Yeah,
down to her.
that one thinks she's a bull mastiff.
She made a pit bull cower down to her.
Yeah,
Mommy
that was
wants you
pretty
to
funny.
hold it.
Okay, what are you little
Come
crazy
on,
thing?
my stomach's all upset.
Mm-hmm.
I swear to you, I knew something was gonna happen because we tried.
Because I went to the school to pick her up. It's retaliatory conduct all day. It's been going on for 11
Go
years.
play. I'll be in there in a minute.
Absolutely.
Please feel free.
Those are already out on the videos anyway.
Knock my Dr. Pepper over, please. Thank
I
you.
found it, but I took it.
Oh, Piper, ew, yucky, it's a penny.
Hey, see a penny, pick it up all day long.
Yeah, but was it on heads or tails?
It's money. You're a penny richer.
That's how she looks.
Penny saved is a penny earned.
It was on heads.
Well, good, then it was lucky.
So good luck.
It was not on tails.
Yes, don't pick them up if they're on tails. But if you did, I won't tell.
I have people at work, if they pick up a penny that's on tails, they give it to us cashiers, and that way if somebody's short a penny or something, then we can use that penny or nickel or whatever it is. But if it's a penny, it's supposed to be good luck.
But nothing's ever happened here.
Look,
Nothing's true.
Did you read the thing about where she tried herself to sleep every night over there?
I took pictures of it. There's a lot of. Are you talking about in that journal right now?
Yeah.
I read enough of it.
The
I was
gator's
just
gonna
gonna say,
get
if you
you.
read that, she told us that
The
she
gator's
tried
gonna
herself
get
to
you.
sleep every night
Dun,
over
dun,
here and not
dun,
over
No, not the gator.
Dun, dun, dun.
Ow. Ow. Ew, it's yucky. All right, here, let me see. It's a lucky stick. Look, it's got a hole right through the middle of it. That doesn't happen with sticks.
If that's what they want to do and they feel comfortable with doing that, that's fine.
How old are you? 14.
Yes.
So she's been
I'm gonna
in her
get
life
you.
for what?
I was
The
about
gator's
4 when I
gonna
was
get
there.
you.
Yeah, Elizabeth was like
The
2,
gator's gonna
2 and a
get
half,
you.
One going on 2.
something like that.
Oh, baby, I'm sorry.
The gator's gonna get you.
What gator?
That's a gator.
I like gators. Ow! I wish it would have deflated my tummy. That would have been awesome.
But yeah, she's acting much older than a 12-year-old.
Piper, why don't you go play Mario Kart
I've
with Hannah?
had to get on to her because I was raised don't
Daddy,
show
the
so
gator's
much
gonna get
skin.
you. Dun, dun, dun,
You know,
dun,
leave a
dun,
little
dun,
bit.
dun,
Ow.
So tight.
Ow, that one actually did hurt.
Ow.
Ow. Oh, you'd be so mean to me.
dun, dun,
Dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun.
Pick up the lucky stick.
I can pick up the lucky stick.
You can pick up the lucky stick.
She came to me.
It is though, but look, how many times do you see a stick with a hole in it?
Not very much.
Has this been going on? I mean, this back and forth
It
thing.
looks like
'Cause there's
a
a lot
deer.
to it, and but has this been going on the entire 10 years that you guys have been together?
11. It's almost 12 now.
Yeah.
I left.
I've been a part of it for 10.
Which is majority of it.
When I met them, I fell in love with them, and in my heart, they're my kids too.
Right, absolutely.
Even people who know
What,
me, when
baby?
I introduce them, I don't say these are my two-step kids, and you know,
Unless
these
it's
are
like a
my
hospital
kids.
or a school or
Well, the
something.
hospital or school is different.
Yes.
But yeah, they're
Make
my
sure look for cars both ways. If there's a car coming, don't get it.
What'd she throw?
She's checking the mail.
You go.
Okay. Good. Hey, good dogs. I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, I know it's summertime. Come on, Pip. As
Are
far
any of the children part of any American Indian or Alaska American ancestry?
not to my knowledge.
You would know. You'd be getting checks for them.
Yeah, no, we don't.
Yeah, no.
Piper.
All right. Are there any firearms in the home?
Yes.
She owns them.
ATF.
Yep.
Locked in a box.
ATF already approved them.
Okay. They are mine. I had to prove they were mine. I purchased them myself. I went and got my concealed to carry.
Cool. I just you already know how. Make sure that it's concealed, locked in a box. Make sure the kids can't get them.
They're locked in a
They're
cabinet.
locked in a cabinet.
As long as they're locked. Okay.
Yep.
Sleep safety 0 to 2. Everybody has their own bed, or sharing a bed, or has a couch.
Own
has a
bed.
floor,
Own bed.
something. Okay.
Get off the
Is there any
Jeep.
pool? Is there a pool here?
No.
All right. Well, just remember when you guys
Wait.
go swimming or go to a public pool or whatever, just make sure that you're always keeping an eye on the kids.
I'll always.
I'm sure that he knows how to swim and she knows how to swim, but maybe not. I don't know.
I don't know how to
Oh, we got Miss Daredevil as we speak. Yes, we have to watch carefully.
I had my son. I went to a pool one time, and I was watching him. It wasn't like I wasn't watching him. I was watching him, and I had these really nice shoes that I just bought on. They were new, and I was sitting next to my brother on one of those laid-out benches. And I wasn't planning on like actually going to the pool. I just went to go visit my brother, and then it's like, oh, it's cool. My daughter couldn't help but want to go. Well, anyways, they're playing. My son's walking around the pool. He's probably about 4 at this age, and my daughter's 6. And she just pushes him in. And I'm like, what the hell? So without thinking about it, I just get up, jump in the pool, ruin my phone, ruin my brand new shoes.
Be careful.
Yeah, Piper, come on, get down.
Horrible.
Get out. Yeah, mommy, will you?
As long as you don't knock it
Yeah,
down.
no, I was pretty upset.
I bet.
I was pissed. I was like, dude, I just spent $150 on these shoes, and they're,
I can tell by your Adidas that you're a shoe person.
oh, yeah, super shoe person. All right, I guess I should have asked this in the beginning, but is anybody deaf, hard of hearing, or need communication assistance?
No.
Only when they want to be.
I get my kids. Yeah, my kids are deaf, hard of hearing. They need communication assistance.
I'm a little of a big stick.
Little bit of a big sip.
Dad, if you would just sign here saying that we went over the gun safety. You'll get a copy of this too, so you could read it.
Yeah, ATF
Ariel,
confiscated my guns.
here,
for
give it to
almost
Christy
a
if you don't
year
want to hold it.
and a
Have her hold it.
Why?
Because she called.
Can I play
Because
on your phone?
he has a
Yeah,
I have
background.
it.
Right.
But I'm not stupid.
Right,
You
you're
know?
allowed to as long as the laws that go along
Exactly.
with that.
And they were asking me if I was afraid
Say
of
that
him, and
8,
I'm like,
yes.
do you realize I have a whole kitchen full of utensils? He could smother me with a pillow at night.
Right. Not
I
even
mean,
the good.
If I was
Alright.
afraid of him, I wouldn't be here, and neither would my children.
I do want to say, if there is going to be any type of counseling sessions, I'm not comfortable with going into them unless
No,
they
no,
can be
these are-
publicly recorded.
Okay, these are optional. This is just something that I'm offering you for the kids. Again, I could look into the family one. I really don't. Again, I've never done that before, but I could look into it and see what we could do as far as trying to get the family counseling.
It
It may have to be something through court because that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay. Well, we work with different departments that just do referrals for counseling and things like that. And they're income-based programs too, so it's not going to be like an arm and a leg for it. It'll be based off of income. So I don't know what
You were talking about money. He's already talking to
Is it okay if I date this for you?
Yeah, go right ahead. He's already talking to, what is it, disability, I think it is.
For prescription assistance.
Well, no. For Elizabeth.
Oh, the
Because
benefits?
He's been here October 2nd will be a
Oh, you're talking
year.
about for like the TANF food stamps, Medicaid
no,
and stuff like that?
She has been collecting
His child
support
benefits.
on him for a year now.
She's collecting his benefits now, and he hadn't been there.
Yeah, you don't realize
It's a misappropriation of funds. It keeps going. It's disturbing.
Getting food stamps and stuff?
I know
I don't
she
know.
was at one point.
Does he have Medicaid?
No,
No.
Have you guys tried to apply for it?
they won't give it to us. We make too much money combined.
Well, I just reapplied, so I may have to have some type of documentation, like we did for the school, that he's living here.
Oh, dropped the card.
They have, they give you, I think it's up to 45 days or whatever to review your case.
Oh, yeah.
So that's what I'm waiting on, because I added
Do you
him.
have like an online, you're talking about benefits though, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
food stamps,
Yeah.
Medicaid.
So do you have the online, like the access account online?
Yeah.
So you know how to access that. So whenever your letters come in, before they actually come into the mail, you can see it on the
Yes.
system. And you have
Yes,
to receive
I've been checking.
When did you put it in?
I think it's been almost 2 weeks now. I was getting them before. I was getting them before, and we.
Why
found
would
out
you
we
do
were
that to
pregnant,
her? You just
and then
crushed her
I had a
dreams.
miscarriage.
She was playing with that stick, and you
Now,
just obliterated
he's
it.
been here for almost a year. My
Big
daughter.
well, then
we're
I get
going
it.
through
Piper,
this
you
court
can't hit him
battle,
with the
too.
stick.
She doesn't want to be at her dad. She's afraid of her dad.
Piper,
And you
come
wanna
here.
Talk about more mental abuse.
What's going on over there too?
The only difference is where he is having a very hard time standing up for himself against his mom. My daughter is not having a problem standing up to her
He didn't. He had to defend himself against the boy who kept attacking him because his mom wouldn't do nothing. She wouldn't do anything to stop it from happening. So I taught him some self-defense, and I taught him how to fight back. He fought back, and it ended. It has not happened since, and it won't happen again.
So now she's been here since June 2nd. And she refuses to go back. So my attorney's involved, the whole 9 yards.
You're talking about your daughter?
Huh?
You're talking about your daughter?
Yeah,
My
Anna,
own.
that's
Yeah.
here now.
Okay.
It's the same thing. We're going through. He just, her dad doesn't have the connections over there like his mom does here. And I know it sounds like we're getting off topic,
Well,
but it's all connected.
I just mentioned it because of the mental abuse.
Ah,
and
there's a car coming. Stop.
It's all about him. Like, she wrote him a letter because she was
literally
afraid
froze
to.
and didn't move her leg.
She was literally afraid to vocally speak it.
Right.
So I told her, I said, if you need to, write him a letter. But in my eyes, you have to give it to him. I don't want you to regret later on that you weren't the one to give it to him. And I'm very good with my kids. I will not be in front of you. I will not be behind you. I will be right beside you, and I will help you fight for what you're fighting for.
Absolutely.
And
Piper, come on,
his
away
biggest
from the
issue
road, please.
Is control.
Right.
She's been outed by some of her friends. Her aunt and her grandma.
I don't want to do that anymore, Piper.
Over this, and
I've
she
been
has
there
surprised
before, I
me
don't
at
like
15, going on 16, because she's gotten a lot of backlash, and she has come up. Oh, you could see some of the text messages that she has come up with on her own.
You would kill me?
It just melts my heart that my big girl's growing up, and
It's so sad, right?
it is because he lost one daughter already. He's got a 22-year-old daughter, Anna's half sister. She doesn't want to have anything to do with him. She's written a letter.
I
like,
can't.
for
I have to
example,
talk to this officer.
we're very open with our kids, but
I can't.
if I don't feel you're ready for something,
Fine, let's go.
I will tell you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I will just tell you I don't feel like you're ready, and when you are, then we'll talk about it. Like her dad's ex and his daughter both wrote a letter that my attorneys have. She knows there's letters, but I won't let her read them. I said, when this is all done and over with, if you want to read them 100 times, I don't care. But your dad has put you in the middle enough, and that's the way it's always been. He's first. He's the one that matters. He uses her against me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's all it's a lot of the same, but like he said, the ties are different. He doesn't have connections with law enforcement.
Right. So
and the money to back him up.
Right.
So like right now, it's I'm gonna lose my job. You have made me out to be a monster, and you know all
So
this
now
kind
it's
of
just
stuff.
kind of retaliation.
Yeah, and he's never once asked her, well, why do you feel this way? Why is this making you feel this way? And I told her, she's like, well, I'm afraid to tell him this, or I'm afraid to tell him that. I'm like, if that's what you feel, tell him. People can get over hurt feelings. What they can't get over is if you lie to them. You know, so that's why she's here now. And but like with the COVID case, the 2 days after the stay-at-home order went in, she was already back at her dad's.
Shoot me in the brain.
And as much as I don't like him,
Easy with the stick.
it was still better and safer for her to be in one place than going back and forth. So for 40 days, she wasn't with me. Bonnie lied to the court and said she had been going back and forth the whole time.
Yeah.
And that's how she ended up getting $50 extra a month. And if he doesn't have it, I pay for it.
Right.
You know, and I keep trying to, like, I told him, this is not what I have children for, is to use them as revenge and evil pawns in my chess game to, you know, get back at people.
Yeah.
I said, the kids used to tell me they loved me in front of their mom, and then all of a sudden that stopped. You know? And I was like, why? Is she jealous because my relationship with your dad has lasted longer than the two of theirs did? You know? Is she upset that maybe she doesn't take care of her kids like I do?
Right.
You know, you can ask them if they've been sick. Their mom does not take care of them like I do. I will clean up vomit on the floor. I will lay next to them. I will make sure that they have whatever they need, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
And now with Elizabeth, like I said, she used to call me mom. And then all of a sudden that quit. And then she had a conversation with my oldest daughter, and she's hated me now. She's always hated me. You know, I mean, it's just...
And that's what I was getting at earlier, is about the, like, counseling or therapy for the kids because of all of this back and forth. And, you know, Elizabeth, you know, and then for everything that his son Ario has went through, you know, with all the stuff that was going on at mom's house, and also for Elizabeth, because everything that's going on at mom's house, whether it's him saying this or she saying that or this and that and that and that, like that's a lot for a child, you know, to endure and to take in, especially when it's like, is mom right or is dad right, you know? And it's like, I don't know who to pick, because like I love them both, but like you got mom saying stuff about dad, you got dad saying stuff about mom, regardless if that's true or not, you know what I'm saying, for her or him or your children, even with her going through what, you know, the things going on with her and her dad and you and everything that's going on, that's just something that I like to offer.
Hold on just 1 minute, baby.
That's just something that I like to offer every family, is any kind of counseling or therapy for the kids. But again, that's voluntary. That's if you want it. We could make a referral to it, and then it's totally up to you guys whether you want to change that or decide to go to it or not.
Well, I would love, I was telling him, I would love, especially Ario, to be in counseling. Because until Elizabeth starts coming back and forth again, obviously we can't force her, we can't, you know, do anything. I told him he has a hard time getting out what he feels.
Right.
And he can tell you a lot of times I will have conversations with him and I will hit stuff on the head on how he's feeling, because I went through a bad childhood. I didn't have anybody that I could go to or understood, you know, that had been in my shoes. And I was telling him I understand it. If I didn't, I wouldn't be.
But maybe he's just not comfortable because you're...
Well, he's not even with his dad.
Well, that's
He
what I'm saying,
won't
because
even...
he's so close to you guys that maybe he's just like, I want to talk to somebody that's like not my parent. Like, what teenager wants to talk to their
Well, that's the thing. He doesn't want to talk to anybody about it.
just kind
It's
of hold it
almost
in.
like...
Him coming out like he did today to you was
That's
very
impressive.
Oh,
That is
yay.
impressive.
I'm glad.
Because I've told him, if you can't speak about it, write it down on paper.
Oh, absolutely.
Me and Dad don't have to look at it,
Keep
you
a
know?
journal, yeah.
I told him it's not going to make you feel better in one day. It may be 6 months before you start feeling better.
have to keep
but you
writing about
have to get it out of you to start dealing with it.
I think that with therapy or counseling or whatever it is, they will give him different ways to, even if they don't want to talk to them. Like, he don't want to talk to them. Like, I'm sure that they'll come up with some brilliant way to make him feel somewhat comfortable to, you know, whether that's writing or rapping or whatever the case may be. I watch some of your videos too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. But yeah, so.
Well, because we've
music, not anymore.
mental abuse, like Elizabeth going and telling other family members that we are keeping him hogtied here against his will. You can obviously see. I mean, he can tell you. No. Well, it's just like we like to lock her in her bedroom and only let her out for ice cream, but her damn door only locks from the inside.
Is it okay if I just do a walk through the house real fast?
Grant you, it is a mess with boxes because we are having landlord issues.
I just want to check for food, water, and electricity.
Oh, please feel free.
Lights are on, you can see that.
Yeah. Follow you, Mom?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, makes sense why she was jumping.
Oh.
Oh, you scared me.
Milk. Well, we have a Brita.
Oh, let's just take pictures.
So we constantly
You got a
have.
what? Oh, the water.
Uh-huh.
How about a kitty?
What, like, is that, like, purifies it? Or?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep, because to be honest, I would not drink Lakeland water because they have found there's cancer-causing agents in Lakeland water.
Oh, she's so scratchy.
No, we use Brita.
That's what I was telling her.
Yeah, Brita. It filters out mercury, lead,
Her name is Paneris.
several other metals and poisons that are in
I
a
didn't
lot
want to name her Night
of city waters. That
Yeah, I had somebody just come over the other day. I just bought a house, and they came over the other day and
our dog
was
needs
testing the
some-
water. And I was like, "What the heck for? What is
go
this?"
for
And
a
then they
little
kind of went over everything. They came in and took like 6 vials of water for my house, and
Yeah, they have found cancer-causing agents in Lakeland water.
open up the
I
fridge.
think it's
Oh, I
Polk
did.
County.
She took a picture of it.
I think it's
Yeah,
Polk
we have
County that
that.
they found it in.
Oh, well, see, I kind of organized the tables here a little bit today to.
You can see we got all 3 of the kids have their laptops for school, all their school. And then we have all this behind you.
Yeah. All right, cool.
Look, she had to tell.
Hey guys, the dogs need fresh water, please. This is our bedroom because we made sure that the kids had their own.
Okay. Okay. Make and do. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
And where are the kids' rooms at?
Anna's is right here around the corner.
It's your room? Yeah. Cool. Oh, those are cute papers. Nice. Okay.
Yeah, like I said, we're in the process of packing.
Where's the little one sleep?
Right through here.
Well, if not, it's a little messy.
Yes, it is.
It's a little
This
messy.
is Elizabeth's bed.
Nice. Oh, this is where Elizabeth was staying?
Mhm.
Where's your bed?
Right there.
Nice. You sleep with all those animals?
Yep.
Oh, cool.
This
What is
one,
it?
that one's name is Gale or Sunset. Sunset made that little home up there.
Oh, I see it. Those are cool fish. You named them? Which one's that? What's that one's name?
Sunset.
And Gale?
Gale.
Oh, Gale.
From Finding Nemo.
Yeah, I was like, I know that name sounds really cool. I
Hi,
like
baby.
it.
And then over here.
I see it.
And
Okay,
you have
I'm gonna
real
walk out your
plants.
room now, okay? You got a beautiful room. She's like, yeah, I know.
It's messy. And then right through this way.
Yeah, we packed. As you can tell, we're prepared to move.
Where are you guys moving?
Here's a Mouser.
Oh, what? Oh, it's another cat. Is this the same cat?
No, that's her brother. That's Nightcrawler.
Oh, that's the one she was telling me the story about.
And then this is Ario's room.
You're giving me everything. I gotta leave some stuff for you.
It's a paintbrush.
I know, so you can brush your pretty hair. Whose room is this?
Ario's.
Nice.
He's got fish
Listen,
himself.
Ario looks like a
Artist.
an artist and very like in particular about his room.
Well, his room, same thing.
If we can get him
Packed
to
up
be
already.
particular about other things besides just his room, we'd be on a ball.
All the stuff out here, just don't bring it to my room.
Right.
Is this the door that's well, the other
front
side
door.
open, so we can go.
Yeah.
Wanna hold him?
No, Piper.
Piper.
Stop, please.
Where are you guys moving?
We don't know yet. We're looking for a house.
Oh, good luck. Holy mackerel.
What?
I want to just take a picture of these just so I can
I'm
show my
playing
husband.
This one here is
And take a
Nelly.
picture of me,
The
too.
one inside there is Mr. P. And then we
I
got Tupac.
love the setup. Can I take a
Tupac
picture
and Vanilla
of it?
Ice.
See, look, I'm playing without
Go
my
home and tell my
antenna.
husband buy me
And
one.
also take a picture of me
Make it
also.
I made that.
Yep.
That's a tank that I made
Can
to
you
be
also
this
take a
way.
picture of me?
See, look,
Ah,
I'm playing without my antenna.
They're common to Florida. Both of those
Wait, take a
turtles are.
picture of me.
They're native here.
The
Look, I'm
females
playing
are
without my
reddier, and then the
Look, I'm playing without my antenna.
Nice.
and then the bigger one in there is yellow belly.
Oh, wow.
Right here, because
And like I said, this is
That's Tupac.
this one's Tupac. This is Vanilla Ice.
You're welcome, Mom.
That is so.
And then we've got Sucka, and there's Sucka.
Big sucker.
Oh, yeah.
And Luda Fish is in there somewhere. And we got an albino sucker fish too. They're
That is-
interested in
Is
it.
this fresh water?
Yep.
Nice. Where'd you get the fish from?
Walmart.
I'm not a big fan.
When they
of
were
how
like little?
Yeah.
They were
Oscars
only like
start
maybe
out
about that big.
They were
Yeah.
that big.
How long have you had them?
3 years.
3 years now. Yeah.
In 3.
You might beat me.
That's 100-gallon.
One
tank,
of them,
so they're-
this one here, this one's one, right? He dislocated
All
his
because I got
jaw,
shot in the end.
and
I
this
saved
one
his life.
saved his
The
life.
only reason that
And
fish is alive is because I spent 3 weeks reworking his jaw back into place.
How'd you do that while he was in there?
Pick him up, hold him, and get him used to me holding him, and then pull him up to the top of the water and work his jaw back into place for 3 weeks.
Nice.
When fish get lockjaw, they die. They can't eat.
How did you know his jaw was
he was open.
Oh, it
If they
stayed
just
like that?
stuck back.
He couldn't close his
He
mouth.
couldn't do
my
it. And
God.
when they swim, they lose oxygen. They can't take in
I was gonna say,
food,
can they drown?
Keep it
Yep.
They can, right? We're just like intaking
Because
all
they
of them.
can't control their
Their gills.
gills without their mouth being closed.
That sounds really dumb. Can they drown? There's water.
We have a
You're welcome,
secret.
Mama.
Come
We
on,
have a
Mamacita.
secret fish that goes on the wall.
Oh yeah. Who are you talking about? Sucka? Is that the one? No. Okay. What are you talking about?
Are you interested, Nightcrawler?
They're the sucker fishes. That go on the wall and clean.
Yeah.
Wanna go try to find them?
I wish I could, but I gotta go cook dinner for my kids.
Oh yeah, see, we're such bad mentally abusing our kids. We
This is Nightcrawler.
they know just about as much as our animals and
This
what
is-
they have to go through bathing,
what?
putting flea medication on, everything.
When the kids were doing music,
I'm going over there, Dad. Hold on a second.
That's Nightcrawler.
Nice.
And
this
I
was
wanted
their
to leave a
music
night
room where they
here.
would bring their instruments and practice.
Oh,
Because
okay.
it was the only, if you come in and listen, Christy, shut the door.
And if
And
you
you
look,
here, just other than listening to the crickets outside, if they're not there, it's extremely quiet in here. And you'll notice when I'm talking, your voice is very isolated to where it travels. It doesn't bounce off the walls and come back to you. It stays kind of centrally
With all of
located.
these.
Well, and as you can see, we are a very liberal family. We listen
And if you
to
look-
all
The
kinds
Beatles,
of
Tupac.
I was
music.
listening
and
to
if you
Pop
look
Juggle
through
over
the
here.
little green spot here.
But we're not.
Go Bucks, right?
If you look through the little
No.
green
Oh, I'm
No.
over your
I
head.
was having your Cowgirls.
No,
fan.
No,
I'm
I
old
am a
school.
Bears.
Oh,
I'm an
I was gonna
Illinois.
say Saints next.
No, I'm an Illinois fan.
Where is she?
I'm originally from Illinois. So
Oh, okay. So I gotta stick with
Blackhawks
them.
and Bears.
All right, you guys. Well, do you have any questions for me? And I forgot to tell you guys earlier, I'm not going to be keeping the case. The case is going to be transferred to Lakeland. I work at a bar, so you guys are outside of my jurisdiction. I came in because
That's where the call came from.
well, I went to the location of the oldest child. Well, not the oldest, but of Elizabeth first, which was, you guys know, she went there. So over there, and then came over here once I obtained the address. So because this is not my jurisdiction, I have to get the case transferred over to Lakeland tomorrow. So I don't know who you guys are going to get.
Well, if you want to
But they
make in your
shouldn't have to
notes
come
too,
back out.
Well, if you want to make in your notes too, every time she has done some type of allegation, and you guys have all come out here, nobody's ever found a problem.
Right. I looked through all the priors and seen how they were closed out and stuff. So.
Yeah.
But they never find them with her either. So somebody's not doing their job along the lines, because how can a child receive permanent injury and it just walks away scot-free?
And I wish I could do something about that now, but because it's so long ago, and if it was already investigated,
Piper, please be careful.
then we can't open up a previous investigation. You know what I'm saying?
That's why
So,
I'm
like,
fighting in the federal courts.
And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that happened. And
well, I'm sorry that you got such an earful, but we needed to be able to paint a picture for you.
Absolutely is what I get paid for.
And I'm sorry I drove up here like a bat out of hell, but
it's okay.
That woman makes me very angry with the things that she does.
What I have to do in my spare time.
Piper, please get down.
Just the federal motions.
That is Daddy's.
This is not even including.
Please put it back up there. And please get down before you get
motions
hurt.
from the local courts.
Right.
I mean, this is a whole basket of just what I'm doing in the federal case. I've got boxes from the local courts that I've filed in the last 11 years. I can't get a hearing.
Piper.
I can't get a hearing. Nobody will do anything. Something's going to happen to Elizabeth.
Come on, continue.
I'm going to transfer the case over to Lakeland. I just wanted you guys aware of that. But if anything does happen, you guys give me a call if anything changes or anything like that. And I will find out who is going to be on the case, because it's going to be transferred tomorrow. And then I will then relay, if they don't call you, then you can call me and be like, hey, we haven't heard from the investigator. What's going on?
How long should we give them?
So what we do before we transfer a case is we staff them, and then they're going to have somebody assigned tomorrow. And then I'll be like, hey, can you please, I'll just tell her myself, hey, can you please make contact with the family, just to let them know that the case has been transferred over to you guys. So that way you guys know, or kind of up to speed with everything that's going on. If for whatever reason you can't, if she doesn't call or he doesn't call, whoever the investigator is, just give me a call. I'll reach out to them, email them, and be like, hey, family said you still haven't reached out. You need to reach out to them. So I usually, I'm really bad at answering phone calls, but really good at, if you send me a text message, I always leave my text messages unread. So that way when I go back to them, I could answer them as they come. I don't know why, but we're super, super slammed with cases. A lot of them crazy ones, and then a lot of them not. Just ones that should have never been screened in. So.
Well, hopefully you don't go home with a headache after listening to
Oh
us.
no, I'm going to go smoke me a cigarette.
We're going to kill Elizabeth.
I know.
I'm going to kill Elizabeth.
I know.
Here, I don't know what to do with this. You guys have any questions for me? Okay, if you think of anything later on, just shoot me a text.
Are your allegations substantiated?
I don't understand. Like how I'm going to close my case?
No. In other words, did you find the allegations to be true?
No. But that's not my call to make, because again, I'm not going to be the primary on the case.
That's okay. We've already got
but
one.
Again, she said that I don't know if they're going to actually come out here and make contact, because I've already did. They're probably just going to do the back end. What I have to do is what's called a present danger assessment, or a PDA. Just basically, it's a short summary of saying that the children. Sorry,
it's okay.
Saying that the children are safe in the home. Once that PDA is done, it's going to be the way that I'm going to write it. It's just going to be that there's no physical injuries to the children. The house isn't hazardous. There's no findings. I spoke to the children. This is what the children said. This is kind of what Dad said. This is what Christy said. Use all of that in my PDA. And then once that's done, the other investigator will get it and be like, oh, she'll read my PDA and be like, okay, all of this was done. Okay, so the kids are safe. And then she kind of works the back end of it to get the case ready for closure. Okay?
Well, and like I said, please, not the way I drove up here.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
We had a CPS lady come out here, and we were reporting her also. At first, she said she was out here for us, and then it came out later on.
She slipped up on reporting she was out here for Mom. She came out here on behalf of my ex-wife to investigate. And they're not supposed to say who they're investigating on behalf of, so she revealed to me who made the call inadvertently, but then you openly admit to me on testimony that you You are investigating on behalf of my ex-wife. Whoa. Whoa. It's there's something else going on out here, and I'm not crazy.
And like I said, Imperial Polk County.
Google it when you get home. Google Imperial Polk County, and you'll see that I'm not the only one that's brought forth this kind of stuff. I'm just the only one to come out and exercise my right to free speech and voice it publicly. And I'm going to continue to do so because what happened to him, I'm scared to death is going to happen to my little girl. And if she gets raped, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my goddamn mind because he may never be able to bless me with kids. And if that one there gets deflowered by the scumbag that her mom has her around, I'm gonna get arrested. I'm gonna get arrested. And I've already been there before. I ain't scared to go back.
The reason he's saying that is because there was a situation. Elizabeth did come back here and say that mom told her because she said she was hot one day that it was okay for her to run around in a t-shirt and a pair of underwear. Didn't matter who was in the house. I'm like, Elizabeth, I don't even run around in a t-shirt and a pair of underwear.
I say it because Amira has tried to have sex with her.
No, I know that,
Her brother
but
has tried to have sex with her. Her grandfather's a child molester.
I just wanted you to know, like, it doesn't our thinking on where things are going. Everything that's happening is leading up to that, and it scares me to death that she's going to be pregnant on or before 16.
I see. Yeah,
it scares me to death.
And I'm going to document, like, I know that I wasn't taking notes, but I have a very, very good memory. So I will document everything. What I want to trigger more on is focusing a little bit more on Elizabeth at this point. And I'm going to tell the other investigator that just because there's a lot of
discrepancies,
sexual stuff going on, and that's something that we usually contact CPT for, so our child protective team, which they conduct forensic interviews with the child. Those are recorded.
Well, don't be surprised if she lies to them, because
but you have to understand, like, if we do this forensic interview and that she does lie in the forensic interview, our hands are, like, there's nothing that we can't, because we have a child that's telling us that nothing's going to. You know what I'm saying, though?
We have a video that her admitting it.
Yeah. But you understand where it's coming from. Our side is like, if she's saying no, nothing's happened, da 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 da, and then you get, mom saying nothing's happened, and then we get neighbors and like, we don't know what the hell you're talking about, and we're trying to pull all of this information, but we're literally getting the victim that's saying nothing's happening. Then, like, what are we counseling for? What are we getting services for? And who's to be charged with? Nothing being said. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of hard for that.
But let's look at statistics here too, and I hate to break it down to mathematics, but I have 3 of my 4 children here in this home, 2 of which are teenagers that don't want to go back to their parents. That one has lost custodial rights to her second-born child, gave up custodial rights to Madison Noel Tucker, who's living with her mother. Not Bonnie, living with Bonnie's mom, Carol. Her second-born son, Bo Reese Tucker, doesn't even live in Florida. He comes down and visits from time to time, but she lost custodial rights of him to her firstborn husband. The only child she has in that home is Elizabeth. And when you look at fact versus fiction, apples to apples and oranges to oranges, somebody's not telling the truth here, and there's 2 sides to every tale. One has more truth. Everybody says there's 2 sides and then there's the truth. Yes, somebody has to be telling you the truth, and we keep getting that. If she lies over there. Well, if you watched my YouTube videos, you saw that video with us driving to drop them off, and her coming clean with that confession of what her half-brother did to her. That was a voluntary, you can't script that. He recorded it.
This is one of the reasons why we do this, and we ask them. If they tell us, no, let's not record this, we're not going to make them do that. And they have to be forthcoming and all that. It's not something we're going to force them. But one of the main reasons we do the videos that we do is because of this situation right here.
Right.
Florida Statute 934.03, just to be clear, it's an oral wire communication statute. I unfortunately have a few of these that rattle around in my head, but that's why I get my children involved. Because when a child under the age of 18 has reason to believe that a crime is committed, it is completely lawful under that Florida statute for them to pick up a camera and start recording. In any scenario, it doesn't matter if they're at school, if they're, courthouse obviously they can't, but he's holding the camera. I can't drive down the road and hold the camera at the same time. I
Right.
said, Ario, are you okay with this? Because Elizabeth wants to, she wants to put this on camera. So he's back there, recording the whole time, and I'm just rattling off questions. But again, I've been accused in the past of making up these videos, or that I'm coaching like the splinter in my daughter's foot that I pull out. I was accused of coaching in that video. I coached her to get that splinter in her foot.
That DCF worker, I'm sorry, I want to smack her.
So it's like when you got here, I have nothing but resistance towards FDCS, or whatever the heck the acronym, Florida Department of Children and Family Services.
Oh, you did the whole FD, what is that?
Florida Department, FDCFS.
Yeah, we have dealt, and not everybody, we're not saying everybody. Because
Can we step outside?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just...
Feeling
It's
uncomfortable?
hot.
You're hot?
It's hot. And I'm
Hotter out there.
I'm winning. Exactly.
Yes.
Come here.
What? Here, show me. Come on.
The computer's on her side this time, not mine.
They've stepped outside of the home. Man, this recording's 1 hour and 16 minutes. She's by far one of the best CPI investigators that we've dealt with yet, but unfortunately the case is going to get transferred from Bartow to Lakeland, and then absolutely nothing will happen. I'm going to go ahead. It's 19th hour, 43 minutes, 2% left on my battery. I'm stopping the recording now because I don't genuinely have a bad feeling about this particular investigator. This is MC Intimidator signing off. Alright, it's a little after 6 o'clock. Unit number 759 of the Bartow Police Department is here. I am here with my divorce custody paperwork in order to pick up my daughter, and I am going to record it by law, considering they are officers of such. I have the right to record this. I'm just waiting for them to exit the vehicle so I can show them the custody order in countless attempts to pick up my daughter. What do you need a napkin for? Oh, you got runny nose. I'm sorry. I don't think there's any boogie. Ew.
Like, when you breathe and go, and then when you breathe and go. Oh, the cat flappy. I believe it.
Not too bad. How's it going? I'm just going to say it to y'all like I've already said to my camera. I'm recording this, and with y'all being officers of the law, I have the right to do so. Here is my parenting plan. The time sharing schedule is just beyond that on page, I believe, 4. That'll show that I have the legal authorization to be here to pick up my daughter. And as you can tell, it doesn't look like anybody's here, so I'm just here to grab a Sierra number to document and show that I'm out here doing my job. And I don't know if anybody's home or not. I mean, somebody may or may not be home. There's been somebody home here in the past. Nope. No, because the last time I knocked on the door, we almost got into a physical fight because the gentleman inside made a few threats.
I know what he wants every time I meet him. Okay. Awesome.
I still would like for one of y'all to go up and knock on the door, make sure they're home or not. Because then I know for a fact if she's here or not. And if not, y'all are here, I'll go knock.
Are you here to pick her up?
Yep. Hey, Andrea, do me a favor. Keep the camera going.
Hi, Daddy.
Just keep it aimed that direction.
Hi, Daddy. Stop. Hi, Daddy.
Sit down. She's alright. We're not moving anywhere as long as she's fucking.
I think she's been here. I recognize her.
Who?
That's a lady, police officer.
Yeah, she was here the last time.
Wait, that's a girl? I thought it was a
Jeez,
boy.
Mario.
I thought it was a boy.
Can't see because of the tree.
I was like,
That little tree.
it's a girl.
Sit down.
No, Daddy says it's okay. Stop.
Just leave her alone, Oreo.
Yep, please, Ari, I'm recording. Please stop. Recording the tree and the bushes blowing.
Watch out, Oreo.
So they're not even here.
Good day, sir.
Are they even here?
Nobody there, I don't think.
That probably means Elizabeth.
How do I stop it?
Just hit the clear. How's it going?
Good.
Just trying to get right into the time sharing section for you.
Okay.
And then you obviously need to go back to the first page, etc. That's the time sharing info.
Don't forget to check your prisoner.
Other than the fan running, this thing is so quiet.
1419 is around the area of racetrack.
Is this a new one? Because I've been out here before with you.
That's the same one.
Same one? Okay.
Yeah, there's nothing else withstanding other than that.
Okay.
No domestic
Have you
violence
knocked
injunctions,
on-
nothing.
have you
I've
knocked-
already went up and knocked, and that he's
You just
not
want-
giving me any info.
Okay, you want just a Sierra number then?
At this point, he won't tell me if she's here or not. But
Oh.
assuming the vehicle's not, I can pretty much figure she's not.
Okay, I'll write down Sierra number.
What is that? It moves, whatever it is. Over the window.
Why do you think we're pro se? You know, can't afford it. $75,000 this woman's stolen of my money. I can't afford it. Don't be afraid to stick a camera in the cop's face. They're public servants of the law. They have no right to deny that camera being in their face. Florida's a two-party state. He gave his consent on the other recording, so we're good there. And not only that, we're on public roadway.
Here you go.
All right, and then if you don't mind, I just want to hear what he's got to say to you.
Oh, that's fine. Are you gonna stay right here then?
Yeah, I've been out here the whole time, other than when I went and knocked up on the door to try and pick up my daughter. That's the other thing. That video is going to show him walk all the way over here. Just a rah, rah, rah to me.
So he doesn't want to speak to me then? Okay.
Oh, he's refusing to speak to you.
Yeah, he said he didn't want to speak to me. Okay.
That's beautiful. It's horrible, but beautiful.
Do you guys have any questions?
No, sir.
for me?
Not at all.
Okay.
Thank you for coming out.
No problem.
I'm sorry you had to waste your time.
No worries. I'm sorry it took a while. We had
busy.
other calls.
I
okay?
get it. It's Friday night.
But like I told you in the past, if your daughter was here and she
did answer and she didn't want to come with you.
You can't make them.
Exactly.
I know, it's a civil matter.
It's just documentation that we need that we're out here every Friday.
Just so you know, there's a motion for contempt that's been outstanding for 7 months, and I've amended it in an emergency style back in last month. It's been over 30 days and the judge has not ruled. She's gone beyond civil rules of procedure at this point.
Okay.
So I'm doing everything I can, and until the courts do their job by law, I have to continue to call you guys out here to get these numbers.
That's perfectly fine. It does have my name, which is Officer Roque. My ID number is 11.
Oh, I thought it was a G. I thought it was Rogue. I'm sorry.
No, it's Roque.
That's cool.
Okay.
I was like Rogue Officer. That's pretty. But Roque, gotcha.
Yes, sir. So you guys have a great one.
You
okay?
You too, thank you.
Have a safe and happy 4th. Being recorded. All right, good. So go ahead, say your piece. She's got a problem with me, or Elizabeth does.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, allegedly, because I yelled at her. She said that I called him a bitch and a piece of shit, called them ingrate kids. She can say whatever she wants to. Why'd she drop the charges? Because she's lying. Because she changed it on the report and said, now I've only said it to Elizabeth. And I only locked Elizabeth in the bedroom for ice cream. That's all I ever let her out for. You keep telling yourself that. The evidence doesn't lie.
It's just amazing.
The evidence doesn't lie.
It's amazing to me how we can lock people in their bedrooms
You'll
and the door
see.
locks from
When it
the
comes
inside.
to federal court, I've already listed all my evidence. It's already filed with the courthouse. Bonnie wants to contest it. She's welcome to, but it's amazing. I don't have a court hearing. Yet I filed an emergency motion for civil contempt, and I amended it as required per civil rule of procedure.
I know you're doing all that stuff, but it ain't gonna work.
We'll see. Okay. Your daughter's a liar.
You are too.
About what?
Anything.
About what? What proof do you have?
You're everything.
I'm so glad this is being recorded. What proof do you have? I've got police reports. I've got videos. I've got physical hospital reports.
Hey, I've been knowing you a lot of years.
I get it. It's right by
You have not known me in 11 years, sir. I've not talked to you up until recently.
I said a lot of.
And I'm saying you've not seen or known of me in 11 years. I'm not with your daughter anymore. She switched to crack cocaine.
You're probably doing worse than that.
I ain't been on the drugs in 11 years. I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't drink alcohol. I've passed every drug test I've been on. What about your daughter? She already failed hers. We got documentation of her failing her drug test. Come on, keep digging a bigger hole.
Hey, you don't have the proof then.
You think I don't?
Your problem is that you're a damn liar.
Okay. Hillsborough County Department of Children and Family Services, 2010, your daughter failed a drug test. It's on record. I've never failed one, and I've taken over 70 while I was on probation, and I came here and passed it in Polk County. You got some proof that I failed them, or is it just your pride getting in the way right now?
My pride. You better be. I will say it.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Don't mess up.
Okay.
Just don't mess up.
Yeah, we'll see. You think I'm afraid of you? I'm a what? I'm a chicken shit? Is that what you just said? I'm a chicken shit?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What are you going to threaten me now?
I don't have to threaten you. I did that 20 years ago.
And what'd you do? Not a fuck thing. Your daughter tried to kill herself. Your daughter tried to kill herself. Your daughter's alive because of me. You gonna deny her slitting her wrist that night at the hospital? Huh?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I didn't tie tourniquets around her wrist.
You did.
Yeah, okay. That's why she got Baker acted. But I did it. She got in trouble, but I did it. Yeah. This dude's nuts.
That's okay. Just like Elizabeth said, she caught her popping his pills in the car.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a chicken shit. Then jump, motherfucker. I'm right here right now. If I'm a chicken shit, jump.
Hey.
Jump.
Hey.
No, fuck you. Come close to me, bitch.
Hey, you know what? We're trying to show a good example
I'll
for
beat
these
your
kids.
old motherfucking ass.
Hey, we are trying to show a good example
Talk your
for these
shit.
kids.
You called
And
me
your
a
son
chicken
is in
shit,
the
now
back
back
seat.
it up.
Hey, your son is in the back seat. Show him a
Fucking
good
coward.
example.
You're a goddamn coward.
Show him a good example.
You're shaking like this when I told you I was kick your
Yeah,
ass.
okay.
And
You think you did. Bitch, you didn't fucking lay a hand on me, you fucking coward.
Hey.
Shut your fucking mouth. You ain't shit.
Peter Murray.
Take your
Look at
first
me.
shot.
Look
Don't
at me.
run your mouth. Do something about it.
Look at me.
You called me a chicken shit. Uh-huh. We got you on record, dumbass.
Look at me.
Okay.
Your son is in the back seat.
Okay, this is what you're doing. This is what you need to do. Any questions?
Your son is in the back seat.
Ooh, look, he's
Both
sticking
of
his
you.
tongue at me. How old is this fucking guy?
Listen. Your grandson is in the back seat. Your son is in the back seat. You both are not giving him a good example of what a man should be.
Don't start no shit, won't be no shit.
Just close the door. We're waiting
feeling
for the
froggy
police
leap,
to get
homie.
here.
You wish you could. You wish you could.
Well, how come it, when I do it, you're just like this, begging me not to hurt you.
Your daughter was inside trying to kill herself, and she slit her fucking wrists in front of you. You are fucking psycho. The fucking hospital has it on record at Brandon Regional, you fucking moron. She
Okay.
slit her wrist
Do
right
me
in
a
front of
favor.
you, and she called me.
Shut the door.
Oh wait, aren't you the one who molested one of your daughters?
Okay, shut the
Which
door.
one was it you decided you were gonna fuck?
Shut the door.
Are you gonna tell me your daughter's lying about that? You didn't molest no child.
Don't do it, Pete.
No, take a shot. All I needed him to do is swing. Then do it!
Anna, put this on him.
Keep the camera on him. Take a shot. Take a shot, chump. That's what I thought. Better fucking walk away. Old man out here fucking talking shit. He's a goddamn child molester.
And
He
he's
fucking
walking
molested
away.
one of his kids.
And he's walking away, so let him walk away. That's exactly what he was trying to do. That's
Yeah,
what
he's
this,
trying to instigate.
That's what this family does.
That's all
We
he's
already
got.
know
Run
this.
your fucking mouth, bitch. I'll beat your
Hey.
ass.
Hey, come on. I know you're being protective.
I saved his goddamn daughter's life. The only reason she's alive because of me.
I understand, but look at me, please. Your son is in the back seat.
And he's out here starting shit. It's all on camera too. And all the neighbors are watching.
And I get it.
Fucking sorry ass old man. Come out here starting shit with me.
I get it.
Got all that shit on camera.
I really do get it. I really, really do. Okay? Your son's face right now.
I know. And it's him.
I understand that, but be the bigger person.
I'm trying to. Did you see him almost come into my
Yes.
personal space twice?
Yes, I did. And it's on camera that you did that. And I witnessed it myself.
Motherfucker called me a chicken shit, talking shit, trying to instigate a fucking fight. Ario, I'm sorry that you just had to witness that. I'm sorry that your grandpa is a lying-ass coward like your mother. He didn't say nothing about you being kicked in the nuts 10 times, did he? Defending his fucking daughter about it. You heard it. You see it.
We got this. Don't let them get the best of you.
Oh, he ain't got shit of me.
Hey, they are when they get you angry. And then you want to go, I can feel your heart right now.
Because I'm ready to fucking hurt him.
I know that. Look at me.
All he had to do was leap. I wish he would have leaped. He'd have got his ass beat on camera. Will it? Or will Elizabeth get raped before it's too late? They've already threatened to rape her.
Don't let him do this to you. Don't let him do this to you. Okay?
Notice the cops are taking their sweet ass time tonight
I
too.
already told you they were going to. I already told you they were going to. But you know what? Tonight is supposed to be a good night.
And oh, it will be.
This is just a hiccup. You know, listen, he's trying to rally you up.
Oh, he's got me riled up. I wish he'd fucking come leap.
But he wants you to do something stupid so you can
I know. That's all he's got. That's all they got anymore is try to put me in jail. The evidence is gonna fucking bury them all.
Alright, but don't give it to him. You know what I'm saying?
What am I supposed to do with the camera?
You can stop it, Anna.
Pete knocking on the door to see if we can get Elizabeth again. This is July 2nd at about 6:20 in the evening. Oh, somebody actually opened the door. I told you she wouldn't be.
Sorry.
Alright, beginning the recording in attempts to pick up my daughter. I have the right to do so. They are public officers of the law. Gentlemen, how's it going?
How are you?
It's my divorce decree. There are no domestic violence injunctions, no other order in place that says I cannot pick up my daughter. That is current. It's been out or been withstanding since 2012.
Okay.
1012 with 19.
I have a motion for civil contempt enforcement already filed with Polk County Courts. It's been that way since October, and they're not setting a hearing, so all I can do is continue to try and pick up my daughter.
Okay, I think they don't live here anymore, did she?
Hmm?
She still live here anymore?
To my knowledge, she does. That's her grandfather right there, or her father.
Okay.
My daughter's grandfather and my ex-wife's father.
Is your daughter in here?
I have no clue.
What's your daughter's name? This is like child custody you guys are going through right now, or what's the deal with it?
We're divorced long since 2012. That's the custody order.
Okay, I'm gonna get wet. Okay. Child custody is a civil issue between you and the mom.
Mm-hmm.
I can ask you if she's willing to give the child. If not, then
I know. I'm doing this for documentation purposes. I collect y'all's Sierra number every time I come out here. I've got 20 so far. We'll see how many it takes before the courts finally order my daughter back to me.
All right. What's mom's name?
Bonnie Bernard. That's Jim Bernard sitting in the.
Elizabeth's daughter.
Yep. Trying to pull a fast one on me, talking about, does she live here anymore? They just asked me if she lives here anymore. That's her fucking dad right there. You know? Yeah, I'm gonna get back in the car. If it wasn't raining, I'd stand out here and record this whole freaking thing. Keep this bad boy going. claiming up and down that me yelling at Elizabeth like I did when she was failing in school. I don't need to go through the whole process again. You already know every aspect of life that she was failing in. Look at her grade point average on the year, 1.92. Getting away with what she's allowed to get away with. They want to accuse that of being abuse. Elizabeth being slammed to the floor and Ario and his injuries and since 2011, you know, none of that means anything. I'm genuinely upset with my daughter. All right, so what's the story?
She's not home. The baby's not home, so I just gotta get you a serial number. You have your driver's license? Can I have your license?
What do you need my license for? Am I being pulled over or arrested or something?
I made contact with you, so I need to get your information. Every time you call the police, I made contact with the police. I have to have your information. Let me have your license, please. Thank you.
They gotta go run it real quick, make sure I don't have any warrants. Unless I'm in some kind of traffic stop, contact is not enough of a reason for them to take my identification. I'll look up the Florida statutes on that later to determine whether or not they're lying.
What's your phone number, sir? Hold on. Hey. Hi, Mr. Jack, any questions for us?
Yeah, what's the story?
She's saying daughter's not here.
Okay, but they are living here now. That's good. That's the confirmation I needed. Yeah, no, they're not kidnapping my daughter at all. And I'm well within my right to put this on file because I came here to pick up my daughter and come to the door, and this is what you see. God bless. That's a notice to pay rent, folks. Notice to pay rent or deliver possession of property. I have no idea where my daughter is now in Polk County. My ex-wife will not answer me since October, and I've got all the proper motions filed in court. Nah, I'm the bad guy here. You all got it seriously twisted as to who's really the bad guy here. And if you've gone through 11 years of corruption and tyranny like I have, and you ain't pissed off, you ain't no parent. We have another unit that's been out here before. I forgot to go ahead and start recording, but with him being a public officer of the law, I have the right to do so. And he doesn't seem like a bad cop. I have no judgments against him. I'm not a judge, therefore, and I'm not God, so I'm unable to do so. He's been courteous so far when he's been out here, but I mean, he's here. I'm here within my time frame. This is the last 2 weeks. This is their new thing. They're making sure not to be here when I am here on my mandatory court-ordered time to see my child. And I've got an emergency motion for civil contempt enforcement like the last video stated. I've followed the rules of procedure, and I've been waiting on a hearing for 7 months. We had Judge Kelly Butts, who we're waiting on to be recused at the moment because she did not follow federal rules of procedure and ordered us to a case for mediation, ordered us to family mediation when there's a history of domestic violence from Bernard, the house I'm at, attacking myself, Mr. Adkins, and being arrested for it. So I'm just, again, making note, the officer's here. It is presently 6:09 p.m., so they were very quick with their response time today. I'm happy about that, but my daughter's not here, you know. I can't, this should have been an emergency court hearing. This should have been heard a long time ago, and it's not. Yes, sir. I'm just waiting for him to walk back out and confirm she's not here, and then I'm going to go ahead and stop this recording because it's not redundant, but considering the last 2 weeks they haven't been here for legal time sharing. I'm doing my part to document. They're here to give me a Sierra number, so everybody's following protocol at this point except for the courts. No answer? All right, cool. Let me go ahead and stop the recording. Y'all hear it. Officer himself just confirmed they're not even here. We are in a place of public. Let me point out we're at the racetrack gas station right now. And I am well within my right to record as I am this very moment because this little girl right here is going through some severe emotional stuff she should not have to go through. No one in their right mind should have to feel the way that little girl is feeling right now. She's deathly afraid to approach her father and tell him that she's scared of him. So I'm making sure that this goes smoothly because she's not returning. Go ahead. It's okay. Hey, Anna, you're not doing anything wrong. You should not be feeling the way you got on that piece of paper right there. Not one bit. No child should be afraid of their father. No. I know. It's not right. I'm refusing to put you on camera right now, Anna, because you've been through enough. Christy, you need to intervene. Your child's afraid of you. She is scared of you.
Stop.
Get in the car. You're good. Hey, I'm proud of you. I'm very proud of you, Anna. We good? We done? We're done. Cool. So here I am again on attempt, God knows how many. I've not been keeping track since October of trying to pick up my daughter. And we're outside where my daughter is supposed to be. And there are no cars in the driveways. Ariel, please, come on. Not right now. Don't pot. Well, what were you thinking? Put the seat up. You're going to smush your feet. Please. Okay, thank you. There's nobody here. And I've contacted the local authorities, and they're making me wait like they always do. And I already know there's going to be a difference of experience between them and me going far beyond the local courts and local statutes to federal understanding and counts, as well as rules of administration and rules of procedure that have been broken. And I notified them I was on my way, that I would be late, and they're supposed to wait 15 minutes. Well, this is becoming a recurring thing. They are literally taking my daughter wherever they want, however they want. And corrupt Polk County is doing absolutely nothing. And this is exactly why we're coming after y'all federally. But know this, anything happens to my little girl, I am prosecuting with extreme prejudice, especially with the rape threats. How's it going?
What's going on?
I am here to pick up my daughter for legal time sharing. I'm recording because I've been documenting it every time that I do this. And she's refusing to let me pick up my daughter for legal time sharing. She has no court order, no domestic violence injunction, and my son has received permanent injury in that woman's care. We're in the middle of filing a federal case against Lakeland Police Department and every entity involved, and that woman right there is probably going to spend the rest of her life in prison for permanent injuries on children. In the meantime, my daughter's inside. She's holding her against me based off of false allegations. I allegedly yelled at her. That ain't child abuse.
You got documentation with you?
I do not. They told me that I wouldn't need it because I have 156 overnights a year. She has 209. Every weekend belongs to me except for the third and fifth weekend of every month.
Okay, but you have none of your documentation with you?
I do not.
What I'd highly suggest from now on is that documentation is like your...
I always bring it. This is
like
just the
your
one
best
time
friend,
I didn't.
I'm going to see if she has documentation of it, okay?
Sure.
That's basically what I would need.
I do. Well, but Bartow Police actually already has a copy of it because I've given it to them.
Oh, I don't have it, so...
I don't know why they didn't put it in the computer because they told me they would.
I don't know either. So.
Yeah, I apologize for their mistake, but that's on them.
Okay, yes, sir.
Let me find out he molests one of my kids. That guy's a child molester. He's a chomo. Molested his own daughter.
Hey, that is not what we are here for.
Huh? He molests children. I have, and they're not listening, ma'am. It's my right to free speech. It's free speech.
Stop.
Free speech.
Please, stop. That's not what we're here for. We're here for documentation.
I just want it on file. I want it on record. Now it's on record. Haven't seen my daughter since October. You'll have to forgive me for being a little emotional.
I understand that, but we're not here because of him right now. We're here because we are trying to...
You're right.
Our daughter. That's it. Remember I told you, we're looking for any reason to try to arrest you.
Mhm.
She even called for backup.
Oh yeah, cool. They got backup. Hi, backup. What unit number we got? 718 and 738. I think that's 718. Let me zoom in. Yep, that's 718, definitely. You're right. I agree. Sir? Pretty good. How about you, sir? I recognize you.
Doing a little backup for my night shift.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I'm keeping my distance. I'm not trying to pick up my daughter for 7 months in a row, and she won't let her come. With no domestic violence injunction, no order. Many times. I have a federal complaint filed and a motion for civil contempt enforcement that the judges will not let me in court for. Many, every time. But I'm just documenting. That's it. That's just me coming here to say I'm trying to pick her up so that they can't come to court and say he's never tried.
To do that every time.
Mm-hmm. And I've gotten the Sierra number.
Every time.
Absolutely.
Every time. You're doing right. You're doing the right thing. I know, and I hate it for the kids because you got a dad that all these deadbeat dads out here that don't want nothing to do with their youngins, and you got one that's wanting their youngin.
Folks, I'd just like to say this officer's been out here before, and he's one of the few. You know, I've got my beliefs of corruption and how it works, but I actually trust this one. And that's very seldom I can say that about police officers.
Really? Well, I'm sorry. Well,
He got a left testicular torsion in her care. That's a permanent injury. He may not ever have children. 4 broken bones. She, all of it. DCF says that's not abuse. To slap children in the head. Lieutenant Dina Russell of the Polk County Sheriff's Office. We went and had a meeting at the Southwest Division. They said you're allowed to slap children in the head.
no wonder y'all had a dose of it.
Mm-hmm.
She'll give you a call number and everything. Just over here if she's not gonna. It's probably evident that she's probably not gonna.
Oh yeah, it is.
That's okay.
Yeah, and I never forget.
Even with paperwork, we law enforcement doesn't get in the middle of it because we're held liable.
She wasn't going to because I didn't have my paperwork.
Yeah, but when we're held liable for it, we can't get in the middle of it.
Of course.
She'll give you the call number like we do all the time and document that it took place, that y'all here, we're here and tried to get her.
Yep.
And just keep on keeping on.
Thank you, sir.
That's all you can do.
At this point.
What's done in the dark.
1319 Bartow Police Department. Y'all don't forget that one. Good cop. Very good cop.
Just to give them the call number, just to document.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. She don't have record. You don't have no record to prove.
I just forgot. I'm sorry.
No, I've never been here, but she says apparently
we've
y'all
dealt
are
with
here
this.
all the time.
We've dealt with this, and I've met them numerous times.
What I would highly suggest at this point in time is anytime you come here, just like he said, bring the paperwork. It's civil at the end of the day,
Yep.
unfortunately.
I know.
But we try to obey because it is a judge order.
Right.
Okay. We can't force.
I know.
Okay. She says she don't recall what the agreement is.
209 overnights a year to the mother, 156 to the father.
And I understand, but at the end of the day, I need the paperwork.
I know.
And if it's a judge's order, I mean, you can take
It
it
is.
to family court.
We did. I've got a motion for contempt enforcement. I'm waiting for the judge to set a hearing.
Just keep documentation. That's all you can do at the end of the day is documentate, because that's what's going to be on your side. What I'm going to do is I'm going to issue a serial number the same when you come out here. Do you have a personal lawyer? May I ask?
I'm pro se litigant because I'm disabled and I can't afford a lawyer.
Okay. Well, you know, I don't know how it is right now, but sometimes they grant lawyers or what is it?
Pro bono.
Yeah. So I mean, you can try.
I thank you. I have. I've reached out to
I'm just
Florida
trying to give you all
Rural.
the
I know,
information I know.
and I appreciate that.
So what I'm gonna do is, like I said, what he suggested, we're gonna go ahead and give you a number, saying documentation, saying we are here. Next time, I will bring the paperwork.
I agree.
Okay. All right. Just hang tight, and I'll get you a number. Okay.
This was just the one slip. Is it Ledford?
Yes,
Officer
I have
Ledford?
it all.
Okay. I always have it. We just bought this car and it's actually in the other vehicle that's broken. I just forgot to get it out of the console and put it in here. Exactly. Exactly. I'm going to go ahead and stop this recording because it seems that we got decent officers out here today. But, I mean, this is what, my 10th take of this since I've come to pick up my daughter, folks. How many views? How many of you know what's going on? It's going to stop, I promise. Here in another efforts to pick up my daughter, and we already know what the outcome will likely be.
You don't have to hide. Where are you hiding from? I really don't want to be seen.
I know. I hear you.
I feel like they'd come out to the car.
Try and steal you?
Yes.
No.
Well, there's
Dude,
a cop right here.
Exactly. You genuinely don't want to go. You don't want to go.
They go laughing.
Yep, she said she doesn't want to go.
Okay.
Because it's child custody, it's a civil issue, we can't make her.
I know.
So,
I know.
got the Sierra number for us on the back, as well as my name and my badge number, and all of our department information. So if you have any questions, feel free to give us a call, okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
No problem, you have a good one.
You too. She's one of the officers that's involved. Bartow Police Department refusing to come here. So let me introduce myself. Trying to pick up my daughter per my legal time sharing. Somebody walked over there. Watch him not even answer. I'm just following Bartow Police Department. Yeah, she shut the door. Figures. Well, folks, you see it yourself. Bartow Police Department is refusing to get involved in civil matters whatsoever. And the courts here in Polk County thus far are doing absolutely nothing. They recommended I go ahead and come out here because they won't get involved. And we're stuck in this endless cycle of corruption. It is what it is. Another refusal. It's a Piper, look, I'm right here, baby. Hey, it's okay. Look, I'm right here.
You want your window rolled down.
I know you do. Look, Piper. Unfortunately, bad people do things like this, baby. Okay?
No.
We're trying to pick up Elizabeth. As soon as it's over, it's over. I'm right here, baby. I'm right here. What? Don't know what? What is it?
She wants to get unbuckled.
Huh?
She wants to be unbuckled.
No, because Piper, we're going to be leaving. Hold on, baby. Hold on. Not yet. I'm just sitting in here so that you feel a little bit more comfy.
On my window, roll down, and I want to be unbuckled. Please unbuckle me, Daddy. I need you to unbuckle me.
For a minute. You gotta stay in the car. Okay? Alright.
I'm gonna stay in here.
That's fine. As long as you...
Whoa.
You want to say something? So many attempts to come pick up my kid.
Where are the cops? Where's the cop?
He's up there talking, Piper.
What, you want to say something?
Obviously, I don't. I already said I didn't. There's one of the cops, I think. Down. I slipped. And once the sun will open, I'm going to be very...
Here, you can pull this back.
I know.
There you go.
It looks horrible looking. Yeah, like I'm actually grabbing this guy, right? Daddy, it looks cool because it looks like I'm actually grabbing this guy, right?
A little bit.
Where's the cop? I don't see it.
He's still up there on the porch talking, Piper.
Here, can I see if I can a little bit see him? Because my thing is a little blurry. Don't see the cop at all, Daddy, for some reason.
Awful long conversation.
They're probably fighting.
No. No, that's not what... Unless a police officer has to defend himself, Piper. That's not what they do.
What is this on my face? Daddy, what
Except
is
for
this?
when they shoot.
Daddy, what is this?
Looks like you ate something.
It got on my face?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it smells like the, it smells like the, chocolate thing we ate before we left. The chocolate ice cream.
The ice cream?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smell my finger, it smells like
Ew. Ew.
it. Just smell it.
Her, smell my finger. No. Here, put some of this on it. Then it won't bother you.
Of course. Hand sanitizer.
Uh-huh. Here you go.
I just hate how it burns boo-boos.
You don't have any right now, do you?
Kind of, yes.
On your fingers?
No, look, right here.
Where at?
It's stabbed up now.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't really hurt. Oh, I see a cop's foot, I think.
Okay, we'll get back in your car seat.
Aww. I see
Go. Well, you don't have to be in your car seat just as long as you're in the back seat. And then as soon as we go to leave, gotta buckle up.
It actually looks pretty cool up here, look.
All right, what do we got? I'm just recording for documentation
She
purposes.
still said no, and she's got to go to court for other legal stuff, but she still said no.
Okay.
So, hold on, I got your paper there.
Yeah, she filed a domestic violence injunction against me, dropped the charges, and my motion for civil contempt enforcement is still yet to be heard. I've been trying to set a court date on that since October of 2020.
She said no, unfortunately, and going through the process.
Yeah, that's all we can do. But I appreciate you coming out, sir.
Have a happy Easter, and hopefully
Happy Easter!
You as well, too. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, nice meeting you.
You go get back in your car seat, Boogie. You want to tell him Happy Easter? Here, go ahead. Tell him real quick.
Happy Easter.
Here, no, stick your head out.
I killed the enemy pirate.
Did you have any plans for Easter? Is the Easter Bunny visiting?
I
You don't know?
don't know. No. Because I haven't seen the Easter Bunny yet.
Well, you're not supposed to. He's a secret, remember?
You have a happy holiday. Happy Sunday.
All right, come on, Book. Go get in your car seat.
I have 3 days off of school.
Sun's killing me. You can. Doesn't matter. Would you like to say anything to me, Elizabeth? Piper. You need to talk to him, okay? Because he does. He misses you. He's lost without you.
Boyfriends yet or not? Especially this one, she asks about you all the time. Happy Valentine's Day, guys. Happy Valentine's Day. I like her boots.
Wonder what Angel picked out for me.
Angel? How's your grades come up? Yeah, no, not well, your dad's got your report card. You went to the school and got it. I really wish you would call and talk to him. She's right. I know, but I'm gonna tell you like what you're telling Mario and like what you're telling Elizabeth. Anna. You guys have got to stand up for yourselves, and all we can ask you to do is speak from your heart and tell the truth. That's all we can ask you to do. We're not going to tell you what to say. We're not going to, nothing like that. And you know that. And your brother misses you like crazy. I feel like y'all are all short now. It happens when you're 6 feet tall. I'm not 6 feet. While I'm recording this, would you like to say anything to your dad? Do you want me to put the camera on you, or do you want him to just hear your voice? Okay, go ahead.
I love you. I miss you, but I just need some time right now. Life's hard on me. And I'd love for things to go back to normal. It's just I need some time.
Okay.
You got heavy. Yeah.
How's it going, sir? Yeah, it's the same from last time. The only time I'm not allowed to pick them up is the 3rd and 5th weekends of every month, and I'm recording it again just for documentation purposes. Oh, and for the record, I'm out on the public roadway right now shooting my recording. Okay, I just need a incident number. Thank you, sir. Third refusal. Amazing though. Polk County will not have a civil contempt hearing when I've already filed a motion for emergency civil contempt, and Judge Catherine Cumby is refusing to follow Florida administrative rules and procedure, where it clearly says, after a motion for civil contempt enforcement has been filed and process served by the Polk County Sheriff, that a court hearing is to be set by the courts. And it is now January 2021. That was October 2nd, or excuse me, October 6th. It's amazing how that works. And I'm sorry to have you keep coming back out here. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do as a father, sir.
Okay, that's your number, okay?
Appreciate it.
Have a nice night.
You too.
Kid back in there's an injunction date that she is advising me there's an injunction date on the 25th for an injunction that's going to be serving against you.
Did she show you anything, any kind of proof, or is it just her word? Because that's hearsay.
It's her word, but I can't take the child back. But she is refusing to give the child back.
Okay, but she is refusing. I need an incident number or some type of report number that this was documented.
Yeah, just give me 1 second.
No problem.
You all right?
How's it going?
What's going on?
Well, just so you know, I'm recording this exchange because I'm making legal evidence of everything as I go. You being a public officer of the law, I have the right to do so. These are my divorce papers. You can see the names that are clearly on the front. I can give you a flashlight here to make it easier for you.
I can walk over the lights.
Okay.
I can see it. Vague.
Minor paperwork. This is the halfway point of the winter break. The second half of the winter break in even years belongs to me, and I'm here to pick up my daughter.
Hold on, I gotta walk to the front.
Sure. What was that, Piper? Y'all just settle down, please.
Acorn.
I'm not going anywhere, Piper, I promise.
So who determines who gets the beginning of the year and Christmas and stuff like that?
It says, like, if you look, it says that even there's a little tree where it's got mother and father, where it says New Year's Eve, New Year's Day belongs to the father on even years, odd years, so on and so forth.
Where's the even years at?
This year's me. I'm even year on 2020.
Where's that in here? Trying to look for that.
Yeah, I know it's up here. Even years, odd years.
Okay, I got it. When are you supposed to get her back?
I have her for 9 days. 18 days is this.
So what's the time frame?
6 p.m.
All right.
9 days from today. 6 p.m. is my pickup time. 6 p.m. is my drop-off time. Considering the kids are in virtual schooling.
Have you asked her yet?
I've already texted her and she's refusing to respond. I came out here last time on October 2nd to pick up my child and she refused to let me see her. I'm just documenting along the way.
Okay.
I've already filed a motion for civil contempt enforcement with Judge Cumby and she's refusing to set a court date. And by law, the courts are supposed to set a hearing once that motion has been filed and served by the sheriff, and she has not done so.
Okay. I was just reviewing to make sure I got everything straight.
Understood.
I will try to answer the door. She doesn't answer the door, and then my hands are tied. But I will try to talk to her and see if she'll.
I brought the paperwork so that it shows it's a legit contract. It's legal. I'm here as my father to pick up my daughter. There are no domestic violence injunction orders. Nothing preventing me from seeing her.
What does she go by, Bonnie or Mary?
Bonnie.
She goes, okay, she has her call Bonnie. Okay.
Yeah, well, I have not been with her for 10 years, so.
Let's go with Miss Bernard.
There you go.
Miss Bernard. All right. I'll see what I can do. Talk to you. officers. She's not giving the kid back. Or the daughter, my fault. So she informed me that there's currently an injunction in court.
There ain't even a hearing set for it. She filed a false injunction and she's holding my daughter illegally.
I am letting her, she's not releasing her because she apparently has a court date on the 25th.
So, as you know, we are going to have an open investigation on your ex-wife?
Yes.
It's your ex-wife? Okay. Ex-wife's house. I will let you know kind of what's going on. If I need to let you know, at this time I don't have any concerns. So we'll just move on with the investigation from that. I know you have an investigation on your house. So we're going to treat it, your investigator, and I'll be Bonnie's investigator. Okay? Do you have any questions?
You said you don't have any concerns, so...
No, I don't. Not at this time.
And how is that when my son has been kicked in his testicles 10 different times?
Okay, so unfortunately that was already investigated and that has been closed.
So when I contact the Office of Inspections General or the OIG office and report this, that won't be an issue?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
That has already been investigated.
So you're here investigating on behalf of my ex-wife?
Yes, I had to see your son.
I don't understand. Is this the call that I made because I did not request anonymity? I don't need to remain anonymous. Which investigation is this pertaining to?
Okay, so yes, I do still, because you did not, I'm still going to treat like it's an anonymous report.
But it's not.
Okay, so yes, this is for the investigation that you called in.
Okay.
Okay. We did.
But if this isn't for an investigation I called in, you just said that you're investigating on behalf of my ex-wife. Piper, did you just sneak out the door? She just snuck out the door.
Yes, because I'm yelling at you to not come out the door. Daddy is busy. You have to wait a few minutes. You gotta have a little bit of patience, babe girl.
We're gonna play. We still got our 20 minutes of playtime coming. Lunch is cooking. Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got lost. What were you saying?
You said that you're here investigating on behalf of my ex-wife or for my ex-wife?
Yeah, so we have an investigation on your ex-wife.
Uh-huh.
So I came over here to see the REO.
So you're investigating her?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha.
Correct, yes. So I'm investigating that household. I know you have an investigation on this household, so there's still 2 separate investigators, 2 separate PIs, all of that good stuff.
Yeah, and I'm not worried about what's being investigated here because we have a whole separate investigator for that.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
But you're saying that you have no concerns based off of what my son told you?
Between what your son and your daughter has told me, no, I don't have any concerns at this time.
Wow. So my son overhearing my ex-wife and my daughter telling him through manipulation and bribery that he's going to be 400 times worse if he comes back here. Or how about his 18-year-old sister, Madison Elizabeth, who is 11 years old, who is easily bribed. Any middle child is easily bribed versus someone who's a little bit older like my son, who is starting to come into his own and understand the difference between right and wrong clearly. And his older sister manipulates his 11-year-old daughter or sister into wanting to stay there so that they can barrel race horses against my custody order that is court ordered.
Okay, so if it's court ordered, I can't do anything about court order.
That's not what I'm asking.
Okay.
What I'm asking is you're saying that there's no concerns that an adult bribed a child.
She's an 18.
She's 18 years old. That makes her an adult.
But I was just told to me that she was over there for bribery, and I can't decipher if she was bribed or not bribed.
But he did he mention that?
He mentioned something about barrel racing, yes.
Okay. What exactly did he say about barrel racing? That's
Okay.
my son. I'm entitled to that information.
Unfortunately, our conversations are confidential. You can request the investigative summary.
That's okay. We've got it recorded.
Okay, that's
I'll just play that back.
Okay.
But I need you to elaborate how there's no concerns with bribery taking place between the 2 homes, there being a lack of food, and my son fearing for his life.
Okay, there was no lack of food when I got over to the house. I did see plenty of food in the house. And then you are taking the responsibility role at this time of not allowing your son over there, so that's not a safety concern for me.
Well, I'm taking what?
It sounds like that you're taking the the responsible parent role, that your son is to be staying at your house because he does not feel safe in his own mother's house.
That's exactly what he told the Bartow Police Department.
Okay, and that's fine.
And he revealed that information to you, I take it?
No.
Wow.
I mean, he's 13 years old. He'll get confused, so he doesn't have to. And that's why we'll continue an investigation, talking to the kids and everything like that. And if we do find things further down the road, then we find things further down the road.
Yeah, but the fact that my son was kicked in the testicles 10 times in Department of Children and Family Services did absolutely nothing as a federal crime.
Okay.
10 times, ma'am. That's aggravated assault. When a boy has a permanent injury, left testicular torsion, that is a serious injury, which he's being represented by Rubenstein Law already from the personal injury side of things. But Department of Children and Family Services, as well as the Polk County Sheriff's Office, says it's no big deal. It's all horseplay.
Okay, I mean, that I did not investigate that. I will have to look more into that. So I will have to see what that investigation looks like.
Well, my son reported to the abuse counselor yesterday about the whole manipulation and bribery aspect of things. So you all have that on file, and it's a recorded phone call. So how do I obtain a copy of that recorded phone call? Because I am entitled to that information with it being public record.
You would have to do that all through the DCF hotline. I'm not quite sure.
Okay, so here's a better question. I have to do it through the DCFS hotline. I will do that. You do have the information, though, that there were some bribery allegations by my son by an 18-year-old girl.
I do not. I was not told who the bribery was done by.
Well, but you do have the information that there were some allegations of bribery that my son had said, not from him, from the intake aspect of things. When I spoke to the bribery counselor, as well as my son speaking to the bribery counselor. The counselor spoke to him for a good 25-30 minutes yesterday on the telephone. I mean, under the RICO Act, everything that's happening, this is racketeering.
Okay, if you like, I will call my supervisor and we can have a conversation. Just give me one moment, okay?
I am pausing this recording. She is making a call to her supervisor. It is Friday, October 19th, and we are 7 minutes and 18 seconds into the recording.
Yeah, once it's recorded, so I'm recording it.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. A-R-R-I-O, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how do you pronounce your name?
Ario.
Ario? I'm pronouncing it right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. I don't know if it's supposed to be like world wars or something like that. Okay, that's a really cool name. I like it. I like when people have different names and like, the Michael and stuff like that. It's kind of boring. Okay, so how are you?
Good.
Good. You like Pokemon?
Yes.
Do you play it on your phone, Pokemon Go, or do you do the cards?
I have cards, but I don't play them.
You don't play them? Why
I
not?
just collect.
You just collect? I remember, you're 13, right? I remember when me and my brother were 13, and that's what we used to play. So it's really cool to see that Pokemon is still around. Okay, how's everything going?
Okay.
Okay. What's okay?
And our sister didn't want to come back.
Okay.
Because yelling because we were in trouble.
So your sister didn't want to come back here because you were in trouble here?
Yeah, she was refusing to clean her room for a few months.
Okay. Do you clean your room?
I do, but right now it's a little messy from Legos.
Oh, you play with Legos?
Yes.
Are you building anything right now?
Monster truck.
You building monster trucks? Okay.
No, I'm only building one because I only have 4 of the giant tires.
Okay, that's okay. Alright. So that's it? Nothing else going on at Mom's house? So your sister was in trouble here, so she wanted to stay over at Mom's house.
She also doesn't like, for a punishment, another reason is because I've had my room flipped upside down, then I had to clean it.
Okay.
And then, sometimes when our dad gets really angry, we get called names. That's another reason, but they also tried to get me to stay over there by saying it'd be like 100 times worse because Elizabeth didn't want to come over here.
Okay. How do you and your sister get along?
Yeah, we fight a lot, mainly because we are siblings,
Okay, that's fine.
but we do like to play with each other.
I just have to interject real quick. Mario, you made sure to tell her that you're recording because she's a public official and you're allowed to do that, right?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. You did press record, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay. Okay. You guys just fight like regular siblings?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, that's fine. I mean, I would say I would have never not fought with my siblings. Okay. Anything else? Are you scared of anybody at Mom's house?
Yes.
Okay, who are you scared of?
Her boyfriends have hit me in the head. And, one friend she has, their son has kicked me in my area around 10 times and I had to be put in the hospital. But that was after the first one, when I got put in. And they kept kicking me after.
Okay, but that's already been investigated, right? That's already been taken care of? Okay, so then we're just going to leave that all in the past, okay?
Okay.
Alright. I don't like to jump things in the past. I only want to focus on what's happening here, what's happening right now, okay? Sounds good?
Okay.
Cool, cool. So you've have her boyfriends hit you in the head and a little, like, is it a boyfriend's child or just a neighbor that's kicked you?
Not neither. We go to their house. They live in a different neighborhood.
So it's like a mom's friend?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Anything else?
Yes, my sister has found little white, little baggies that are about like this big in size.
Okay.
And they were filled with a white powder with a straw sticking out. One was in the truck, one was with one of her boyfriends.
Okay. Anything else?
Another reason I think my sister stayed over there is because she has been bribed with barrel racing.
With what?
Barrel racing with horses.
But you guys split between mom and dad's house, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you explain what your custody looks like? Like, are you a week here, a week there, or do you do weekends here?
In the summer it's a week there and week here, and then during school we're usually there for school, and then
Here on the weekends?
Here on the weekends, except for the 3rd and 5th. It's confusing.
The 3rd and 5th weeks? Or the
Weekends.
Oh, the 3rd and 5th weekends.
We'd be over at our mom's.
Oh, okay, yeah. If you understand it, that's all that matters, because I don't understand. What are you looking at?
Is the little reflection.
Oh, okay. Okay. Alright, anything else? There's nothing else, and there's nothing else. I'm gonna face this way because the sun has just moved into my eyes. Sorry. We can be like this. Kind of talk to each other this way. Sun's in our favor right now. Anything else?
Not really.
No? Okay.
Wait, actually.
Yeah.
My sister has came back with earring infections because she was not taken care of properly with earrings, and there was a band-aid that got left on too long that got infected, and she has stepped on a rusty nail that was not treated properly.
Anything else?
Yes, me and my sister have come back with thorns that have been infected.
Anything else?
Not really.
Perfect. Well, hey, what do you want to be when you grow up?
A NASCAR driver.
A NASCAR driver? Okay, awesome. Kate, can you get your dad for me? What's his name?
Peter.
Peter. Can you get Peter for me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much. I really appreciate talking to you, Ariel?
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep wanting to pronounce it something different. I'm sorry. But I really like your name. It's really cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, can you get your dad for me?
Okay, Bartow Police Department is officially here. It is 4:18 in the afternoon, Friday, October 2nd, 2020.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I am recording this for documentation purposes.
Understandable. So what's going on?
My ex-wife is refusing to let me pick up my daughter. My son is already in the vehicle. She's saying that my daughter allegedly wants to stay here, and she won't let her come out and tell me those words herself, but regardless, it's my legal time sharing per my court order that's been in effect for the last several years.
Okay. Do you have any kind of ID on you?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Babe, will you hold that, please, so that this is documented accordingly?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem. Apparently, I'm going to have to bring my divorce decree with me from now
Every
on.
time.
This has never happened before.
Okay.
This is the first time.
Okay.
Name's Mr. Peter? Peter Adkins? I just want to make sure I'm pronouncing that right. I don't like mispronouncing names.
Thanks.
I'm really bad at it.
I do it to people in public, mispronounce it, be like, no, it's this.
Yeah.
My mom always taught me out of respect, I'll call you by your name correct.
Alright, stand by for me.
Yes, ma'am. Hi, Boogie.
It's amazing to me how DCF comes and talks to them, and now all of a sudden,
Oh, and she wasn't home today either. Yeah, or she was home today.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep it going.
I had to move. I thought the car was coming this direction.
Oh, they went inside. Uh-huh. Just, I would like to point the fact the police officer has went inside now, so that nothing can be heard. Is that Bartow Police Department?
And again, it's fine if she doesn't want to come. You just need to hear it from her.
No, I'm not going to force her to do anything she allegedly doesn't want to do. I just
No,
need
but
to
you
hear the
need to hear
words
it
come out of
from
her
her
mouth.
mouth.
It's amazing. Not until all this stuff went down does this happen.
And for the record, just so this is on video too, Ario said he wants to come because he doesn't want to be around his mother.
Yeah, Ario, what was it you said today when you got in the car? Why was it you decided to come with us?
I don't want to be with her mom.
You don't want to what?
Be with her mom.
Okay. And now, did I coach you to say that?
No.
Is that something that anybody in this vehicle, Piper, Christy, or myself, forced you to say?
No.
You said that under your own free will?
Yeah.
Okay. When the officer comes back out, I'm going to hand you the phone just so you can record the interaction. I don't want the camera facing the ground. I would prefer the officer to be, you know.
I just wanted on record that he said that.
There will be quite a bit of editing to this video to chop out this space of nothingness.
Probably.
Potentially, I don't know. I may leave it totally uncut so that it's completely uncensored and raw, you know.
Yeah, you might want to do that too.
Or fast forward it, because I think the video software gives you the ability to fast forward through, I'm going to call this dead space even though it's not. It'll fast forward through a lot of time with nothing being said or done.
Oh, you know, all of Polk County knows everything too, and every part of Polk County will try to cover up what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to be honest about it. We're trying to protect the kids, and
Well,
this is what we get for
and
it.
one of the
Backlash.
people that we now know is not going to let that happen. Anybody involved on the local level will pay federally. Here you go.
It's not funny. It's not funny.
Yes, ma'am.
Here's your license back. I didn't mean to hang on to it so long. I was just waiting for my dispatch to come back with it.
Oh, run my record real quick. Make sure I don't have any warrants. I get it. That's
Oh,
cool.
we do it with everybody.
Yeah, I know.
It's just
And I'm a former convict. I'm not worried about it.
Oh, actually, I didn't know that part.
If they,
So that's good.
they
Most do, and he
I
gets
always
held
come
accountable every time.
I would say you came back clean for me, but in reference to this, I will tell you this is child custody. It's a civil issue. I can't make her come out and
It's
go with
actually
you.
criminal because she's breaking the
We've got
divorce decree.
DCF involved already.
Okay. But
And
with that, even with DCF, it's still civil. You have to go to civil court.
Right, but when you violate the court order, that makes it criminal because you're in contempt.
and our issue is
You're in contempt with the court, not.
I want to hear
not-
if my daughter
She's
walks
told me-
out.
she told me to my
Ma'am, I'm
face.
sorry, it's not you. I need to hear her say it. I'm
And
her
if it's-
father. If it's really that bad, it shouldn't be an issue for her to walk out the door and say she doesn't want to be out here.
because we
I
don't want to
don't
force her
trust-
to do anything she
Yep,
doesn't want
I just
to do.
don't trust this
Okay.
whole situation. I need to hear the words come from her mouth. If she tells me that she genuinely does not want her father to pick her up, I will hop in my car and happily leave. But I need to hear the words out of my daughter's mouth, especially considering the corruption and manipulation that my children have been forced to live through child abuse that Polk County has allowed and covered up.
And we
you
just-
don't know anything about that, but there's a 10-year history here with
And-
YouTube documentary all over the
And we
internet
just
right
got
now.
from him, if your sister doesn't want to come, why do you want to come?
He
Because
doesn't
I don't want
wanna
to be
anywhere
around my
near
mom.
me. And now she's allegedly saying she doesn't want to be anywhere.
Mr. Peter, hear me out. out. Your daughter told me herself, said straight to my face, she goes, I don't want to go with him. I don't feel comfortable with him. She asked me to tell you to not take it out on her brother. That is, I guess, with you.
Again, when she says that, I'll believe it.
Okay.
I need
but
to
she
hear
told
the
me to
words
her
from
face,
her.
and they asked you to leave at this point. Like I said, it's a civil issue. You have
That's fine. It's Friday. Courthouse is getting ready to close. We will be up there
I would say if you want
Monday
to go
morning.
to the courthouse, I would go right now before they close at 5 o'clock. That would be your best
because
bet.
this is ridiculous.
Hey, I'm Officer Annie. I just got here. But do you have a court order to get the child?
Yeah, for the last several years.
We need to document every time that she does this.
That's what we're doing.
No, document it with us as well.
That's
so
why I called.
I'll give you our call complaint number, and then I'll document it on the screen that you responded here, and she didn't give you the child. So after doing that numerous times under a judge's court order, the judge is obviously going to be like, well, okay, well, she's not going to listen to my orders and what I want to do, so they're going to change the disposition of the order.
Excuse
Does that
my,
make sense?
It complete sense, but excuse
That's all
the
we can do.
disrespectful look on my face, but my children have been beaten and the Polk County Sheriff's Office has covered it up, so I don't trust the Polk County courts.
Yeah, we've had a lot of
at all. It's 10 years
stuff that
of
just
corruption
isn't
against
right.
My children. My son has a permanent injury, left testicular torsion, from being attacked by people that this woman forces my children to be around. I don't trust that she didn't manipulate my daughter to say this today. If my daughter genuinely doesn't want me here, it should be easy for her to walk outside and say, Dad, I don't want to come. I'm gone.
Yeah. Did we tell her daughter at all?
She says that she told her. That's he said, she said. I don't trust that. It's not that I don't trust you.
No,
I don't
it's...
trust he said, she said.
I understand. But at this point, I mean, like she was saying, it's civil. It's not criminal. So.
Well, it is criminal because they're in contempt of court. But
Okay.
it's a civil matter.
We
that
just-
take up to prove it's criminal.
Okay, right now, but sitting here, we're just wasting time, so we need to go
Let's
do
go.
what we need to do.
We will.
Thank you.
Can we get some type of, you
I'd
said
like-
an incident
I'd like
report
to, but if
number
you
or
already heard,
something?
Are you leaving or you want the case number?
No, I definitely want a case number.
Yes, please.
If you're going to document it that way. Oh, and since he doesn't want to go back, Ario, I would like you to tell these officers what you told the camera. Were you forced to say what you are about to say? Did I coerce you, or did Christy or Piper coerce you or offer you anything to say what you're about to say? What was it you said about your mom's house? You don't want what?
You don't want to stay here? Okay.
So he's not coming back either. Y'all can document that now.
Well, I'll tell you, when you go to the courthouse today, tell them, say, hey, my son said this. He says he doesn't want to go back to mom's house. And just say, look, my daughter has told the officer that responded, she doesn't want to come back with me. And that's
Well, you'll
something
be
y'all
there
are gonna
with
have to
us,
kinda-
so that way it's not a
you're
he
there with
said,
us,
she
so it's not
said.
he said, she said.
There you go, mister.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, y'all drive safe.
Thank you
Will
guys
do.
very
Numbers
much
is
for
on
coming
right
out as
there.
quick as you did.
Is that, let me make sure I've got that correct. Is that 5202?
Yes.
Is that Sierra?
Yep,
Okay,
that's
Sierra
202. Yep, if you take that to the station, you can print out it as many times as you come here, and you can document that this is taking place.
It's the first time this has happened.
Okay. Well, if it happens again, do the same thing. That way it can be documented by law enforcement that this is taking place.
Absolutely.
Instead of just rolling out and leaving saying fine.
Oh no, that's
You know what
I called before I even left. I let her know that Bartow's coming.
Even though it's civil, still let us do that. That way, at least it helps you a little
agree.
bit. You know
I
what I mean?
agree.
I mean, that's all. Other than that, our hands are tied as far as
Thank you for
getting in the
being
middle.
courteous because you're the
Yes.
first officer in a while.
It's 4:06 now. I should have started recording, actually 4:04, because my clock in the vehicle's 2 minutes fast. No cars in the driveway at where my children are supposed to be home and safe. Young teens. My son, 13, left in charge of his sibling sister, 11. According to the Department of Children and Family Services website, should not be left home alone with one another. It's a recommendation, clear as day, on there, and here they are, left home alone, as suspected. Y'all have anything to add to that? Not just me saying it. What happened?
I don't know.
Are you-
left because when I got out of lunch, Ario was like, "Where's Grandpa?" I was like, "I don't know."
Speak a little louder.
And then Ario was like, "His car's not here." That's all I know. It's other
Here,
car.
Anna, I'm watching the road anyway, but will you hold the phone? He didn't say anything to you,
Nope. He never does.
and he just took off. Okay, well, like I said, well, it's now, what, 4:05 p.m., and you can hear clearly that the kids were left home alone. Weren't even notified as to where and who left. Nothing. You could stop it, please. Now, before anybody wants to freak out, yes, I am recording a cell phone on my cell phone, because the phone I tried to transfer this video from is a Samsung Galaxy S20, and because of the quality resolution the videos come through on this thing, which is 4K, my outdated technology via my PC and my Samsung Galaxy S7 cannot support the file type here. And, you know, that's understandable. It's new technology. That's the way life works. But I'm getting ready to play a video of a drop-off of my children, which, for the record, we're in public. And anytime you're in public, you don't have to have no consent to record. You've already consented by being out in public. That being said, you're getting ready to witness my ex-wife drive off with the kids just getting in the car, and I can't tell if their leg has gotten in completely yet, but she's driving off and they haven't even closed the door yet because she can't wait to get out of there. And y'all may wonder why I say what I say in this video. Well, when you witness this kind of stuff over and over again, knowing they're corrupt, you're lucky I didn't cuss or do something stupid.
Hi. I'm gonna get out. Okay.
Bye.
Nobody else is getting out. Do you see me getting out? Love you too.
The future's bright, guys, I promise. Payback's a mofo.
Hold on, I want to get the license plate.
Yeah, let's get the license plate.
Wait, no, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it right now.
Get it.
Now, I know y'all saw that. Say it again. Say it one more time. Yeah, exactly. Say it. Say it again. Your lips keep moving and all I hear is blah, blah, blah. Talking as much shit as I'm smelling. Come on, say it again. What are you gonna do to my house? Yeah, of course you didn't. You're a fucking bitch. You're a fucking bitch. I'm calling you a bitch on camera. Why don't you say it now, tough guy? Say it now, tough guy. Homeless ass bitch, ain't got shit better to do. I'm waiting for you, bruh. Come on by. Come on by. Okay, that's going. Long story short, I have a security system now up and running because this neighborhood's become a severe problem. We didn't choose to come here. We had a scumlord landlord who forced us to live in black mold and a leaky roof, so we saved up our money and we moved.
I get that.
It destroyed our credit. This is where we wound up. A lot of people don't want us here. That's fine. The idiot that we're dealing with up here at the Dollar General, there's a group of them. First of all, but one of the individuals that's there has made death threats against my family before. There's an LPD report to confirm that, and he actually said, I'm going to kill all you MFers around here, punching my stop sign at 9 o'clock at night with my daughter, who it woke up and scared you know, what out of. Daddy, what is that noise? I didn't even know what it was at first. That was before we got the cameras, but then I was like, it sounds like metal's being, I mean, because it was just over and over, blang, 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 and then I could hear the vocals as I was getting closer. Anyway, after he made all his threats and he carried on with all his hoopla and he went walking down the street and that's all done and said with, we're now seeing him today, but this is not the first time I've noticed him where he, shh, it's okay, girls. It's all right. This is not the first time I've noticed him that she knows somebody else is in here. She's doing her job as a guard dog. This is not the first time we've seen him here, and I've contacted the Polk County Sheriff Department numerous times about this because my fiance works at Dollar General. The general manager and the
one on Wabash, right?
Yes, and the air manager's breathing down their throats because they're having hundreds of dollars of product lifted right out of the store. And I don't know what they expect of them because they're not officers, they're not security guards, they're just clerks of the store. And they've got CCTV to reveal what's taking place. But they're taking the product that they're stealing, they're going across the street, consuming it, leaving their trash all over the place. It smells like urine and feces as soon as you turn the corner. I mean, it's disgusting. They've got their shirts and blankets and stuff dried up there, and they've been there for months now on end. And this is not the first call I've made about it. Just today is when it turned into a threatening, violent type situation. And I recorded one of the incidents, hoping I could get him to say something along the lines like he did. I'm going to come by and shoot up your house again. I've got a BB gun hole in my son's window. And it's convenient that he said, I'm going to shoot up your house again. That's motive to me because you've already made threats against my family once before, and I've got a BB gun hole in the window now. One of the LPD officers came out and said that BB gun hole was done by my son. He's wrong about that. I have a college degree in forensic science, and when you have radial fractures that create right angles on the reverse side of the glass and it's smooth on the other side, projectile traveling at a high rate of speed enters and exits and creates a blast exit, and that's exactly what happened. Regardless, he made that threat. He's going to rape my wife. He's going to rape my daughter. I have 3 daughters. So is he referring to my 14-year-old, my 5-year-old, or my 10-year-old? How sick is this individual? And the deputy that I spoke to said that I was making, or I can't, what did she say? I can't aggravate him, I can't antagonize. And in the video that I shot, I started off by saying, come on, say it again. Please, say it again with eyes watching. Let me hear you say it. And in the video, he does go on to say, well, how about I sick my bitch to tear your ass up? That's a threat. And I've got that recorded. Is it as bad as the other 4 that he made? Absolutely not. But I've got an eyewitness that's in the video, blonde female wearing a blue sweater that's also has a dog with her who says clearly, I heard him say these things. That was wrong for him to say that to you. You've got children at your house. I'm so sorry that he said those to you with my fiance present. So she can confirm that not only did I express to her what he said, but she in fact heard him say the remarks that he did. So there's 2 credible witnesses there. They're both outstanding citizens. I myself have a felony history, as I'm sure you already well know before you came here. I mean, I would be checking too who I'm coming to look at, but they're old. I've paid my dues. I've got my rights to vote back. I'm in the process of trying to get my rights fully restored. There needs to be a restraining order or something placed against this individual at not only my home, my wife's place of business, every school that my child attends, and if he comes within 500 feet after making not 1, but 2 death threats against my family that I have now witnesses for, and he's still allowed to hang out there and loiter. I mean, loitering in the state of Florida, if you're somewhere longer than 30 minutes with no apparent purpose, that's loitering. It's against the law. No matter where you are, you can't loiter. You just can't do it. It'd be like somebody standing out here. You can stand there 10, 15 minutes if you're waiting on a ride, waiting on a friend. I get that. You know, you're standing out there. There's nothing I can say about that. But if you're out there for 2-3 hours and you're just standing there doing nothing, maybe talking on your phone, hanging out, what are you doing? You don't live here. You've got no apparent purpose here. I don't know if loitering falls into the private sector like it does the business sector, but these guys are here months on end, and it's become a big problem. Something needs to be done. I need to file a report on my end in hopes that I can get a restraining order to protect my children because this has gotten out of control. Oh, do you need I think I could get you a cup for spit.
My bad, buddy. I love Copenhagen. So as far as antagonizing, telling them you want to see them do it, go on and say it, stuff like that, you can't antagonize somebody into a fight.
I wasn't antagonizing him to a fight.
No, I get you have your First Amendment stuff like that. I get that. I wouldn't try to entice somebody to commit a crime against you.
I didn't. See, you're saying that I told him that I want him to come fight me or something. All I said was, go ahead, say it.
Yes, sir. Just pause. Just pause and listen to me. All right. You were enticing him to make a threat against you, correct? Because you're like, let me hear you say it, because you're recording it, because you wanted to capture it on audio.
In part.
You can't entice somebody to make a threat against you. All right.
But he made multiple.
I understand that. LPD has already done a report on them. As far as the whole ordering thing at the store, that's got to be done with the store owners. It can't just be somebody, hey, there's a group hanging out. We can show up and stuff like that. If the store wants me to trespass them, I can trespass them, but they got to be there while I'm there. Your restraining order, buddy, I'm sorry, it's just the way it works. Your restraining order, I can't issue a restraining order. Patrol deputies can't do that. You need to go down. Do you know where Bartow Courthouse is?
I'm well aware of where it's at.
You got to go through court processing, and you've got to pretty much tell a judge why you feel you need a restraining order, and then the judge approves that. And
because he said he's going to rape my wife or rape my
Yes,
child,
yes, no,
or that he's going to come by and shoot my house up again. Would you like to come witness the hole that's in my window? That's motive for him to do exactly what he's saying.
I get that, but what I'm saying is I can't issue a restraining order. I don't have the means to do that. That's not my job. It has to be signed off by a judge. Once the restraining order is issued, then it becomes my job to go serve him with a restraining order, let him know what he can and can't do and what's going to happen if he violates that restraining order, okay? So you got to petition the court for the restraining order, okay? That you got to go down to court processing for that to start that, okay? As far as it being documented, it's going to be documented. All right. The other deputies already put everything in the call screen, so it's documented, okay?
So even though there's witnesses that heard him make the threats long before I, picked my phone up and said, say it again, it's okay for them to threaten citizens' lives.
No, it's not. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm
So
saying.
what's going to be done about that? What's going to be done about him threatening to rape my daughter? What's going to be done about him threatening to rape my wife and to come shoot up my house again? That's motive. I genuinely feel that he's the one that shot my window now, because how else did he know that that window was shot or that my house was shot up in the first place? How did he know that? And I've got a witness who heard him say these things. So I didn't do any antagonizing. Those were just threats that were placed against me. So the antagonizing came afterwards. I didn't antagonize to get those comments out of him. He made those comments before I made any antagonizing remarks. So I'd like to know what I did wrong in that area.
No, sir, no, one said you did anything wrong. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. Okay, I get he made the threats, but after the threats were done, you started telling him to say it again, stuff like that. That is where the antagonizing and enticing comes into play, okay? You didn't do anything criminal. I'm not saying you did.
But he did, and they're going to be allowed to get away with it, and they're still there. I'm going to go see them again at 11 o'clock tonight, and if it gets violent, it gets violent. I'm going to defend myself, period. If they threaten me, and they come at me like they did today, the group of them again, and they come actually over onto the property instead of rah-rah-rah from across the street, that's why I kept myself where I was from a distance. Y'all come over here, though, that's a whole different territory, especially if you step within that 6 feet privacy zone. You have no reason to come that close to me, especially the group of them. And they said, word for word, I'm going to rape your wife, or I'm going to rape your daughter, and I've got 3. I'm going to shoot up your house again. And he's already made death threats against my family before. So how many is he going to be allowed to get away with before he's reprimanded? How long before the Polk County Sheriff's Office and LPD actually stand up for citizens, tax-paying citizens at that, and an outstanding role model citizen in my fiance? Doesn't even have a speeding ticket. Never been arrested in her life. And now she has to worry about those same idiots that are now staying right across the street, sleeping there. They'll be there tonight, and I'm going to shoot photos of that again because I'm collecting a timestamp evidence of this.
Yes, sir. Wabash Avenue is actually my sector. That's where I work. I patrol Wabash quite a bit because of all the homeless.
Maybe it needs to be done a little better. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to that.
Yes, sir, you are. I'm saying you are, but I'm telling you right now that it's going to be documented.
What's exactly going to be documented?
Everything you just told me.
Which is what? That
has been an ongoing issue with him making threats against you and your family.
But what threats? Are the threats actually going to be documented? Because I have a witness. I would like that witness to actually be interviewed.
And what's her name?
Can I tell you her name? No. But she hangs out with the bums, and she's the only one that comes up there with a dog. If you want to see her in the video.
If I'm going to interview her, how can I not interview if I don't know who she is?
That's your job to get the name, not mine. I'm a citizen. You're the officer.
Okay. Yes, sir. Well, like I said, I'm going to take care of it. I'm going to ride by there. It's going to be documented, and I'll take care of it, okay?
Doesn't sound like it. I want to speak to your superior. Is there any way he could come out here tonight? I'd like to speak to him. I know I have the right to do so. So that doesn't sound very promising. You're going to go by there and you're going to handle it? I mean, there's a witness involved here that actually came up and approached me and my fiance and said, that's not right for them to say those kind of things to you. You have children at your home. I heard him say it.
Okay. Stand by. My phone's in my car.
Thank you, sir.
I parked right here on the curb. I'll be right back.
Understood. I'm now pausing this recording from January 22nd, Wednesday at 6:39 p.m. I am going to go ahead and record this. He said that you were going to be able to potentially explain this to me a little bit better as to what is going to happen with this gentleman who has threatened to rape my daughter. I have 3.
I have no idea. You live. Your problem, your issue is occurring in the city limits of Lakeland. We let Lakeland PD handle their own jurisdiction. We don't
Not to
generally
my
get involved.
understanding, this tire shop is Polk County Sheriff's jurisdiction. The Dollar General is LPD's jurisdiction, but the tire shop falls within Polk County Sheriff's jurisdiction because they've always been the one who comes out and responds there. So I've been bounced back and forth with this jurisdiction rigmarole for 2 or 3 weeks now. So I don't know who to believe because LPD even transferred me back over to Polk County Sheriff.
They're always going to do that.
But they were on the phone and clearly said with the address, the maps show Polk County Sheriff as jurisdiction. So who really has jurisdiction here?
Okay, so what's going on? Give me the background on what's going on, so I'm not hearing it secondhand.
Okay, one of the individuals that's up there, I have been taking pictures of them hanging out, loitering at this place of business that they're at on a regular basis. My fiance.
Which place of business?
It's a diesel used tire shop. They don't have. It says Glenn's Auto Repair on the side. That I'm assuming is an old business name.
Do you have any kind of responsibility for that business?
No, but my fiance having hundreds of dollars stolen right out from underneath their nose, and now that she's been threatened and they're now right across the street from where she works after making those threats, yes, that makes it a concern of mine because now it's directly affecting my family more.
Okay, but you don't have any business interest in this particular business other than whatever's going on with your fiance at the Dollar General, I take it then, correct?
Well, I mean, customers are getting, they're complaining. Dollar General's losing business, and if they lose business, my fiance loses her job.
So your fiance has a problem with some folks, and what's the connection to them to the tire store?
That's where they hang out. They hang out on your jurisdiction. See, they've figured out the area that they can play with right now. They're bouncing back and forth between 2 jurisdictions. They sleep on Polk County Sheriff's side, and then they come over and steal on the LPD side, and then take what they've stolen back to the Polk County Sheriff's side. That's, if y'all don't care about that, that's fine. It is what it is. Homeless people's becoming a real problem all over Polk County as it is. My issue here is the individual that has a dog that a year and a half ago, LPD has a report of this, of him saying, I'm going to kill all you MFers around here, punching my not my stop sign, but the stop sign out in front of my house, 9 o'clock at night with her sound asleep. It scared her, woke her up out of sleep. Daddy, what's that noise? Because you hear the loud bang, 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 him punching the stop sign. Used to be a drug dealer, lived next door. He's serving a 5 or 10 year sentence for selling whatever it was he was selling. None of my business. This guy was a runner for him. He would come from Memorial to the house, from the house back to Memorial, day in and day out. You want to go play with your toys?
No, I'm going to take a nap.
You're still tired. It's all right. You got hurt today. He's been doing this for, God knows how long. I contacted the crime prevention unit myself, and I did not request anonymity because I have a family to protect, and it was getting out of hand with the threats especially and the riffraff that was hanging out. But to say I'm going to kill all you MFers around here, that applies to my family directly, especially while I'm standing out there now hearing you say it. And I calmly asked him, sir, you need to go somewhere else, man. I've got a family inside here sleeping. This is getting a little out of control, don't you think? Oh, well, F you, you stupid. How about I kill you MFers? And I kind of lost it at that point, You come trespass on my property and say that I have the right to defend myself, period.
Okay, let's focus back on what's happening over here.
You asked for the background, so I'm giving it to you.
I'm focused on what's happening over here. This is
same individual.
Way deep inside. I have trouble, I can't come directly over in here with everything because I only have so many deputies to police the unincorporated portion of Polk County.
Same individual is now over there. He has a dog now, and he made threats against me today because I was taking pictures, and it all stemmed from them pointing at me saying, oh, that's that MFer right there. That's the mother effer that you got to watch. I knew that they were talking about me.
Or is that
I
what
heard
you're
it,
just
and
assuming?
I heard it.
Okay.
Did I say I assumed it? No, I
Listen,
didn't.
Don't get combative with me, please.
I'm not getting. I'm sitting here with my arms out in front of you. You said I assumed
what they said.
I didn't say anything
other than they look like they were saying this. So
I love how every deputy tries to say I'm being combative. I'm sitting down. You're standing up.
Okay.
I'm obviously
you're
showing the superior. This is not an attitude. You said I was assuming, and I'm not.
Okay,
I did
so
say this is what he said, and as they're pointing at me, it made me pull out my camera.
Okay.
And after he made his threats, I'm going to rape your wife. I'm going to rape your daughter. I'm going to come by and shoot up your house again. I've got a BB hole in my son's window in there that LPD tried to say that my son did it. Well, radial fractures create right angles on the reverse side of the glass. It's smooth on the entrance and explodes out on the exit. Anything traveling at a high rate of speed, that's the way it does in forensic science. It's just the way it works.
Okay.
But him to say, I'm going to come by and shoot up your house again, that means he did it, or he knows who did it. Why else would you say something along those lines? And I didn't make any antagonizing remark. I've got the video if you'd like to watch it. The only antagonizing remark I said was, say it again. Please, say it again. And then he threatens me with his dog. How about I get my bitch on you to tear your ass up? I've got that one recorded.
Okay,
The other ones are...
Where did that happen? Where was that at?
On y'all's jurisdiction, that place of business, the
So
Diesel
you
Tire
went
Shop.
over there?
I had been over at Dollar General. I never left. I was there the whole time.
Okay, so if you're at the Dollar General and he's over there at this tire shop,
yelling.
That's okay. So he's yelling at you, yelling this across.
Yes, sir.
A great distance.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
And one of the witnesses that was there, she heard everything that was said. She was the one that approached my fiance and I and said, I heard everything that they told you. That was so wrong of them to say anything like that, especially with you having children. It's totally uncalled for. She apologized on their behalf. And I told her, you don't have nothing to be sorry for. But my fiance, who's the assistant manager at Dollar General, was present to hear her say that. So she's now confirming in front of my fiance that she not only heard me say what I said or claimed they were saying, but she heard him say it. So she's now a witness to this. She's in the video, so you can clearly see what she looks like.
She working right now?
My fiance is working, yes. Her name's Christy Copeland. She closes tonight.
All right.
He's saying that I understand the restraining order process, but this guy's made more than one threat, and considering that there are now children involved with these threats, it's gone beyond just concern and or filing a restraining order. I mean, they're loitering on a regular basis. I understand that it's up to the business to do something about that, but not really. The law clearly states if somebody's loitering, they can be arrested for it.
No, that's not what it says, okay? There has to be a victim, and the business has to request that.
There is a victim, Dollar General. They've got CCTV
loitering
recordings of the
loitering
theft.
on that property is one thing. That is not.
What about consuming the items they stole on y'all's property?
Okay.
Or your area that you're patrolling, excuse me.
Well, if they've stolen items from the Dollar General and they've gone on that property, then Lakeland PD can still transition over to that location, okay, to go take care of these individuals who have committed a crime in their jurisdiction, okay? And they can request assistance from us if they need that to happen. They know that, okay? I can't speak to LPD's policies. I don't work for the Lakeland Police Department.
Obviously.
Okay? So what we'll do is, this is the extent of what happened today.
Yes.
That you're reporting.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll deal with the extent of what's happening on the property across the large distance over here at the tire store, and we'll have somebody get in contact with those folks, and we'll see what we can do about keeping them off of that property and somewhere else, hopefully not around the businesses there. Okay. And my folks will, when they're not incredibly busy, they will address those areas, and I'll get with my crime suppression team and have them do that as well.
My issue with this, though, is when kids at high schools, and excuse you feel better?
Yeah,
You tooted. Say excuse me, please. Thank you. If kids at high schools nowadays are able to make death threats and write out letters and say, I'm going to kill this person, that person, this person, that person, they get arrested because they filled out a letter. Well, I've got a witness. This guy said, I'm going to kill your family, rape your wife, rape your daughter. How come he's not being arrested? How come the individual at high school
We're
who
going to
just
work on
writes a
identifying
letter?
these people and see what we can do with that. You have the video, correct, on your
I
phone?
do.
Do you have the capability of downloading it to provide it to my deputy?
Absolutely. If you have an email address for me to send it to, if you'd like it uploaded to Dropbox or something like that so that you can download it, or, I mean, I can send it through Dropbox to a file location, however you need to receive it.
Okay. I'm going to step out here. I'm going to talk to Deputy Holstenbach, and we'll go from there, and he will document the information, get your daughter's information, your information, and probably go back and talk to your fiance at work and see if we can't work on getting these people identified and figure out what their total deal is.
Well, the one individual, he can easily be identified through the LPD report because
I don't have access to all LPD's reports. That's a different agency.
Well, I would think though that y'all would be able to cross-reference it and get it if there's a crime committed. I mean, because he brought
we
over.
We can get that stuff, but it's not going to happen right at this minute. I mean,
He pulled up a
doesn't
picture,
happen
is what I'm
overnight.
trying to
I
explain,
understand that.
and
I
said,
understand
"Is
that.
this the individual?" And
I
it is.
understand that. I will have Deputy Holson back, document all the information, and we'll go from there. And we'll see what we can do to identify these individuals and see if we can address it.
And don't forget to find a handprint.
Don't forget the what?
Find a handprint.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? I love you, baby. I love your attitude to just say what it is you feel you need to say. Don't ever lose that. But remember, you got to be respectful when you do it. And I am now going to stop this recording on January 22nd at 7:23 p.m. Wednesday, 2020. Doesn't really sound like they're going to do anything, and they're okay to threaten to rape my children and rape my wife and shoot up the windows and that they've already shot up and kill me and my family. This is absolutely absurd that citizens have to tolerate this. Oh, and I just want to let you know, to protect everybody's First Amendment right to free speech and the right to be informed, I am recording this audio-wise. The gentleman that's over there across the street has made more than one death threat. Well, there's a bunch of people over there. They're on both sides of the building. It's the guy with the orange hoodie that has the dog. His first name is Ryan, or at least that's what I'm told by the witness, Jesse, who heard him say exactly what he said to me while I was here at the Dollar General dropping her off at work. He's ID'd me because back in 2018 around Christmas, I'm pointing to the back because he reminded me while we were at the police station talking to the officer this morning. Around 2018 December, going into January, that same individual was punching the stop sign outside of our house, threatening to kill all these MFers around here. And I went outside because it woke my daughter up out of a sleep. It scared her. And I said, look, man, could you please go somewhere else with this? It's kind of late. You've scared my daughter. Enough's enough. And then he escalated immediately into his, oh, well, how about I kill all you, MFers around here, and making the threats that he did. Lo and behold, he was out on the street, and he stayed out on the street where he belonged. And he kept on, rah down the street. Well, I contacted LPD. They came out and they made a report of that incident. He's been hanging out here for the last 2 or 3 months at that gas station and this diesel mechanic tire shop, coming in here and harassing this entire staff every single day and stealing product.
Trespass from here at all?
She has, but she's in an issue with the owners right now about that.
I'm asking the owners to get a TWA because him and other ones come in and steal and cause problems and harass my
Even
customers.
without a TWA, if they come on property and you don't want them on property, you give us a call, we kick them off property. It's that simple. You, as a representative of the business, can make that call. Now, whether your management frowns on it or not, that's different. But for us, you can make that call just as much as they can make that call.
Well, I'm not the only one that's called. Other employees have called, and they just continue to come back. Nobody's trespassing him. But regardless, the threats that he made just 4 or 5 days ago, which Polk County Sheriff is now investigating because he made those threats at the diesel tire shop over here across on Magnolia, which is their jurisdiction. But he threatened to rape my wife. He threatened to rape my daughters. He said daughter, but I have 3. 1 14, 1 10, 1 5. Which one are you referring to? He also said he's going to come by and shoot up my house again. We have a pellet hole in the window right now that LPD came out and made a report on. I went and spoke to a captain this morning who told me, he says, that report's wrong. He says, from the way you're describing that hole in the window, if the blowout marks in the glass are inside your son's window, then it was definitely shot from the outside. And I said, and that's what the marks clearly indicate, because it's a smooth entrance and
a second, I'll be out your way, okay?
Smooth entrance and a blast hole exit.
I read that report. I also ran every single one of them for any type of charges that could be out there waiting for them. And all of them are clear at this time. So I don't know what PCSO is doing, but PCSO was over there with me. And she said had no charges at this moment.
Right.
So until the investigation gets further along, I don't have anything I can do to hold them beyond what I did right there, okay?
Well, LPD, when I went and spoke to that captain this morning, I don't have his name. I can tell you he was of Hispanic descent, very tall, kind of slender, very short hair. Anyway, he was there this morning. He came out and spoke to me, and he told me, he says, well, we're going to get the report changed. He says, because the report saying that your son did it,
He says, I'm going to send out a forensic team to come and investigate the hole. He says, but looking at your picture and the way you're describing it to me, it sounds exactly the way you're explaining it, that that window was in fact shot from the outside. The witness that we spoke to, Jessie, she says that the local police know her around here. All you got to do is say the heavyset blonde girl with the dog who's homeless. Anyway, we've got her.
Backside of the building?
Huh?
The windows on the backside of the
She
building?
could have been. She's got blonde hair, kind of heavy set, could have been wearing a teal hoodie, could have been a different color, but she also walks a big dog by the name of Zeus. He's a gorgeous dog. I mean, we've met, the lady spoke with her. She came across the street and approached us, not the other way around, and said, I heard everything that they said. That was totally wrong of him to make those types of threats against your family, considering that you have children. If you need a witness, I will absolutely be a witness and testify for you.
Hollinsbach? Is that how you pronounce his
There,
last name?
Holland, yeah, something like that. Hollinsbach. He's the deputy investigating those threats.
Yeah.
Holzenbach.
Until that investigation flourishes further, as of right now, we don't have any charges. So I can't take any action until they either come up with charges or don't come up with charges, and then we can go from there. As of right now, there are no charges against either one of those 4 individuals. 2 of them do have warrants out of other jurisdictions that are not wanting to extradite. If not, I would have took care of that already.
Right.
However, right now, none of them are getting extradited, and as it stands, they're free to walk around as it is. Like I said, the best thing you can do is get yourself an injunction of protection. That way, they cannot come around you or your family, right? And you, as a employee here, either convince them to call us, or you call us when they come here, and we kick them out.
Has he been positively ID'd for me to go down to the court? Because that's the other thing he said. In order for you to get a restraining order, this gentleman has to be positively ID'd. We have to be able to say, Ryan, whatever his name is, we can go to court now because we've got a positive identification on him. Y'all got him positively ID'd in the computer. Okay, well, I'm not asking for that information because as long as he's been positively ID'd, then they can get that down at the courthouse.
Correct. He's a positive ID.
Okay.
All right. The call number is documented on the screen, so when you go in there and you ask for the call log, it's all in there. It's all documented on there.
Okay.
Okay?
Perfect.
Any question for me?
No, that's it.
All right, you guys have a good one.
Thank you.
I think you need common sense, because let me read out to you what you said. You're the one who said that that is going on is not my business, so what I'm doing is not yours. That makes absolutely no sense. Whatever you just said did not make sense. What do you mean? Again, why are you taking screenshots? Now my problem is you. Let me go to bed. Already started problems. You trying to get all up in me, my mom, and Pete's business. That has nothing to do with you. Leave me alone so I can go to bed. Catching you. You also spell like an 8-year-old. Jesus. Ran to Pete yet, or your little mommy? Because you can't solve any of your own problems. What do you mean you won't defend? Then why do you act like you're 8? You also look like a very large 10-year-old. That's one thing I will agree with Pete about, is that you are fat. It's a 3-year difference. Calm down. You act like you're 20 or something. You're not that old. You're still a child. Didn't you say that Pete was saying good night to you? Shouldn't you be asleep right now? The one where I said I'm not the one deleting the chats. You're the one doing it. They were recording again. Said I thought you were deaf. I thought you can't hear. When deleting chats or voice recording. I'm taking screenshots because I want to keep them, because I feel like you're going to go in and delete them, so I have the screenshots. Anna, all I ask is just to let him listen. Yes, Anna, I would like for him to hear you, because I would like for him to hear how much pain he's caused me and trauma. It's unbelievable.
All you want is for him to hear the recording of you talking, saying how much pain and trauma he's caused, but you still can't give me a reason on what pain he has caused you and what trauma he has caused you.
Please, go let him hear it. I beg you, go let him. I already know you're going to, but I really hope you go run your mouth to your mom and Pete, because I have a few selective words for them, so I really hope that they hear this. To Pete, I've always been terrified of you. Absolutely terrified of you. I bet you didn't know that I've cried myself to sleep every single night over there. Christy, but you didn't know that either. I've always hated you. I've really hated you. Now, I would like to stop this, Anna. Let me go to sleep. Please. I wouldn't tell Christy that I hated her because I was terrified of my dad. And why would I tell someone that I'm terrified of that I'm terrified of them? I'm scared of what he was going to do. I am done discussing this with you. Now please leave me alone. It is almost 3 o'clock in the morning and you really want to bug me about my... I thought we could be cool with this whole thing going on, but if cutting you out of my life means that I don't have to deal with my dad anymore, I am not afraid to do it. No, you won't. Not if I block you. I never said you weren't a part of the family. All I said is it's not your business.
Actually, I am a part of this family, and if you're being rude to this side of the family and can't talk to this kind of side of the family, it's kind of my business what is happening. So I will keep on talking to you about it.
Why would you delete that? Anna, this case isn't even really your business anyway, so would you please just stop getting in my business?
Don't go off of the deep end, my kids.
CC Riders.
Yes, I am attempting to reach Kevin Bradley Neff. This phone call is being recorded to ensure constitutional rights are protected.
Your constitutional rights? Do you have such a thing, you lying bitch?
Mm-hmm.
All you do
So,
is lie, dude.
keep
All
it
you
up.
do is lie. You
Keep
mistreat
it up.
your children.
Keep it up.
This on recording all you want.
This is an attempt per court order to confer in good faith. Are you telling me that you're not going to confer in good faith? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm not doing anything with you, buddy. Send it in the mail, faggot.
I'm glad we recorded this.
I'm a witness
Oh,
to
no
this
shit. Recorded, witnessed, everything. Did it hang up?
Did just then.
What a chump.
That's twice because you tried to do it again because
Yep.
he was acting like an asshole.
Yeah, and I recorded it this time. Now you all folks are going to hear the kind of corruption that I have to continue to deal with while the local and federal courts continue to play games with me because they want to protect their corrupt fuck boys and girls.
This is Detective Hancock of the Polk County Sheriff's Office. This interview is being taken by phone. Today's date is June 4th, 2020. The time is 15:56 hours. This is going to be regarding case number 2019-37226. By phone, I have the father of the listed suspect in this case. If you will, please state your full name and date of birth.
Kevin Bradley Neff.
Okay, and home address and phone number. Okay, and it looks like back in August 2019, deputies began investigating a case involving your son, as well and Lloyd, as well as a Ario. Since then, I'm sure you have spoke to Bonnie Bernard, which is the mother of Ario.
Yeah.
Tell me what you know about this incident and what you observed about what you believe this incident's about.
Okay. Well, the incident, can I get elaborate about what I just told you about his Ario's father? Or
Yes,
okay.
you can tell me everything.
Okay, so Ario's father, his name is Pete Atkins. He is If you talk to Lieutenant Russell at the Polk County Sheriff's Office, she can explain a lot about Mr. Adkins because she's had a run-in with him as well, as opposed to the Mulberry Middle School principal. We'll talk to you about him. He is a disabled, supposedly, person who hates everybody in the world. Anybody who's around his ex-wife or children, he wants to keep away from his children. He's trying to manipulate his kids and brainwash them into doing what he wants them to do. In doing so, ma'am, I don't even believe this happened in June. I believe it was quite a bit before that. But we'll go with the June date because I can't tell you an exact date.
Okay.
But what happened was my daughter, Alyssa, she's 16 years old. She was babysitting the kids, and they were playing like they always do. And all boys get a little rough every now and then. So Ario and Neil were playing, and Ario has a way of, like, tapping you on the shoulder and keep tapping you on the shoulder. And until and he just keeps on doing it until he gets you mad is what he does. He's an antagonizer. He's a great kid, but he has that one little thing where if he's not getting your attention, he wants you to get your attention. So anyway, he was doing that to my son, Neil, and Neil told him at least twice to stop. And he didn't. Neil turned around and kicked at him, and unfortunately kicked him in the gonads. Okay. So we all had a talk with both of them. Bonnie, his mother, confronted him by herself, so he wouldn't feel any kind of pressure from anybody. And he said he may have hit Neil first. So with that being said, she goes, Ario, did you? And he goes, I don't remember. It's been so long ago, but I probably did. Okay. So that's exactly what Bonnie had told me. My daughter Alyssa told me exactly the same thing. And ma'am, when it happened, it was not even. It wasn't even a kick so hard to where he was laying on the ground. He goes, oh, that hurt, and then they went back to playing. Okay. That was all it was. It wasn't even a knocking down where he's bent over and he's crying and all that kind of thing. It was a simple, ow, you kicked me in the you-know-what. So, and then they went back to playing, and they played. He spent the night that night, and they played all day the next day, and they still, Ario's father has put him on lockdown, has taken, Bonnie just got her kids back Monday night. She had to have an emergency hearing because he had kept the kids away from her for 2.5 months over this COVID thing, saying it was too dangerous to transport kids to back and forth. Anyway, that's the kind of person he is. He just went to court and lost the court battle, and so Bonnie finally got her kids back. But up until that point, up until Mr. Adkins had taken the kids and wouldn't give them back to Bonnie, Neil would spend the night over there, Ario would spend the night at our house. We ride dirt bikes together. I got videos of them riding their dirt bikes together, playing around, having nothing but fun. There's no animosity between either one of these kids. It was a situation that just happened. I mean, kids play, and sometimes they get a little hurt.
Okay, and how old were the kids when this incident occurred?
Neil would have been 12, and I believe Ario was either the same age or, I honestly don't know exactly how old Ario is, but right around the same age because they're in the same grade. Okay. So up until... They go to school together. Okay, and up until 2 months ago, these kids were like best friends? Yes, ma'am. Okay. So they stayed the night with each other, hung out, just friends. This was just one of those things that got out of control and kind of went a little overboard. Well, yes. Okay. Yes, I mean, I wouldn't even call it out of control. I would call it just kid play. Okay. That's it. I mean, I did that when I was a kid, and you don't think you're really hurting somebody. You're just playing, and if you get one kid mad and he kicks you or hits you, for that matter, I mean, it really doesn't matter how he attacked or hit him, but he did hit him and he kicked him in the balls. And unfortunately, Neil's had a big, hard talk about that, and that if you get upset, you have to come to an adult. Right. And Ario was the same way. We said, Ario, you cannot antagonize anybody. You cannot do this because this is what happens when you get somebody really mad. Right. And that's all it was. It was just two kids that were playing together. And I'm not sure if you have children, man, but if you've got two friends that have been hanging out for 2 or 3 days or 4 days for a long period of time, sometimes there's going to be a little bit of, They start getting on each other's nerves. Too long. Yeah. Like I said, I think this was a very innocent thing. His father's trying to blow it out to be a major thing. He's saying that Ario had to have an operation because of this, and that's not true. Ario had a surgery like 3 years ago, I think it was, or 4 years ago, because one of his testicles wrapped around the other one and suffocated it.
Okay.
So he's trying to make it seem like after this June something like this happened, which it didn't.
Okay.
And he, like I say, he's just. If you talk to Lieutenant Russell at the sheriff's office, she can explain to you Mr. Atkins' attitude a little better than I can, because I called her up. She said she would do anything could to help me. And I'm not even a family member. She talked to me directly and told me everything would happen.
Okay.
Because I am like Bonnie's father. Bonnie's father is dying up in Tennessee, so I've taken over responsibility of Bonnie and the kids.
Right. I got you.
I've been around them a long time, and I want to make sure when she goes racing, she's got somebody there that backs her up, which is me.
Okay.
And the children as well.
Right.
Ario and Elizabeth, they still race as well, and he calls it abuse if Ario falls on his bicycle. He fell on his bicycle just riding it, and he broke his arm, and then it's all Bonnie's fault. Or
because he's a kid riding a bicycle and he fell?
Yeah, he went over the handlebars and broke his arm.
Okay.
On a bicycle, not like any other kid.
Okay.
I mean, when I was a kid, I went over the handlebars and got all chewed up by road rash, but it's just things that kids got to go through, I think, in life. You can't protect your kids 1,000 seconds of a day.
Right.
You just can't.
So other than this incident, have you ever had any other incidents involving Mr. Atkins, Ario Atkins, anything that would be to this degree?
Yes, I can go through a laundry list, but I'll give you another really quick one too. 2 years ago, I believe it was, maybe 3. Again, we spent a lot of time together. We had an Easter egg hunt for Easter, and we had a lot of grandkids over, and I called them my grandkids as well, Elizabeth and Ario.
Uh-huh.
That's Ario's little sister.
Right.
Well, they went out and hunting eggs, and Elizabeth didn't have any shoes on. Well, she went up and she got a little scratch. And I mean, when I say a scratch, ma'am, I mean if you took your fingernail and scratched your arm, it had a little red spot right there, just just barely scratched the surface. There was a red mark with a little bit of blood, but not a puncture wound or anything. So she came up to me, and I brought her inside, and my wife cleaned it with hydrogen peroxide, put some Neosporin on it, put a Band-Aid on it. She says, "Can I go play again?" I'm like, "Yeah, go ahead, go, you're fine." But put shoes on, obviously. She did, and she had all kind of fun. Well, that night, that was the night that they were going back and forth, but they were going back to Mr. Adkins' house.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Adkins asked her, she said, "Well, I scratched my foot or something." I don't know how she put it to him. He looked at the foot. He called DCF on me. He took his daughter to the emergency room to have him looked over for us. Man, when I say a scratch, I'm telling you, it didn't even puncture the skin, just a scratch on the outside. And the DCF worker went directly to the hospital to investigate. When she came to my house, which I was had no idea they were coming out, she came out and knocked on the door. My wife said, "DCF is here to see you." I'm like, "For what?" And she goes, "It's something about Elizabeth." So I went out and I talked to her. And the DCF worker, the first thing she said to me was, "Mr. Neff, this is something we have to do the paperwork. I know 100% this little girl is not hurt. She does not have any puncture. She's got a little scratch on her foot, but I have to follow up for the paperwork because Mr. Atkins is trying to file DCF on you." And I said, "Okay." So she talked to me for a few minutes. She left, and then everything was dropped right then. He has gone online and Google, and he's never been in I own a motorcycle shop, and he went on Google and wrote this large, terrible review calling me a crook, and that he's been in my shop, and just did a lot of things like that. So I actually hired a lawyer and had him write him a cease and desist order.
Mm-hmm.
And then I can't even use the words this man used at talking to my lawyer in an email that I've got, and I'd be more than happy to give that to you or send it to you any way I can of how this man acts and talks when he's not around the courtroom.
That's something maybe we can discuss. But in regards to this incident, is there anything else you need to tell me about this incident with the kicking and them playing and all that stuff?
No, ma'am. Just the simple fact is that Ario kept on hitting Neil and just tapping. He wasn't hitting him really hard, but he's putting his hands on Neil.
Right.
And Neil kept telling him to stop. He told him multiple times to stop, and he didn't do it. Neil turned around and kicked him.
Okay. You swear everything you've told me today is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am, 100%.
Has anyone made any promises of gifts, gratuity, or money to give that interview?
No, ma'am.
Okay, this concludes this part of the interview. Today's date is June 4th, 2020. The time is 16:08 hours. This is Detective Hancock of the Polk County Sheriff's Office. This interview is being taken by phone. Today's date is June 3rd, 2020. The time is 12:37 hours. This is going to be regarding case number 2019-37226. With me by phone is the victim's mother. If you will, please state your full name and date of birth.
Bonnie Marie Bernard, October 14th.
Okay, home address and phone number. Okay, and it looks like deputies were called out to an incident involving your son and Neil Ned. It seems like this case has been a while back. Give me just 1 second. Looks like the original report was taken on August 7th, 2019. Is that correct?
I do not know. I was not aware of it.
Okay. Tell me what happened about your son being injured and what you do know about this incident.
I received a text message from my ex-husband somewhere between July and August. It might have been August last year, stating that Neil had kicked my son in the private area sometime in the last year. I addressed my son when he came home about it. He said that yes, it had happened. And I asked why he didn't tell me. And he said he thought he did. I'm like, maybe I would have handled that if you had told me. He goes, well, maybe I didn't say it loud enough. And I asked him if anything has, he has provoked him in any way to do it. And he says, I might have hit him. So then I spoke with Kevin Neff, which is Neil Neff's dad, and he spoke with Neil. And Neil admitted it happened. He said that they had been playing around. He told Ario that he didn't want to play anymore, and Ario, I guess, kept on wanting a rough house, and Neil told him if he didn't stop, he was going to kick him, and so he kicked him because my son did not stop, was the story that we got.
Okay. And what did your son tell you about that story? Was that true, or would he say no, or anything about that?
He didn't really say much about it. He just, like I said, he said that he might have hit him.
Okay. All right. Now, when I guess it originally happened, of course, law enforcement was not notified back in between July and August that this actually occurred. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I guess the original report we got was August 7th, 2019. Since then, has your daughter and your son both been interviewed by law enforcement?
The state attorney told me that yes, they had been.
Okay. All right. Now, did you believe, based on what your son told you about this incident, what Neil told you or Kevin told you about this incident, did you believe law enforcement needed to be involved in this, or did you believe it was handled by the parents? I mean, tell me what you think about this incident.
I do not believe that it should have ever been involved with the police department, sheriff's office. It was two boys, at the time 10 and 12 years old, or 11 and 12, that we handled it. We dealt with it once we were told about it. We set, both children down, explained that you don't do that, and it was handled.
Okay. All right. Do you swear everything you've told me today is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Has anyone made any promises of gifts, gratuity, or money to give this interview?
No.
Okay, this concludes this part of the interview. Today's date is June 3rd, 2020. The time is 12:41 hours.
Hello.
Yes.
How are you doing?
Good.
Good. Are you Elizabeth?
Yes.
Alright. You want to have a seat here? Well, Elizabeth, my name is Michael, and this is Kim.
Hi.
And we work for the sheriff's office. Alright. So I appreciate you coming up here to the office to talk with me for a few minutes this morning, alright? You're not in any trouble, so don't be worried about that, okay? You know, sometimes kids get called to the office and they get nervous about that, but you're not in any trouble or anything, okay? So I know your name is Elizabeth, but what is your last name? And when is your birthday? Alright. So you're 9 years old?
10.
10 years old. Alright, I appreciate you correcting me on that. Elizabeth, do you go by Elizabeth or something else?
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth? Okay. Alright. Do you know the reason why we would be here to talk to you today?
Maybe.
Maybe?
No.
No? Okay. What did you maybe think it might be?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, that's fine. Elizabeth, who do you live with?
My mom and my dad.
Your mom and your dad. So tell me about who lives at mom's house.
Me, my brother, my mom. We have 2 dogs.
You, your brother, your mom, and 2 dogs. Okay. What's your mom's name?
Bonnie.
Bonnie? Slang as much as they got, is it?
Bernard.
Bernard? Alright. And what's your brother's name?
Ario.
And what's your dog's names?
Hope and Bella.
Hope and Bella. Alright. How old is your brother?
He's 12.
12.
Sisters are 11.
Okay. So no one else lives at mom's house?
No, but sometimes her boyfriends come over.
Okay. Does she have a boyfriend right now?
Yes.
And does he ever stay at the house or just come over to visit or something else?
He has before.
Has before what?
He's came over.
Came over?
Spent the night a couple times.
Okay. Do you know his name?
Lance.
Lance. And then tell me about Dad's house.
My stepmom, 2 dogs. Sometimes my stepsister comes and my little sister's there.
What's your dad's name?
Peter.
And what's your stepmom's name?
Christina.
Christina. Is she and your dad married?
No, but they have been together for 8 years.
Okay. Alright, and then you said you have a stepsister?
Yes.
What's her name?
Anna.
Anna. And then a little sister?
Piper.
Piper. Alright. And then you have 2 more dogs over there? Dang. You got a lot of dogs. What are those dogs' names?
Mamacita and Little Mama.
Mamacita and Little Mama. Okay. Alright. So how often are you at each house?
I am with my mom on the weekdays, and on the weekends I'm with my dad. But the 3rd weekend of the month, I stay with my mom, and then that next Tuesday, I'm with my dad. And then it goes, and it restarts.
Okay. So you're at your mom's house during the week, and
My
then your
dad's.
dad's house on the weekend.
Yeah.
But the 3rd weekend,
Of the month, I'm with my mom. And then that next Tuesday, I'm with my dad.
go to your dad. Okay. Alright. So tell me about when you're at your dad's house and you get in trouble for something. What happens?
We get grounded.
When's the last time you were grounded?
I can't Maybe about last month.
Last month? What was that for?
I forgot.
You forgot? What's like an example of something you would get grounded for?
Lying.
Is there any other punishment that Dad uses?
He has used spankings before, but he doesn't do it. He doesn't do it anymore.
Okay. When's the last time you got a spanking by Dad?
I'd say about 2 years ago.
And do you remember what that was for?
Because we were at Walmart, we were acting crazy.
When you say we, who do you mean?
Me and my brother.
You and Ario?
Yes.
Okay. And what is Ario's normal punishment at your dad's?
Same thing as me, ground.
Same as you? Okay. And does your stepmom ever punish you guys, or is it always your dad or something else?
They both agree on a punishment.
Has your stepmom ever spanked you?
No.
What about when you're at your mom's house? How do you get punished there?
Grounded, takes electronics away. One time, though, I was like 6, 7, something like that. She slammed me to the tile floor.
Okay. I forgot to ask you this earlier, but when's the last time Ario got in trouble at your dad's house?
Probably about this last week, yeah.
Last week?
Because he was kicked in the privates and he lied about it.
He lied about it, and he got in trouble for that?
Yeah.
How did he lie about it?
He went and spoke to the cops and he told them that they were just wrestling, but he didn't, they were wrestling the first time, but he did not tell them about the time it was on purpose after that.
Okay. So we'll circle back to that in a minute, but so you said that mom grounds you and takes away your electronics, and then you were saying that there was something when you were like 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
My brother, he let the dog out and she was my dog. So my mom got mad at me and told me to get her. I couldn't catch her because she was running. So she took me inside. She slammed me to the tile floor right at the front door. And she told me to go take a bath. I went to go take a bath and she did it again in the bathroom.
So when you say she slammed you to the tile floor,
She picked me up and threw me to the tile floor.
and how did you land on the tile floor?
On my back.
On your back? And how did she pick you up?
I'd say about right here.
Like right under your arms?
Yeah.
And was she saying anything when that happened?
No, not that I remember.
Did you say anything to her?
All I did was cry and scream when she picked me up.
You cried and screamed when she picked you up?
And then she threw me down to the tile floor.
Okay. And when you say that she threw you down to the tile floor, like, tell me about that.
She like picked me up and like threw me down off of my feet.
Okay. So she picked you up like under your arms?
Yes.
And when she threw you, like what happened to your feet? Why didn't you just land on your feet again?
Because she kind of like threw me like this, but I didn't go far.
So she kind of just threw you like backwards a little bit?
Yeah. I wouldn't be able to land on my feet.
So, what part of you hit the ground first?
My back.
Your back? And after that happened, did your back hurt?
Yeah, it did, like right after it happened. The next day, no, it didn't hurt.
So it hurt right after, but the next day it didn't hurt?
No.
Okay. And was there any kind of like marks or anything on your back?
I wouldn't remember.
You wouldn't remember? Do you think if there were marks on your back that you would remember?
Yes.
And you said that happened again in the bathroom?
Yes.
And what was going on in the bathroom? Why did that happen again?
I don't. She was just still mad, I guess. I went to go get in the bath. I got my clothes. And then she just slammed the door open and picked me up and did it again.
Was she saying anything
I don't remember.
then? Don't remember?
No.
And you said you were like around 6 when that happened?
6, 7, or 8. One of those.
You don't remember?
I can't remember exactly now.
Do you remember what grade you were in?
No.
No?
But my dad does have a video of it that he probably has the date on.
Your dad has a video of it?
Not of it happening. Like, when I went to his house, he videoed me, showing him, like, how it happened.
Oh. Okay. So, like, you demonstrated for him? Like, you showed him what happened?
Yeah.
Alright. Has your mom ever used any other kind of punishment?
No.
No? Has your mom ever spanked you like your dad had?
No.
No. What about Ario? Has he gotten any different punishment from your mom?
No, but we have been hit by her boyfriends.
By your boyfriends?
Mm-hmm. Ario's hit with a spoon, and we were both hit in the head by a hand.
And so tell me about the time you were hit in the head with a hand.
We were jumping on the bed. We weren't supposed to. I understand that, but he came in and he slapped us both on the head.
Where did he hit you at on your head?
The side.
The side? And what did he hit you with?
His hand.
And how was his hand when he hit you?
Open-handed.
Open hand? Okay. And what happened after, like, right after he hit you in the head with his hand?
I don't remember.
Don't remember? When was that? When did that happen?
I'd say when I was maybe in first or kindergarten.
Kindergarten or first?
Yeah, my brother he was in second or third.
And what grade are you in now?
I am in fifth.
Fifth? So that was like 4 or 5 years ago?
Yeah.
Has there been any other kind of punishment used at all?
No.
No?
Just grounding, taking away electronics, and spanking so over at my dad's, but he hasn't done it in a while.
Okay. Have you ever gotten hurt at your mom's house?
Other than other than what I told you, no.
No? What about at your dad's house? Have you ever gotten hurt at your dad's house? Was there something that happened at some point with a nail?
We were at my mom's friend's and I stepped on a rusty nail and my mom didn't bother telling my dad anything about it. She just put like some cream and a band-aid on it.
So you were at your mom's friend's house?
Yes.
Do you know who your mom's friend is?
Kevin. Neff.
Do you know where Kevin lives at?
He lives on, I've seen the sign before. It's on a dirt road, and it's, I can't tell you the exact road.
That's okay.
I've seen it before, I've tried to remember it.
Okay. So you said you stepped on a rusty nail?
Yes.
Where was the nail at?
There was just all around the yard, there was like different wood materials because they were taking down something they had built.
Okay.
And it was old, so there was like stuff all over the yard.
Okay. So were you helping with that, or you just walking around, or
It
like
was
what
Easter.
happened? It was Easter? Okay. So what were you doing like when you stepped on the nail?
I was searching for eggs and I didn't wear my shoes, so I stepped on the nail. It wouldn't have been as bad if I wore shoes, but it probably would have punctured the shoe.
Okay. And then what happened to your foot when you stepped on the nail?
There was a deep cut in it. There was no rust inside my foot though. My dad, we had to skip Easter and we had to go straight to the hospital.
So you said your mom put
Just a cream.
cream and a Band-Aid on it? Was your foot hurting when your mom put that on there?
Yes. Kevin's son though, it did a really big cut in his. He stepped on a rusty nail too.
Oh really? That same day or a different time?
Same
or?
day.
So your mom put cream and a Band-Aid on it. And then you were saying something about, when did you go to the hospital?
When we got to my dad's, because he picked me up at 6 o'clock.
Okay.
And we went to go do Easter egg hunting at the house. And then I told them about it, like, as soon as we got to the house. And they skipped all the Easter egg stuff and we went straight to the hospital.
And what happened at the hospital?
They, had to look at it and they had to make sure there was no stuff inside of it. Or rust inside of it. And I had to go in a room with a big light so they could look at it, but it wasn't surgery. They were just looking at it.
Okay.
My dad had to stay in the other room though.
And you said they didn't find any rust in there?
No, they did not.
Okay. So what did they do from there?
They gave me some medication for pain, I think. And they gave an ointment just in case they did miss any rust, like if there was any.
Okay. So there was another ointment to put on your foot? And was your foot like hurting you? Was it bothering you? Is that why you went to the hospital, or what?
My dad was worried, and it did hurt my foot. He was
Your
worried.
dad was worried about it.
Yeah, and there was like Band-Aid marks, like dirt all up in the Band-Aid, and he didn't know if it was like infected or not. So we went straight to the hospital.
So you mentioned earlier that Ario got in trouble for lying about getting kicked.
Yeah, he got
So tell me about what happened with that.
Kevin's son kicked. Well, there was a whole bunch of boys in the pool, and they were wrestling. We were doing chicken fights, and someone got kicked, and it started a whole big fight, and Ario got kicked there. So, and then after that, my brother, he'd be swimming, and he might accidentally kick Neil, which is Kevin's son. He might accidentally kick Neil, and then Neil would kick him back on purpose really hard, even though he did have surgery there.
Okay. So tell me about the first day when that happened in the pool.
Then
Who all was in the pool?
Neil's cousins, 2 cousins, his friend, and Ario and me.
Okay. And you said that the boys were chicken fighting?
Yes.
Okay.
I was doing it too, and then someone got kicked there by accident, and then it started a whole big fight.
What do you mean it started a whole big fight?
Like, they started like kicking all each other there.
Okay.
Ario had told my mom. She did nothing about it though.
So somebody got kicked, like, while they were chicken fighting?
Yes.
Okay. So was that, like, an accident, or?
It was an accident. Okay. And then they got mad. They kicked another person, and it started.
So then they all just started kicking each other?
My brother, he told my mom, and
Was your brother in that fight where they were all kicking each other?
No, he was not. He just happened to get kicked.
So he wasn't kicking?
No, he was
but
not
he
kicking
got
anybody.
kicked.
He got kicked.
Okay. So he was like there with all the other boys?
Yeah.
Alright.
And that night, it was like
So you said he told your mom. When did he tell your mom?
like right after it happened. He had told her, and she.
When you say
did
right
not
after, do you mean
like
the next minute or the next hour?
next.
When you guys got out of the
minute.
pool, or what?
Like after everybody was done.
Okay.
So like that'd be like 2.5 minutes.
Okay. So this kicking fight went on for like 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
And then Ario told your mom.
Yeah, and she did nothing about it.
He told her from the pool, or he got out of the pool? Or
He got
what?
out, and he said that they're all kicking each other there. They just told everybody to stop, and they stopped for at that moment, and then a couple more times after he had his surgery, Ario got kicked.
Okay. So he got out and told your mom, and then they told the boys to stop kicking each other.
Yes.
Okay. And what happened after that? Did Ario get back in the pool?
I think no. And maybe, I don't know.
Maybe you don't remember.
Don't remember.
Okay. How long were you in the pool still after that?
And then it all calmed down, and they started playing again. And I was still playing.
Okay.
I was still in the pool.
But you don't remember if Ario got back in the pool?
Yeah, I don't. Later that night, though, it was like midnight, he woke my mom up and said he was having pains there, like really, really bad pains. So we went to the hospital, and he couldn't even get out of the car, so my mom had to take a wheelchair and go in. And we stayed there all night.
So before you woke your mom up in the middle of the night, had he said anything about being in pain before
No,
that?
he told my mom.
He told your mom
He woke up and he told my mom that.
in
he
the
was
middle of the
having-
night.
Yes, that he was having pains.
But earlier in the night, like before you guys went to bed, did he ever tell you that he was in pain?
No, he did not.
Okay. So when you guys went to bed, was he hurting at that point?
I wouldn't know. He went straight to his room. I was having night. I was scared to go in my room and sleep, so I went in bed with my mom, and then he came in, turned the light on, and just crying in pain.
But like when you guys got home, you were together, right?
Yeah,
you went home together.
He never talked about any pain until that moment.
Okay.
But at the hospital, he did say that he has had pains like that before, just not that bad. It would like last 5 to 10 minutes and it wouldn't even be that bad. He wasn't worried about it.
So until he came in and woke you guys up in the middle of the night, you didn't know that he was hurting or that there was anything going on?
We did not.
And you're saying y'all been back over there since that, and there's still the kicking that's going on with the boys?
Yes. He said that he's been kicked like 10 times after that.
Okay. Have you ever seen him be kicked?
Yes. Like, I saw him, he was swimming one time, he kicked Neil by accident. And then Neil got really mad and he kicked him there. And he started screaming in pain, sat on the steps, and then he got out.
How do you know that Ario kicked Neil by accident?
Because I was underwater with the goggles and he was just swimming. We were doing races.
Is there anything else that you think that I need to know about?
It bothers me and Aria that she has more than one boyfriend at once.
Anything else?
Phoebe left home alone. I'm left home alone until he gets off the bus at 4:45. And then my mom gets home at 6.
So he gets home at 4:45.
Yeah.
What time do you get home?
School gets out 2:30, I think. And it's like 5 minute drive, so 2:35 I had to get back home.
How do you get home?
Bus.
Bus. And then what time did you say your mom gets home?
6 o'clock. And this native was saying that it's legal in the state if the parent feels that their child is capable of staying home alone. And my dad does not feel that. He's told my mom, and my mom is still going against it.
So what do you normally do when you get home?
We have chores we have to do, homework, do a little laundry, clean the bathroom, dishes.
So you get homework, laundry, and chores?
Yeah.
And do you guys normally eat like when your mom gets home or before she gets home?
She gets snacks and then we run out by the end of the month, and then it's like 3 months until she buys more. So we get home and we look in the cabinet. We really can't find anything to eat.
Okay. You eat lunch here at school?
Yes.
Okay. So then you eat dinner when your mom gets home?
Yeah.
And sometimes you have snacks, but sometimes you don't?
Yeah. Most of the time we don't, but sometimes we do. Another thing is she gets a lot of fast food and orders pizza. And she asked us one time, she said, would you rather me cook or get fast food? And we told her cook, and she still gets a lot of fast food.
Gotcha. Well, cooking is a lot of work. I'm not a fan. So, do you guys have a phone at home?
My brother has a phone, but we're only able to call my dad, my mom, and 911.
Okay. So you know how to call 911?
Yes, I called my dad once because I was afraid, because I just kept on hearing beating on the door. So I called my dad. He said, if you're truly scared, I can't do anything at the moment, because he was all the way in Tampa. He said he couldn't do anything at the moment, so he said, if you're really scared, you can call 911. So I was scared, I was crying, I called 911. And I had done that before, and it was the same cop that had already showed up before.
Yeah.
And she keeps on telling me that she is illegal, but my dad doesn't agree with it.
Right. Well, that is something that your parents have to work out between the two of them. It's not illegal for you to be home alone. It sounds like you seem like a pretty smart girl, and it sounds like you kind of know how to take care of yourself. Your dad might not like that, but like I said, that's something your mom and dad have to work out between the two of them. We can't really get involved in that. Is there anything else that you think that I need to know about?
No.
No? Did anyone tell you what to say to me today?
No.
Did anyone tell you anything not to say to me today?
No.
And has everything that we talked about today been the truth?
Yes.
Alright. Well, I appreciate you talking with us for a few minutes. I'm gonna let you get back to class now, okay? Have a good rest of your day. Are you Ario? Is that how you say it?
Yes.
Ario? Alright. Well, my name is Michael, and this is Kim. We work for the sheriff's office. Alright? So you're not in any trouble this morning?
No.
Well, I want to let you know. You said no. Like, you know you're not in any trouble, huh? Okay. That's good. Sometimes kids get called down to the office and they automatically think that they're in trouble for something. But that's not the case. We're just here to talk with you for a few minutes this morning, okay? Aria, tell me your last name.
Adkins.
Is it 2 R's in Aria or 1 R?
2.
2. And when's your birthday?
November 3rd.
What year?
No, 2006.
So you're 13 years old?
And this Sunday.
Oh, this Sunday's your birthday.
Mhm.
Nice. So you're 12 right now.
Yes.
I appreciate you correcting me on that. If I say anything else while we talk that is wrong or I get it not quite right, I want you to just jump in and let me know just like you did, okay?
Mhm.
You got any big plans for your birthday on Sunday?
No.
No? Well, you better start planning. You only got a week left. So Aria, who all do you live with?
My parents are divorced, so I go back and forth with my mom and dad.
Okay. Alright. So who are you living with right now?
My mom.
Your mom? Okay. What's your mom's name?
Bonnie.
Bonnie, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And who else is at your mom's house?
It's just her, me, and my sister.
And your sister?
Mhm.
What's your sister's name?
Elizabeth.
So it's just the three of you that live at your mom's house
Right now.
right now? Has there been other people that live there?
Yes.
Who else has lived there?
There have been a couple boyfriends that have been there.
Okay. But there's not a boyfriend right now that lives
No.
there? Okay. Alright, and then you said you go back and forth to your dad's house also?
Mm-hmm.
What's your dad's name?
Peter.
Peter?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And who all lives at your dad's house?
Him, his girlfriend Christy, me, my sister, and their daughter Piper, and sometimes Christy's daughter Anna.
Okay. So his girlfriend's name is Christy?
Mm-hmm.
How long have they been together? Do you know?
Ever since I was like 7, 6.
6 or 7? So a little while then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you said they have a daughter. And what was her name?
Piper.
Piper? And then you said there's another daughter of Christie's?
Mm-hmm. It's Anna.
How often do you go back and forth between the two houses?
The first, second, and fourth weekends in a month, I'll be with my dad, and the third weekend with my mom.
Okay.
And that Tuesday, my dad.
Okay. So the first, second, and fourth
Mm-hmm.
is at dad's. Just for the weekend?
Yeah. Friday to Monday.
And then you said there's also a Tuesday that you
The-
go to your dad's?
The fourth.
The fourth Tuesday?
Yeah, the weekend after my mom has me.
Okay. Alright. And so, and all the rest of the time then, where are you?
My mom's.
Your mom's house. Okay. And where does your mom live at?
776 Iroquois Trail.
776
Iroquois Trail.
Iroquois?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how to spell that?
No.
Oh, me neither. What city is that in?
Mulberry.
Oh, Mulberry? Okay. Do you know your dad's address?
I know the street.
What street?
North Stella Avenue.
North Stella? And what city is that in?
It's Lakeland.
Lakeland? So Aria, do you know any reason why I would be here to talk to you this morning?
About my incident with where I was kicked.
Okay, tell me about that.
I was kicked there multiple times. The first time we were all chicken fighting, then Neil, who kicked me, he got mad and kicked me there, but I never kicked back or anything.
Okay. And where was that at?
Kevin's house, the dad.
Kevin is the dad?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know where the house is at? Like where he lives at, or?
The road name is Cornet Court.
Cornet Court?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And why were you over there?
Kevin is a friend of my mom's.
Okay. So y'all were playing chicken fighting?
In the pool.
In the pool. And then someone got mad? Who was it you said got mad?
Kevin's son, Neil.
Neil? Okay.
And after that, he would start to sneak up behind me and kick me there.
Okay.
After I had surgery the first time. And then other times he would just straight up do it when he would come up in front of me and just straight up do it.
Okay. And how old is Neil?
I think he's 12 too, but he'll turn 13 next year.
Okay. So y'all are like the same age?
Mm-hmm.
And so this kicking that was going on, was this like a game that you guys were playing?
No.
Or like what was the situation?
If I would brush up against him in the pool, like a slight tap, he would get easily angry and come up and kick me.
Okay. And did he kick anyone else?
When we were doing chicken fights, the first time he kicked their neighbor's sons, Mason and Jackson.
Okay. So that was kind of like what he would do, was he gets mad, he kicks people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But after that, he mainly targeted me.
Did he like think it was like a joke?
Mm-mm. It hurt.
Why no, you didn't think it was a joke? Did he think it was a joke?
I think so.
Okay. Did you ever get mad and like do anything back to him?
I would get mad, but I would never attack back because I heard self-defense is where you have to get attacked twice before you can fight back.
Who told you that?
A principal at my elementary school.
Okay. Well, I've never heard that before. But, I mean, if someone's attacking you, you should probably defend yourself. I don't know if that's the situation that was going on here. You know, 'cause, I mean, so he would kick you and then what would happen?
He would go back to swimming.
Okay. So it wasn't like he was like kicking you over and over again. It was just like one time and then he would go back to what he was doing. Okay. So it wouldn't necessarily be self-defense if you like
attacked back.
Hit him back. But if he was like kicking you over and over or, you know, doing something like that, then, you know, you would be okay defending yourself in that situation. It doesn't have to be like two different things happening. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I mean, how often would you go over to these people's house?
At least 2 times a week.
Twice a week? Okay. And is this something that happened every time you were over there, or was it just sometimes, or what?
After my surgery, it was about 10 times he kicked me.
After your surgery?
And the doctor told me I may never have kids because of it.
And what was the surgery for? Why did you have surgery?
My testicle got twisted.
And what caused that?
Right after he kicked me that night, I had to go to the hospital.
Okay. And when did that happen?
Last year. I don't remember what month.
Last year? Okay. Was it like during school or over the summer or?
It was after school. Like, we were at their house in the pool.
Okay. Like after school one day? I mean, like, was it during the school year, or
Mhm.
was it over the summer?
It was during the school year.
During the school year. Okay. Do you remember if it was like first half of the year or the second half of the year?
I think it was second quarter.
Second quarter. And is that before or after Christmas? Or something else?
Well, I think it's before.
Before
Because
Christmas?
we're in the second quarter right now.
Okay. So it was sometime around like this same time of year, last year. What grade were you in?
6th.
6th grade? What grade is Neil in?
7th grade.
He's in 7th grade now?
Mhm.
Was he also in 6th grade last year or something?
Yes, he was in 6th grade last year.
Okay. And so before you had the surgery, how many times did that happen?
9.
None?
After that, he just started to kick me there when he get angry.
Okay. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but the very first time it happened, that's the night you went to the hospital and then had surgery. And who else was around when he kicked you that day, that first time?
My mom, his dad, and his neighbor's sons.
Did they see what happened?
No,
Did who all actually saw what happened?
my sister and yeah, I think my sister.
Your sister saw it?
Mhm.
Was she in the pool or out of the pool or something?
She was like refereeing for chicken fights with us. She was in the pool.
But no one else in the pool saw it?
No, because we were on each other's shoulders playing chicken fights.
Okay. So were you chicken fighting when this happened?
I think so. And he got angry and kicked.
So were you the person on top or the person on the bottom or what?
Bottom.
You were on the bottom? Okay. And who was on top of you?
I don't remember.
Don't remember. And where was he at?
He was also on the bottom.
So tell me, like, explain to me how you know that he intentionally kicked you in your groin.
Because I saw his leg swing back and move forward again, and when it did, it looks like he was aiming.
Okay. That's what I'm asking, like, do you know, is he just trying to kick you, like, in the leg as part of chicken fighting? Or how, like, was he intentionally trying to kick you between your legs? Or, like, was he saying anything at the time?
No, I think after that, though, he was intentionally aiming for there.
Okay.
And when he says it, he says, "I forgot," and I don't believe that.
What do you mean he says I forgot?
I forgot I had surgery.
He says he forgot that you had surgery?
Mm-hmm.
So you've talked to him about it?
Yes.
Do you still go over to Neil's house?
No.
No. When's the last time you went over
When this investigation started,
there? Which was when?
because my dad texted our mom, and after that, we didn't go over there anymore.
Okay. How long ago was that?
About 2 months.
2 months? Is there anything else going on that you think that I would be here to talk to you about?
Yes. Where I was like 6, our mom's boyfriend would. So one time he hit me on the head because I was jumping on the bed.
Okay. When you were 6, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So you were jumping on the bed? Okay. And like, tell me about that. Like why did he hit you on the head? Like how did that end up happening?
Yeah, and he said, get off the bed, but I didn't. And then instead of like putting me in timeout, he just hit me on the head.
Where on your head did he hit you?
It was around this area.
Okay. Like the side of your head?
Or it's like
side or the top or the corner or something?
Mm-hmm.
What did he hit you on the head with?
His hand.
His hand? And how was his hand when he hit you on the head? It was like open?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what happened when he hit you on the head?
I fell, but I wasn't knocked out or anything.
You said you weren't knocked out or anything?
Mm-mm.
Just fell? Where did you fall to?
On the bed.
And what happened from there?
He said you're in timeout for about 5 minutes and walked out.
Okay. Did you have any marks or bruises or scratches or anything on your head from where he hit you at?
Not that I remember.
Not you remember. Okay. Did your head hurt after that?
It hurt where he hit it,
Okay.
but not inside my head.
Not inside your head, just on the outside?
Mm-hmm.
How long did it hurt for?
A couple minutes.
A couple minutes? Okay. And that was, you said you were 6 when that happened. So what happens now when you get in trouble at your mom's house?
She'll ground me for like a day and say go to your room.
She grounds you for a day and tells you to go to your room?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what kind of stuff do you get in trouble for?
Not doing the chores or something.
When's the last time you got in trouble with your mom?
Well, last week.
Last week?
Yeah.
What was that for?
We didn't do our chores.
Okay. And what was your punishment?
She just said go to your room.
Does mom ever use any other kind of punishment?
No.
No? Okay, what about your sister? When she gets in trouble, what happens to her?
About the same thing.
Same thing? Does she use any other kind of punishment with your sister?
No.
No? Has she ever used any other kind of punishment with you?
Not with me, but when my sister was younger, she'd throw her fits and kick her mom, then she would spank her.
Okay. You said when your sister was younger?
Mm-hmm.
Like how much younger?
Like 5, 6.
She was 5 or 6?
I was like 7 or 8.
Okay. And you said she would have fits?
Mm-hmm.
And then your mom would spank her?
Yeah, because she would kick her mom.
Okay. What would she spank her with?
Her bare hand, open-handed.
Did your mom ever spank you?
If me and my sister gets in a fight and I'll like hit her in the arm, I'll get spanked.
Okay. When's the last time that happened?
I think last month.
Last month? Okay. And what'd your mom spank you with?
Her open hand.
Where did she spank you at?
My rear end.
How many times did she spank you with her hand?
About 5.
5 times? And what were you wearing when she spanked you?
Basketball shorts and a t-shirt.
Okay. Did you keep your shorts on?
Yes.
Were there any kind of like marks or anything on your butt after she spanked you? Alright. What about when you get in trouble at your dad's house? What's your normal punishment there?
He'll usually lecture us and we'll get grounded.
When's the last time you got in trouble there?
I'm actually in trouble over there right now.
Oh yeah?
Mhm.
What for?
Because we usually don't do our chores over there.
It sounds like a reoccurring theme. You don't like doing your chores? No? How long are you grounded for?
Until he says so.
Okay. And I don't know where we're at in the month. Were you at your dad's house this weekend or is it next weekend?
We were at our dad's house this weekend.
Okay. So you were grounded this weekend?
Mm-hmm.
Did your dad use any other kind of punishment with you?
If we get him mad enough, he'll spank us.
When's the last time your dad spanked you?
I think it was the weekend before this one that just happened.
And what was that for?
I forgot.
You forgot?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What did your dad use to spank you?
His open hand.
How many times did he spank you?
Around 6 or 7.
6 or 7? And where did he spank you at?
My rear end.
Did you have any kind of marks or anything afterwards?
No.
No? When you're at your dad's house, does your stepmom ever punish you?
She will ground us. She won't spank us at all.
Okay. Anyone else ever spanked you?
No, it's just been my mom and dad.
Mom and dad? And then the one time that your mom's boyfriend hit you on the head? Has there been any other incidents like that?
Yes, another one of them, they hit me on the head with a spoon.
A spoon? When was that?
I was like 7 or 8.
7 or 8? Tell me about that.
They brought Chinese food home, and I wouldn't eat it. And he got mad and went like this with the spoon.
You looked like what? Sorry, I wasn't watching.
He went like this with the spoon.
Okay. And it hit you on the head?
Right here.
On top of the head? Was he like trying to hit you on the head, or he was just swinging the spoon, or
He tried.
What? Tried. And did it leave any kind of marks or bruises or anything on your head?
I don't know because I couldn't see it.
Okay. Did your head hurt afterwards? Okay. And was it like the time before where it hurt for a few minutes, or was it something different, or what?
Time before, like it hurt for a few minutes.
Hurt for a few minutes and then stopped. And you said you were like 7? Anything else?
We are left home alone at our mom's after school because she has to work. And we don't go to a daycare after school care.
Okay. How do you get home?
Bus.
You take the bus? Where does your mom work at? Do you know?
It's General RV Center.
When does your mom get home from work?
Around 6:37.
And what time do you get home off the bus?
Around 5. And my sister, she gets home around like 3.
You guys don't ride the same bus?
She is in elementary.
Oh. So she doesn't go to school here?
Not yet.
Where does she go to school?
Purcell.
Purcell? So you get home at 5, you said?
Around 5.
And what time does your sister get home?
Around 3.
Is there anyone at home when you get there?
Just her.
Sister? Is there anyone home when your sister gets there?
No.
Does she go home, or does she go somewhere else, or?
She goes home.
She goes home. And how old is your sister?
9. No, wait, 10.
She's 10? How long has that been going on?
Since I was like in 5th grade.
In 5th grade? Okay. Have there ever been anyone else that would be at home when you get home, or?
Before that, my mom's boyfriend that's still around would be there.
Okay. So, when you get home, like, what are you guys doing until your mom gets there?
We stay inside and usually do our chores. And when we're done, we'll eat a snack and sit in our rooms and play our phones or stuff.
Alright. So there's snacks and stuff there that you can eat if you're hungry?
Yeah, usually like a honey bun or something.
Okay. Do you guys have a home phone?
We use my iPhone to call,
So you have an iPhone?
and just a regular Android that just plays games on,
Okay.
but can call 911.
Does your sister have a phone?
Yes, but her phone has something wrong with it and won't let her in it.
So you know how to call 911 if there's a
Mhm.
problem? What about your sister?
She'll just usually use my iPhone to call someone, because that one has internet.
Okay. But is your phone with you or is it at home?
I'll keep that one at home, and the one I usually have on me is just for games on the bus. But I can call 911 with it when I need to.
So that iPhone that works is at home and she knows where to use it and how to
Mhm.
use it?
So just in case there's an emergency when I'm not there.
And what grade are you in?
7th.
And you said that this has pretty much been the way it is since you were in 5th grade?
Mhm.
But when you were in 5th grade, did you and your sister go to the same school?
Yes.
So y'all got home at the same time?
Mhm.
Is there anything else that you think that I need to know about?
One time our dog got out when I was like 9, 10. My sister, she couldn't catch it, and our mom got angry, and she went to her room and slammed our sister to the tile floor.
Okay. So your mom was mad because the dog got out and your sister couldn't catch it?
Mhm.
Okay. And then you said she went into the room and slammed your sister on the ground?
I heard it from my room when I was playing my PS3 when I have it.
So you didn't see it happen, you just heard it happen?
Yes, but my sister, when we were at her dad's, told us about it.
And what did she say happened?
She couldn't catch the dog, so our mom took her into her room and slammed her on the tile floor.
Okay. Was your sister hurt from that?
Mhm.
How?
Her from like the back of her legs all the way up to the back of her skull was all hurting.
Okay. How long was she hurting for?
Around half an hour.
Half an hour. Did she have like any kind of marks or bruises or anything that you ever saw?
I think there were bruises all up on her back.
Did you see it?
I think yeah.
You think, yeah?
Yeah.
You actually saw bruises on your sister's back?
Mhm.
You sure? Is there anything else that you think you should know about?
I think that's it.
I think that's it. Normally I kind of go over this with people in the beginning of our conversations, but I forgot, so I'm going to just kind of cover it with you now. Do you know what it means to tell the truth?
Mhm.
What's that mean?
you tell what actually happened and don't make something up.
Okay. Well, what does it mean to tell a lie?
You make something up to cover up what really happened.
Okay. I'm going to give you a couple of examples, and I just want you to tell me whether it's the truth or a lie, okay? Ario, and that's you as a boy. Is that the truth or a lie?
Truth.
Michael, and that's me as a girl. Is that the truth or a lie?
Lie.
It's raining inside this room right now. Is that the truth or a lie?
Lie.
And I came to your school and we're talking in the front office area. Is that the truth or a lie?
Truth.
Has everything that we talked about today been the truth?
Truth.
No, I'm asking you. Has everything that we talked about today been the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone tell you what to say to me?
No.
Did anyone tell you anything not to say to me?
No.
Alright, man. Well, I'm going to let you get back to class then. I appreciate you talking with me for a few minutes, alright? Better figure out what you're going to do for your birthday this weekend.
Okay.
It's coming up.
Bye.
Have a good day.
You too.
From the audio recording that I was just making moments ago. The last time I can recall in that audio recording was 10 minutes, or not 10 minutes, excuse me, 10:05 this evening on July, what is today's date?
7th.
Thank you, baby.
July the 7th.
July 7th.
I can talk.
As you can tell, my daughter is very aware of date and time. Therefore, she's alert to her surrounding environments, and she is correct. It is July 7th, 2015, according to Verizon Television. But I was just making an audio recording of apparently my daughter's mother being very physical with her. And the description's very clear in that video as to what she was doing. And I just want there to be a visual representation to go along with this. Now, Elizabeth, show me again.
It was like she picked me up
Off of your feet.
Both feet, like slam.
Slammed you on your back.
Yes. All the way completely, like when she slammed me, all the whole body slammed me.
Was she yelling at you or anything while she was doing this?
Yeah, she was yelling. Even when I fell, she was yelling.
She's still yelling at you while you're laying on the ground.
Yes.
And this was over the dog because you couldn't catch the dog when your mother...
I just couldn't catch it. And then she got super angry at me.
Were you scared?
The super scary part was when she slammed me back. And especially in the bathroom because it was harder than the living room.
The bathroom was worse than the living room? Mm-hmm. She slammed you on the floor in the bathroom too?
Yes.
Picked you up off your feet?
Mm-hmm.
She didn't push you? You
No,
didn't fall?
No. She just slammed.
What made... And by the way, I'm not the first person that she's gone to tonight and told this. Me, my mother, my stepfather, my significant other that I've been with now for almost 5 years. We have a daughter with her together now, sleeping in the same bed. She's went to my mother this evening and approached her with this same information, and now I'm being approached with it. So I'm not the first person on record tonight. And I don't know, maybe I need to make an audio recording with her, what she's telling me. I'm still trying to kind of gather all this right now, that anybody even has the ability to do that to their child. And those are the only 2 times that you can recall. Nothing else. She's never done anything else like that. You know you're not in trouble, right? Okay? Come here. I'm going to stop this recording now so that I can go in there and get the one from my mother to see exactly what she told her and get her reactions. What?
Oh, you never seen it.
Ario didn't see it?
No, he was just in his bedroom doing something normal. He was just laying on his bed watching Cars 2.
So this was recent.
What?
Do you know how I'm sorry, I used a big word, a word that you don't understand yet because you're only in kindergarten, but you're going into first grade because you're in the STEAM program. You know how you got into the STEAM program? Because I went to your school. Even though I don't have you all the time right now, Daddy went to your school and talked to your teachers, and I got you into the STEAM program. But, see, I just got sidetracked with what word? Ario was watching Cars 2. Was this like a week ago? Was this during school or during the summer after school got out?
It was in, it was...
Do you remember? Were you in school or were you out of school?
I was out of... I think I was out of school in the summer. Yeah, I think it was in the summer.
You think it was the summer? You would have been out of school for a whole week, which you were going to summer camp with your mother. Have you gone to summer camp every day? Was this after summer camp or was it after school?
No, we never started summer camp that day. We never had it.
So then you were in school. Was it the weekend maybe?
No, it was in the summer. But
You hadn't started summer camp yet. What were you going to your Grandma Carol's?
we were staying home.
Mm-hmm.
And she got super mad at me. I said I was going to take her out to go potty, which she didn't. She just ran. And then I tried to catch her. I couldn't.
Okay. It's all right. Don't worry about it. That I don't expect you to remember because that was in the past. I'm going to stop this recording now so that I can go get some more from my mother. I'm sorry, Elizabeth. Okay. What's today's date? February 15th?
Yeah.
It's February 15th, 2016. You can see by the redness on my daughter's ear that it was really infected. You can see some pus coming out of the top of it. And if I flip it around to the back... Here, you push your ear back. Push it forward. Push it forward.
Like this?
Yep. All the way so I can see the back of it too. Nope. The bottom of it too has to come forward. Your whole ear from right here. Let me see. Move your hand. You can see the back of it too is real infected. I've cleaned out her ear real good and got some antibiotic ointment on her earring to go back in there after cleaning it with alcohol and cleaning her ear a little bit with alcohol. She was given these earrings as a Christmas present, and I only have my children right now from Friday until Monday morning every weekend, and we sent the bottle of, it's like Sea Breeze or whatever it is that the ear piercers recommend that you use to keep the thing clean, and sent it over to Mom's house and asked her on a daily basis to please, 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 please clean the ear and spin the earring to make sure it does not get infected. And sure enough, here we are. It's infected. She also, too, if you look at her neck, you can see all these bumps and stuff that are on her neck. I took her in January, which we're just now in the beginning of February. I took her in the middle of January 2016 to the OWL aftercare facility to find out what these bumps are. And her mother said that she's going to take her to the dermatologist. Well, it's been over 2 weeks, and Mommy still has done nothing about it. She hasn't been to the dermatologist or anything.
She said she was going to do it on a different month.
On a different month? That's what your mother told you.
I think, but I don't know what she said.
It's no big deal. It really doesn't matter. It's besides the point. What does matter is that it hasn't been done, and it needs to be done. I mean, this is just the regular things that goes on with their mother that I'm over. You know, it's not about just the best interest of the kids anymore. It's about their overall safety and well-being.
There's water.
Water? Where?
Yep, right here. It's dripping. I got it right here. I got it right here. Drips on the back. just from the water test.
That
Can you
ain't
see
the
the
front
drip?
couplings, that's the back. Rah!
Here you go, babe. You want to see?
All right. In right now from the back of the car has nothing to do with the front. The water test confirmed it, and I'm going to do it right again in front of y'all's technicians to prove that y'all are lying to me. All right, today is October 10th, 2016. I'm just documenting water damage done to the car. You can see the water stains up on the roof that run here and all the way up by the window. This is a new headliner that was put in the car, so the old pre-existing water stains that were on the driver and passenger side are both gone, but the sunroof drains on this car when I bought them were all cracked up and broken, and the dealership refuses, Lakeland Toyota, to do anything about the repairs now. They sold it that way. I took it back in May, a week after I bought it, for the same problem, and they're not willing to do anything at this point, but I'm just going to show you what we've got now. Back here in this back panel with all these control modules, etc. Down there on the padding, if I put my hands underneath here and I push down on it, I don't think you can see any water coming out, but when I pull my hand out, you can obviously see the water all over my fingertips and fingers. So I mean, it's obviously wet back there, without question. You got water stains on this back panel here that clearly show water on the car. When you come up to the passenger and the driver's side of the car, it's got some water stain there. Water stains on the headliner here. Water stains. And you can't see it because of the bad light right now.
This is spiraling out of control. I haven't seen you the entire summer. I'd like you to come back on Sunday.
I'm not coming.
This is getting out of control.
No, it's not.
You know, I talked to the principal, Tracy Weldon, earlier today.
Yeah. About what?
Well, I think that this is something I need to talk to your mother about. Not ready to have this conversation with you yet, but
I'm already enrolled in a school, if that's what you're talking about.
you can enroll in a school. You've already enrolled in a school, and you have a scholarship.
Yeah, but I'm not going to that school, so there's no point being enrolled if I'm not going to that school.
I don't understand why you don't want to go to the school. You love this school.
I love it, yeah, but nobody's going to talk to me anymore. Everybody blocked me for moving over here. People didn't even talk to me on social media anyways. Doesn't talk to me anymore. The only person I still talk to is...
Is who? Okay.
I talked to him.
This is such a nice opportunity for you. It's such a great school. You got a very caring principal.
I know.
You're not gonna find that anywhere else. She told me that she would work with us, on the, continue on the workbooks, even though everyone else will be going to do online or.
There's no point, because I'm going to have to keep on driving all the way to Hudson every time I'm done with the book. That's a lot of gas.
Yeah, Anna, you don't. You sound like you don't ever want to come over, and I don't understand.
Dad, I'm waiting till you change, and I haven't seen any change yet, so it's kind of hard for me to.
How can you say that? You haven't even been around me. How can you say that? We haven't even had any conversations because everything's on speakerphone, and I don't want to make our private conversation public. We haven't even had any conversation. We haven't had the time to talk to each other. I think it's really important that you come back and we just get the chance to sit down and talk. How do you know that things haven't changed if you don't even give it a chance?
Because I can hear in the way that you're talking to me. You wouldn't be defending yourself if you've changed.
What do you mean? I'm trying to tell you that you're important to me. I want you, to reconcile with you, but we can't do that if you don't take the time to have a conversation with me.
Can you just wait for me to be ready to come back? Because it feels like you're making me come back, and I'm not ready to come back yet.
I guess I'm not understanding what needs to happen.
I need to be able to know that I'm not going to be scared of you anymore whenever I'm over there. I've told you many times in messages why I'm scared of you, but you still don't get it. That or you tell me I don't hurt women when I've seen it.
Anna, look, do you still have that post up on Facebook?
Yep, and I'm not taking it down either.
I'm really disappointed to hear that.
That's fine.
Because it was such a hurtful thing to do, to put that on there and say that about me when you know that I've never hit you and I've never spanked you. To imply that you're being physically abused is really causing a lot of problems in my life. And I don't think that you need to put that on there because it's not even accurate. I've never hit you and I've never spanked you.
Never said that you spanked me.
People think that, listen to me please. People think that you were hit. And
I was
it's not
hit
right
with
that
a
you
door.
let the people think that.
I was hit with a door.
Anna, I'm going to tell you again what was going on that day.
I know. You trying to make sure Christine doesn't take us. Whatever.
Christine was trying to lock you in a room. Okay? I didn't let that happen.
Because she was trying to get away from you.
Excuse me. I didn't push anyone.
I never said you pushed anyone in that incident.
I forced the door open.
That's when I got my foot hit. I even told you I got my foot hit.
Anna, I didn't hit or push or anything. I was pushing the door open.
Exactly. You were forcefully pushing the door open and it hit my foot when she let go of the door.
It sounds a lot like an accident and not an intentional act, right?
Still, you were trying to get me and me away from Christine, but you still forcefully opened the door, not realizing that I was right behind the door. Again, it's an accident.
It sounds a lot like an unintentional act, not a premeditated anything. So, to label me physically abusive is completely inaccurate, and you have to take that thing down.
Why do I have to?
I have work colleague asked me about it, Anna. Please take it down. It's not accurate. The way it's being described, it's a lot like an accident and not like an intentional act.
I'm not going to take it down, but I could revise it.
Anna, please don't stroke. Add flame to the thing. Just delete it. please, it's not accurate information. It's causing a lot of stress and anxiety on my end. I don't think about anything else except that, because you're labeling me in a way that isn't correct. It's not accurate. I'm not physically abusive. I'm a pacifist.
To other women.
I'm not abusive towards other women either. I don't know why you're saying this. You don't. The one incident that you're talking about sounds a lot like an unintentional act.
Yeah, there's 2 incidents, Dad.
There's nothing else.
Yes, there is. Not where I was
nothing.
hit or anything in the middle of it, but I watched you push Christine into the hallway, and she ricocheted off of the white Rex in the closet.
That is not correct information. I never pushed Christine.
Then how come
Christine,
she told me the story, and Morgan and Carice both had the same story?
Listen, Anna, you don't have your facts straight, and I do not appreciate you labeling me that way on a public forum, because I am not physically abusive, and you have no. You should have never posted that.
You're making this all about you.
You're causing a lot of stress and anxiety in my life by doing this.
You're making this all about you, and you're
I-
not asking me how I feel, and every time I go to talk, you interrupt me.
I need to let you know that what you put out there isn't accurate, and it's causing a lot of pain and stress in my life, and I need you to take it down.
I don't think it's going to be taken
understand.
down, because obviously every time you've asked me to take it down, I haven't taken it down, so it's not going to be taken down. You've asked me over 5 times, and if I keep on saying no, it's not going to be taken down.
Okay, look, the damage is done, and everybody that needs to know knows, and they've all commented on it, so what's the point of keeping it up?
For other people to see it? I mean, that's what the point of Facebook is, right?
But why would you want them to see it when it's not even accurate information? You're labeling me in a way that's not accurate. It's like a lie. You're not telling the truth when you say that I'm physically abusive. I'm not physically abusive. Anna?
Yeah.
And you don't think about it. I mean, I hear you saying I needed to do this to tell my friends, and I understand that.
Yeah, but you're not listening to me whenever I
need to
told you that it was about you, but it was mostly about them and how they treated me.
Anna, you posted on Facebook that I am physically abusive, which is not accurate. And you're causing me a lot of stress and anxiety about it. You didn't need to put that on there. You didn't need to include that detail.
Okay, but I did, and it's done. There's everybody has seen it. There's no point in taking it down.
There is very much a point to taking it down. Employers, they look on Facebook. They look at that kind of stuff. I don't want my employer looking at this. You want me to lose my job?
Never said I wanted you to lose your job, but I don't think me posting that is going to make you lose your job.
Anna, employers check social media.
Who asked you about it? It was none of their business.
Anna, please, take it down. Take it down.
So I'm basically supposed to forget about everything that happened and take it down and act like nothing happened.
Anna, you are not thinking about the big picture. Think about the big picture. I understand that you're trying to let your friends know that you left, and you have some a certain reason for doing that. But you're labeling me in a way that is not accurate, and you are causing so much anxiety and pain on my end. You should have never put that on there. It's not accurate. It's completely not accurate.
Can we talk about something else? Because obviously I'm not going to take the post down.
Yeah, I guess we can talk about school. As of today, you're still registered for Esther.
Well, you might want to unenroll me because I'm already enrolled in another school.
You can't be enrolled in another school because you're already enrolled in Esther school.
Then how come I got the okay and I'm supposed to be getting a computer from the school?
Look, if you're enrolled in another school, your mom is in contempt of court because I'm the primary residential parent, so that's that.
But I'm not with you. I'm not with you right now, so how does that make her a contempt in court? If I'm not with you, that means she can choose, and it helps with me.
Please lower your voice. Okay? Don't yell at me.
I'm not yelling at you. All I did was raise my voice like you were saying that you did on the phone.
Look, don't throw away this great opportunity you have to go to Esther's school.
Dad, I don't want to go to Esther's. Nobody's going to talk to me. I'm not going to have a good school year. Is that what you want from me?
I want you to have a great school year, which is why I'm asking you to think about this.
I already told you for no reason anymore. Talk to me anymore, and I don't even. Nobody's gonna talk to me, and I'm gonna end up being in the same class again, and nobody's gonna talk to me.
Maybe you should think about why that is.
Blocked me before for stupid reasons.
It seems like you're burning a lot of bridges, and I don't know why.
I'm gonna be just fine in this other school. I can be unenrolled from that school. I am fine with going to the school that I'm going to. I start in 2 weeks. There's no point for me to go to Esther's.
No one has even spoken to me about it, and that's not right.
My mom has talked to you about it.
No, she hasn't. Definitely hasn't talked to me about it because she cannot withdraw you from school. She can't do it.
So you can take me out of schools, but my mom can't? Like, I'm asking like a genuine question.
That's correct. Yeah. We have a legal agreement.
Okay, so basically you get to hold on.
It says that I'm the primary residential parent.
So you basically get to make all the decisions, and my mom basically gets to make no decisions, and I have no say in anything.
Honey, take me off the speakerphone. It sounds like you're talking in a tin can.
No, I'm not taking you off the speakerphone.
Oh, this conversation's, not gone the way I wanted it to. I wanted to hear, what's going on in your life, and it just turned in.
You're the one that brought up those conversations. All I did was start to talk to you about a job, and then you started talking about school in the post. I didn't bring any of that up until you did. Hello?
Hi. I'm waiting for you to tell me.
Tell you what? I just told you. I said I didn't bring any up about the schooling and the post until you did.
Well, the reason I bring it up is they're really important things that are going on right now, and they need to be discussed.
We've already discussed it. We've already discussed the post many times. I'm not going to take it down, so might as well just stop trying.
I'm trying to get you to understand why it's so wrong to have that up there in the first place. You don't understand. You don't get it. You're labeling me in a way that's not accurate.
Okay, question.
You're painting a picture of me that's not accurate.
Am I going to be able to talk?
Please do.
Which one of your employees looks at my Facebook page? Is it Debbie?
I mean, just because you have a voice doesn't mean you get to scream fire in a crowded theater.
All I did was ask a question. Am I not entitled to that information? That one of your workers is asking about our situation. Am I not entitled to that? I think I am. I'm the one that put up the post, so I think I have a right to know who talked to you about it.
Who talked to me about it?
You said your coworkers are asking you about you and me. I think I have a right to know who it was. They're asking you about our business. So, I'm not entitled to that information.
I just don't feel like, you're it feels like you're not really understanding what I'm trying to say.
Well, no, I am understanding. I'm just not going to take the post down.
If you truly understood, you would say, hey, you have a point. This isn't really accurate information. I'm going to take it down.
I understand that you're making this all about you and not asking my opinion on it.
I didn't say it was all about me. I understand that the post is a message to your friends, but in giving the message to your friends, you say something about me that's not true, and you have people believing that something happened. People get images in their head of what's going on at the house when you say the things you said in that post, and that's not accurate information at all.
Okay, I've said it. It's done. There's no point in deleting it. Everybody has seen it. Your coworkers starting to ask you about it. There's no point in deleting it, because once I delete it, obviously nobody else is going to see it. But so many people have seen it that people are asking me questions about it.
Nor should anyone have seen it in the first place, because it's not accurate information.
Well, I posted it, so obviously I intended for people to see it.
You should have worded it differently, and not labeled me in a way that's not accurate.
I worded it the way that I did. Again, there's no point in me deleting it.
For one thing, I don't believe you even wrote that. I think you had help writing that.
Obviously, I had help writing it, but I said every word in there except for a couple words.
No, I think... Oh, okay. Well, we'll just,
I had help with spelling and grammatical errors and the way the sentences were written. I said most of the words that are in there. I just put in extra words and spaces, if that's what you're asking. Because it feels like you're attacking me because of the post. And all I've heard is that how it's affecting you and not how it's affecting me. Obviously, I've gotten some feedback from the post from my grandmother and everything, but obviously, she's trying to call me, and I'm going to end up calling her back. I'm just not ready to call her back yet. She's not the only one that came at me for the post, if you know that. Aunt Christy also came at me for the post.
Look, you're only hearing one side. Okay? You're not... I need to just have you here so that we can talk, and not... have people chirping in the background and redirecting you and influencing you and
no, Dad, nobody,
you and
nobody's in the room besides Ario, and he's messing with a box. Nobody else is in the room besides Ario, and he's messing with a box. He's not going to tell me what to say on the phone. There's literally nobody else inside of this kitchen.
I'm telling you that they're... you're only hearing one side of things, and it feels like you're being held captive right now.
I'm not.
To be honest with you.
Tell me why you think I'm being held captive, because I can give you many reasons on why I'm not. Can you tell me why you think I'm being held captive?
Because you're being told what to say and do.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I say what comes out of me. Nobody else is telling me what to say or anything like that.
I'm very concerned about you, Anna.
How would you know if people are telling me what to say if they're not even inside the room? Whenever I call you, yes, it's on speaker, but people are coming in and out of the room. They're only hearing bits and pieces of conversation. They're not going to tell me what to say. The adults over here and the kids over here are not like that. They're not going to tell me what to say on the phone. I say what I feel like, and that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just going to call you in a couple of days. I'm not going to have my day go bad because of this conversation.
Yeah, it didn't really go the way I wanted it to.
Obviously not. All right, bye.
Bye. Can't believe it. I really
Okay,
can't.
but-
You've hurt me deeply.
Okay, I get I've hurt you, but I've also been hurt in the process.
Anna, the things you're describing do not justify this extreme reaction. They simply do not.
You asked me a question,
They
I answered it, and you're
absolutely
still
do
not
not.
even letting me finish
Anna.
my sentence.
Okay, please, go ahead. Okay, what else? What else have I done to you that could possibly justify this decision to, be over there 24/7?
Okay, let
What
me
else?
make a list. Me being in the bedroom with Carice, Morgan, and her running into the bedroom trying to get away from you, you pushed her into the closet and her back hit the racks in the closet. That's one. And another one is when she was trying to get me and Carice away from you and running into my bedroom, you pushed the door open and hit me in the foot. Yes, it could have been an accident, but it all could have been avoided. 3, being at the table, her telling me to look at the wall because I got in trouble. That's fine. That is punishment. But you telling me to go into the laundry room and eat by myself because I am talking too much. That is not an okay punishment. Make me go to my bedroom after I'm done eating. Take away something. Don't isolate me from my family. 3, me being in the shower for too long. You made me stand there naked in the hallway with a towel. Like, Carice and Christine were home. Even you being home. That is even worse.
Anna, I just, if those things have hurt you, if they bother you, then I'd like to apologize for doing that. But they
it
don't
doesn't
justify
change what
this
happened.
extreme. They don't justify what you're doing right now.
How do they not?
Okay?
I am scared of you. That's why I came over here.
We could be talking about this one-on-one and working through it, but instead you've chosen to isolate yourself.
I have chosen to
essentially-
isolate myself because I am scared of you.
Anna, that's ridiculous. Okay?
How is it ridiculous when I can name 4 incidents?
Anna,
And there's more. With the lies and manipulation that I have to put up with every day because of that side of the family. Making me feel like I don't know how it makes me feel at the moment, but it makes me feel some way that a child at 15 years old should not be feeling. First, it was you telling me that this shouldn't happen, that this isn't okay. I miss you. Come back home. And Aunt Chrissy.
I said all those things.
Yes, Aunt Chrissy telling me that it was not okay that I talked to you like this, but when I'm just telling you my feelings. Grandma getting mad at me because I defended my family. And then her not answering because she doesn't know what to say. And then her denying that she laughed at my message when I had the notification and the screenshot to prove that she laughed at my message. And then denying it and denying it.
What are you talking about?
She laughed at my message. There's this thing on iPhone where you can hold down the message. There's a bunch of emojis that come up at the top. She hit the laugh button. It said haha at the top of my paragraph.
Anna, she doesn't even know how to use that function. She doesn't even know how to open her phone using her fingerprint. She doesn't know how to use that phone. Okay, you're not correct about that.
Okay, I might not be, but it's the fact
I mean,
that
she doesn't know what she's doing. She doesn't know how to use an emoji. Come on.
Then why did you get her an iPhone? If she doesn't know how to use it, and she said she wanted to stay with Android, but you got her an iPhone anyways.
It feels a lot like you're just trying to create tension between you and I and not work through anything.
I'm not. I'm trying. But I need to get some closure and be able to know that I'm not going to be scared of my own father when I go back over to his house.
Well, rest assured, you don't have anything to be scared of, Anna.
Yes, I do. And I just named the four incidents where I should be scared.
Oh, look, you tell a licensed counselor, those 4 things, and ask that person if those things that can be worked through. You know, if those are things that are going to cause permanent damage, or are they things that can be worked through? And I guarantee
They do. They scarred
that
me.
licensed mental health counselor is going to tell you that those things can absolutely be worked through, and they need to sit down and talk about them.
How do you
know,
know
we'll
if you're
work
not a
through them.
counselor? Unlike you,
I've
they
been
would
to
help
enough
me
coun-
work through my
I've been to-
problems instead of just
I've
making
been-
them worse.
I've been to enough counselors to know that that would be the response.
But you're not a counselor. You are not a certified counselor.
No, you're right, I'm not. No.
So I don't know how you're telling me a counselor would
Anna-
tell me that those aren't things that I should not be scared of. Every kid would be scared if they saw their stepfather or father push their mother or stepmother in the closet and her hit the back of the rack. They would be scared that it's going to happen again.
Anna, but did it ever happen again?
No, but did I ever tell you that after I saw it happen, I asked my mother if you did it to her. That's not something
Well, of course
a
your
child...
mom's going to tell you, your mom's going to fill you full of a bunch of bullshit, just like she always does. So,
It is not
she doesn't have
bullcrap.
anything
How
nice
is it
to,
truthful?
She doesn't have any, she has nothing nice to say about me, and she has nothing positive to say about me.
You have nothing positive or nice to
I'm
say
not-
about her
I'm not at
either,
all
so it's equal
surprised that-
between you both.
I am not at all surprised that your mother would tell you, whatever she needed to tell you. That's what she was doing when we were separating, too. She was trying to suggest that there was some physical things that happened between her
There
and I.
was.
But, there was nothing. There was nothing. There was nothing that could be reported.
Her
That's
word
why she
against
couldn't
yours.
use
I
that
believe her
angle.
more because I saw it with Christine.
Anna, you saw one thing.
Two.
One thing in 9 years.
2. Shouldn't
What's
even
the
have
other
happened
one?
twice. It shouldn't even have happened first time.
Anna, it didn't happen 2 times. It happened once.
I
And
didn't
was
say
an
it was the
accident.
same story. I just said it happened twice where I was scared that I was going to get hurt. And one of the times
Anna,
I did get hurt.
Anna, it did not happen 2 times. It happened once.
Can I explain again? Because you're not letting me explain. All you're saying is it only happened once.
I know what happened. I was there.
She was trying to get away from you. I don't know the argument y'all were in. I don't know the fight that y'all are in. I don't care to know. But she was obviously scared of you to get away from you and try to grab me to go with her.
She was an instigator.
She was not.
She was an antagonist and an
Okay,
instigator.
if she was that, then I guess you are too.
No, I am absolutely not. I'm a pacifist. I'm the opposite of that.
Name one incident where you're not with her.
Anna, we're not together anymore. I'm not with Christine anymore because I didn't
I
like
just
the
asked a
person
question.
she
I
was.
never said that y'all were together.
I didn't like how she was treating you in particular.
She
was being
treated me
very
like a
unfair to you.
stepmom
You
should.
don't really remember, but
I
she
don't
was
really
being
remember.
so unfair. Anna, she would allow Carice to do whatever she wanted and watch TV in the morning, and she would make you face the wall.
Okay, she
You
had
would-
a reason for that.
That's how you would eat your breakfast every day.
She
Not-
had a
not
reason
watching the
for that.
TV
Did
like
you ever
Carice.
take the time to ask
Not
her?
watching the TV like Carice, but rather looking at the wall.
Did you know
And you
the
know what?
reason? Did you
I
ever
didn't
care to
like
ask
the
her what
way-
that reason was?
I
All
did-
you're doing is talking all
Anna,
over me, and I can't
didn't
speak.
like the way that she was treating you, which is why I'm not with her anymore.
May I speak now?
Yeah.
Did you ever care to ask her why she did that? Because she had a valuable reason for that.
Anna, it was inexcusable what she was doing. She was showing favoritism towards her daughter.
That is her daughter. I was her
No kidding.
stepdaughter.
Right, but she wasn't treating you equally. She was treating you terribly, making you look at the wall in the morning when you ate your breakfast.
Because she had
You,
a
you,
reason.
you want to say that it was traumatic for you to finish your dinner in the laundry room? And,
That's not how
and
you should treat a
not
child.
understand that how damaging it was for you to be looking at the wall while you
And it
ate
wasn't
your breakfast every
damaging to
morning?
put me in the laundry room away and isolated from the rest of the family?
Anna, look, that's punishment. Okay, when you're not behaving at the dinner table, you're going to finish your dinner somewhere else.
Okay, make me go to my bedroom. Don't make me go into the laundry room.
No, you don't eat in the bedroom.
Okay, then tell me to get up from the table and go in my bedroom and don't bring my food. That's a punishment. Not bringing a table and a chair in the laundry room just so I can be isolated from the family. That's all you were doing.
Anna, look, that's not even a thing what you're mentioning right now. It really isn't. I mean, I'm sorry that
But yet you agreed that it actually happened.
I don't even remember that, to be honest with you.
Then why'd you agree if it happened if you don't even remember what it happened?
I don't believe what you say.
How do you believe what I say if you're telling me everything that's coming out of my mouth is a lie?
No, I'm saying I'm not saying it's a lie. I'm saying there are excuses for what you've chosen to do.
Telling me that Christine treated me awfully.
She did treat you awfully.
No, she did
That's why
not.
we're
She
not
treated
together
me like a
anymore.
stepdaughter should be treated by a stepmother. She
Anna,
knew the
you have
actual
no
way
clue.
to punish a child.
You have absolutely no clue what she was doing to you.
Because I was too young, right?
She constantly was reprimanding you, always, and always giving. She didn't treat you equally. She treated you terribly.
She was older than
That's why
me.
I'm not with her anymore.
She was older than me. Obviously, get more privileges than I did because she was older than me. That's what she was trying to instill in us. Older than me.
I was there. I saw what happened.
I was there too.
Formed an opinion yeah, but you were very young. I formed
So basically,
an
I
opinion.
wasn't there at all. That's basically what you're telling me is that I wasn't there and I was basically blind.
Excuse me, I was talking, you interrupted me. Listen, I had a long time, and I did not like the way she treated you. She treated you terribly. Anna, she treated you so badly. I don't know what you think, was so great about her. Because she treated you in an unfair way. She allowed her kid to do whatever that kid wanted to do.
Your perspective.
And you spent every morning looking at the wall, not being able to watch TV.
Again, did you
like
ever
like
think
the other kid?
Did you ever think to ask why she did that?
She was doing it to be cruel, Anna, and I didn't appreciate it.
Again, you're not answering my question.
Do you have a reason? Do you know why?
Yes, I know exactly why. Why she did most of the things she did.
Because you were misbehaving.
Exactly. That's called punishment because I would sit there and stare at the TV and not eat my food in the morning. She would eat her food and watch TV. Christine wasn't going to let me sit there and doze off and not get ready for school. So that's why she instilled that. And that's why she did that.
No, Anna, it wasn't about you not eating. It was about you playing around while you were eating. Okay? That's why you faced the wall, because you played around when you played with the food.
Not what she told me.
You played with the spoon. And that's why. And because of that.
And that wouldn't change. Her turning me around and putting me towards the wall, why would me playing around with my food change, whether I'm watching TV or not?
It was a punishment.
Exactly.
For doing what you were doing.
It helped me get actually ready for school.
Listen, I was there, I witnessed it, I formed an opinion about it, and I made a move, okay? I made a move, and she's no longer in this house.
Obviously.
Okay? And I can, you are bringing up some things, and you have an opinion about it, and I have an opinion about it, and they happen to be different. That doesn't make you a liar. It just makes us have a different opinion about it.
You didn't call me one, but in a way you called me one.
No, Anna, you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't call you a liar.
No, I'm not.
Look, I want to let you know something. When you're ready to come back and rejoin the family, you're very welcome to come back and do that.
When did I ever say I wasn't a part of that family?
I'm looking forward to the day when you come back and we can sit down and we can just have a conversation.
Again.
I want to let you know that you're welcome. I also want to let you know that your Grammy's not doing anything to you to be malicious or mean or anything.
But again, you didn't let me read the rest, but it's fine. It's whatever. It's not even important. You asked me. Yes, you asked me a question. I tried to answer your question, and then you asked a question that led to all of this. When we weren't even talking about that, we were talking about your mother, my grandmother, and me.
Don't refer to her that way. Your mother. Okay, you sound like somebody else over at that house. All right?
Who? Tell me who.
Anna, listen.
Let me guess, it's Pete, right?
What else? What else was said in that text? What else?
The message said.
Yeah.
So my mom texted back, which I'm not going to read that. And I said, because I didn't know she didn't know how to use it, obviously. That's why I reacted the way that I did. And I said, and this is on it, I would like to know what you find funny about my message. I don't think my feelings about my father are funny nor hysterical. I would like to know your thinking behind thinking my message is funny, because I don't see it. I am sorry, not sorry for what I said, nor will I ever be. Keep laughing at my message, or don't. I don't really care what you do at this point. You shame me, then apologize. I don't know where you stand, but obviously you stand with my father and the family over there. That's your choice. Your choice. I cannot make that for you.
Okay, Anna, again, it was a misunderstanding. She doesn't know how to use emoji. She doesn't even know what an emoji is. You can ask her. I don't think she can even tell you what an emoji is. She's 84 years old. She doesn't know how to use her phone.
I never said it was an emoji.
I don't know. What do you think? Smiling, laughing? I don't know what that is. What are you talking about?
When on an iPhone, you hold down the message. Then at the top, there comes up a screen that has different types of, things. She clicked on one, and
emoji, right?
No, it wasn't an emoji. She laughed at my message. I can send you the screenshot if you would like.
You don't need to, because I know it wasn't intentional.
Okay,
Yeah,
it might have not been, but it's
completely.
the fact that it happened, and I reacted that I probably shouldn't have reacted.
It was a misunderstanding, because that she definitely did not press something like that to belittle you or to make you feel unimportant or anything like that. It was an accident. She didn't know how to use her phone. Come on.
Then why did you get her an iPhone? I'm just asking the question.
I could get her any kind of phone. It doesn't matter. She's 84. She can't figure them out. Okay? It doesn't matter what kind of phone she has. She can't remember her passwords anymore. It was completely unintentional. Completely.
And letting you know, this is the reason why I haven't called you for a couple weeks, because I've been trying to stay away from this, and obviously me reading the messages stirred up something that I shouldn't have said.
Yeah, I can tell you've been trying to avoid me, and I don't know why, because I think that
you don't know
we need
why?
to spend more.
This call is the reason why.
We need to spend more time talking, and less time.
But
with
we
the separation that causes that does no good. It doesn't work towards any kind of reconciliation at all when you just isolate and separate and avoid. That does nothing. I'm your father, Anna, and I'd like to, start doing that role again. So how can we change this?
Okay. When you change and stop.
Anna, I've been to counseling. Okay, I know.
I can't even speak because all you want to do is talk over me. This isn't really a phone call. This is you just talking to me and not me being able to speak back.
Okay, fine. Have your say. I won't interrupt.
I said, as I was saying, I'm waiting for you to change and for the lies and manipulation to stop, because I am over being scared of you. I am over the lies. I am over the manipulation. It's all messing with my head. And I'm tired of it. And when I'm over here, all that stuff goes away. And whenever I'm over there, it's there and it's pounding at me like a brick that is on my head trying to crush me.
Have you been to counseling about this? Because it sounds like a pretty serious problem.
No, because I don't need counseling.
Oh,
I can
you
fix
have a
it.
serious problem, but you don't need to talk to a counselor. Does that make any sense?
I don't need a counselor, but they're working on it. I don't need a counselor, but they want to get me a counselor.
I think that would be a good idea, that you talk to someone and tell them all the things you told me, and just listen to the response.
What, because
you
think they're going to say something that you would say? That none of this is all irrelevant and all of this is lies and that it never happened?
Look, I don't think that they're going to tell you that. But I have some hunches about how they're going to react to the specific things that you're mentioning.
Okay, I can't. I got to get off this phone call.
Okay.
Talk
All
to
right,
you
well, I
some
love
other
you and I miss you, and I'll talk to you soon, okay?
All right, bye.
Bye.
This is Mr. Adkins, former client father. I left y'all a very juicy and grotesque, vulgar message over the weekend, and I don't apologize for it, because to send us a letter from the Wolfson Law Firm, and you all don't have the gall or the audacity or the guts to call us and let us know that y'all are not going to represent us any longer with any reason other than this piece of paper, which doesn't provide one. It just says that y'all are quitting and that the statute of limitations is coming. And then down at the bottom it said this letter also applies to Rubenstein Law. It wasn't until I talked to this lawyer about trial experience and taking this exactly where it needs to go, to the court of law, that anybody decided to quit. We needed judgment. We needed a real attorney to stand up for oppression and tyranny. You all swore to that whenever you took oaths as lawyers. And it's all incorporated and encompassed in my review that is up, live, and running. And I pray to God it stops families from coming to this law firm, because y'all are gutless. I need a copy of my son's case file, and I need it sent to my home. Lakeland, Florida, 33805. I do not want it emailed. I want paper copies, and I'm entitled to them by law. Ain't nobody gonna talk to no other attorney but us, because y'all quit like this after y'all promised us justice. Y'all promised us that y'all had our back. Y'all swore in the beginning that y'all were gonna go to the ends of the earth to make this happen, and y'all weren't worried about taking this to trial, and now all of a sudden everybody quit. I know why. It's because they've now realized how serious the ramifications are, and that there's over 39 entities, officers, sheriffs, judges, Department of Children and Family Services that are all involved on a lot more than just my son's injury. But this right here, this is cowardice, and this shows that I made the wrong decision in choosing Rubenstein Law. Put all those millions of dollars out there for advertisement just so you can offer families hush money. Well, I ain't gonna shut up. I will not go quietly into the night, and I will give my family justice, and instead of having to deal with this cowardice practice. Again, my name is Peter Atkins. My phone number is... I want a copy, an entire copy, a complete paper record of what is going on with this case, or excuse me, of the entire case, now knowing that y'all dropped it. If y'all have any questions, comments, or concerns, feel free to call me. Other than that, go fuck yourself and have a great day.
End of message.
What's up, everybody? This is MC Intimidator coming back to you for our 4th advocacy YouTube series that I really don't want to be bringing to anybody, but when you can't get corrupt officials, and let me clarify, I don't think every official's corrupt, every sheriff, every police officer, every judge that's out there, or even here in Punk County. I mean, majority of them that I've run into so far that I've had dealings with, a lot of them have been. And I wish that they would protect the oaths that they swore to, instead of protecting the people who keep breaking the laws that, again, they swore to protect. That being said, Piper, come on, let us do this. This is not a, as you can tell here, we're just recording this as we go. It's the way every one of my advocacy series videos have been. And that way it doesn't seem scripted. You know, we're coming to you live from our hearts. I mean, not live on camera because this is recorded, but live from us as people, so that it's not a script that we're following. Granted, I've got some questions that I'm going to ask here. I mean, you can clearly see that these are in the form of questions, but that's it. It's just a complete, I know you do, baby. And well, maybe we'll let you ask one here in a little bit, but let me finish here. And really, to stay on topic, it's much easier when you follow a script, but when you follow a script, it's just not as real as what you're going to get with us here. And speaking of real, we just witnessed some of the Punk County Sheriff interrogation CDs, because they definitely weren't interviews. And in those interrogations, you're going to hear my minor children. And for the record, they are not illegal for me to disclose, along with any other recordings that I'm protected under multiple statutes, including 934.03, which anybody can look up themselves in the 2021 Florida statutes, which is interception and disclosure of wire and oral electronic communications. Florida statutes 119 that directly relates to these interrogation interviews. Subsection F. Hold on, baby. If requested by the person seeking to inspect or copy the record, the custodian of public records shall state in writing and with particularity the reasons for the conclusion that the record is exempt or confidential. And considering I have no order from the Polk County Sheriff, or anyone for that matter, when I collected this information, they didn't express for it to be confidential. And these are closed investigations. And according to I believe former Attorney General Ashley Moody of the state of Florida, and that same chapter 119, the public records law, Florida statutes exempts active criminal intelligence information and active criminal investigative information from public inspection. To qualify as exempt, the record must both be active and constitute either criminal investigative or criminal intelligence information. And while this may contain the information that could make this exempt, it's definitely not an active case, and I am able to bring it to the public eye, which is one of the many things Polk County, I'm sure, hopes that I don't do, especially in the illegal eviction that we're currently in, which I'll get to later. But the interrogation CDs, from my right to left, I'm just going to ask my family members how they feel and what they experienced with these interrogation CDs. And we're just going to go back and forth with a question and answer session as we go to one another. Thank you, baby. To give you guys another behind the scenes look that you haven't got yet, because all of my videos have been me so far, other than the evidence that I provided. And boy, is there going to be a lot more disturbing evidence in this one. Over 5 hours that I'm bringing to you. Not because I want to, not because I want to take up that much time of your lives. That's just how much evidence I've collected in the last decade and growing, unfortunately. But yes, Piper, please, you got to stop. This is not that kind of interview. I love you. I really do. I appreciate your hugs and your kisses. But I have to do this. We have to do this, okay? Here, go sit with Mommy or go sit with Bubba. You're trying to be the center of attention. I promise you are. Thank you. That being said, my sister, we're going to go first with her. You witnessed those interrogations. You heard those interrogation CDs. You didn't see them. But starting with the short ones, I mean, how do you feel? What did it make you think? Does it generate any questions in your head?
Oh, I have lots of questions. I had lots of questions. The very first audio clip that we listened to was the detective speaking with, is Kevin the father?
He is, to my understanding, grandfather of
But he adopted him.
Yeah, he adopted Neil, and he's definitely the one who committed felonious battery, and Kevin, Neff, and Bonnie both aided and abetted him in this situation. Piper.
I felt that his audio clip was fabricated and premeditated, because it says at the very beginning of the audio clip, when he's talking with the detective is disclosing that this is a recorded call. And then after she finishes saying that, he's like, okay, is it okay for us to discuss what we previously discussed? So they had already had some interaction and been talking on the phone.
Go grab a snack.
Before they started recording it. So I'm like, okay, well, they let them know that that's recorded. I didn't think that was forthcoming. I thought that was very deceptive. And then
I agree, bait and switch tactics.
Absolutely. And his telling of the incident that happened was completely different than Bonnie's story, was completely different than Ario and Elizabeth's story. It doesn't add up. He said that it was just like a little minor thing, that's what kids do, that Ario basically asked for it because he was egging him on, and that he explained to Ario that you can't irritate people because they're going to beat you up. That's not okay. That's not, I don't feel that that's what he should have told him. Then the next audio clip that I listened to was, I think it was Ario. His was 38 minutes long, and I didn't feel like that's how an adult should speak to a child who is a victim. I thought that it was more of an interrogation, because he seemed that he didn't believe what Ario was saying, and it reminded me of watching CSI with the murder suspect.
Good cop, bad cop.
Yes. And I didn't think that that's how he should have been talked to. And I mean, 38 minutes. He was 12 at the time of that, almost 13.
And his sister's interview was 33
Right.
minutes.
And then their mother's audio clip was only 4 minutes. How in the actual heck can you do
You can say fuck. Absolutely, you can say fuck on this video.
What in the actual fuck is that? What is up with that? 4 minutes versus 38 minutes? And in hers, when they asked her about it, she said she didn't know anything about it. Well, if she didn't know anything about it, then how come when Ario was telling his accounts of the incident, Elizabeth was telling her accounts of the incident, that she did know about it? It doesn't add up, because it sounds like they're trying to cover something up.
Absolutely. And one thing I know, the only dumb question is the one you don't ask, but some of these questions that the investigator asked repeatedly and repeatedly over and over, it's clear that, like she said, not only does he and the other woman who was there, even though she doesn't say a word, she doesn't contradict anything that the other investigator says, the male gentleman, the word I want to use, I'm going to stick with gentleman to be politically correct for now, but she doesn't ask any questions, and the questions that are directed to my son in a repeated manner, and my daughter for that matter, they're very inappropriate, and it's just to try and trip them up on information to see if they can get them to lie. How come these tactics weren't used on the adults? You know, it almost seemed like the adults interview, because theirs were interviews. They were all polite and giggles. I mean, am I wrong about that? Did anybody else
No, they
hear?
sounded like they were talking to a friend, not someone who was being questioned about an incident, a serious incident that happened. When they would get answers to the questions that they got, it almost seemed to me that they didn't like those answers, so they would reword the questions and try to lead them into answering it a different way. That one, the first clip with Kevin Neff, he made a statement in there saying that my brother Hugh went onto his website, his business website, and left this nasty review about him. What he failed to mention is that actually what happened is he came into your place of business, coming there to bully you. So it seems to be a trend in that family, and it's going in a cycle. And he's raising those children to bully and beat people up, and that there's, that it's okay.
And in that Google review, to be clear, folks, you can go read it. It's on his business, CC Writers. It's my experience with him, my business experience with him. And while I have no knowledge of his motorcycle shop other than the reviews, I mean, if you dig through the reviews and go back through them, you're going to see a bunch of newer ones that have been added to it, and they're clearly not real accounts, and they're individuals who... Go ahead, Piper.
I put them up on the sink, right by the sink.
Oh, Piper, the Sour Patch Kids that were right, the ones by the sink, the ants got to them. The ants, that's one of the many problems we're having in our eviction right now. We have 17 open code violations. I'm just going to touch on that real quick and get back to what we were talking about. My daughter's wanting to eat some of her snacks that her aunt brought over to her, and she can't right now because one of the countless ant holes and critter holes that are in this home from rats and termites and ants, the dog's attacking the cat. I don't know if that came in on the camera. We can't let them enjoy snacks. We can't leave food sitting out for more than 30 seconds without some kind of critter that the landlords refuse to take care of because they say we're responsible for them. But the foundational structure of a 100-year-old home that's on stilts has shifted all throughout the house. The floor's uneven. The windows are starting to separate and break from the stress fractures. The cabinets are separating. It's breaking pipes in the house. The floor is off level. It's breaking the tiles. And those are just some of the countless violations, but we'll get into that later. Yeah, the roof just started leaking, but where were we on that?
Interrogations.
The interrogation CDs.
Elizabeth, or mine, went to Jesus. She was saying that
this is one of the problems with doing it this way, but again, I'd rather it be this way because, again, we're not scripting this. You can't fake what we're doing here, folks. One point I want to bring up before we move on to Anna with those interrogation CDs, because you've already heard what my sister had to say about it, and asking you this question when Mr. Neff, and I use that term loosely, is talking about Ario tapping his son and then hitting his son in the same interrogation. Yeah, which one is it? You know, and when you listen to Ario and Elizabeth's interrogations that are both over 30 minutes long, each one of them, you're going to hear them without telling the words to the officer. Are you stupid? I mean, can you not understand me telling you the same thing repeatedly? And no matter how many times you ask me the question a different way, I'm going to continue to answer it one way because it's the truth. Whereas with Kevin Neff and Bonnie and company, their one truth turns into multiple lies in their interrogations. They can't even get the date straight of when my son received his permanent injury of left testicular torsion. Kevin says it happened 3 or 4 years ago. Bonnie says it happened 2 years ago. And when the interrogation CDs 2 or 3 years ago, I believe. When the interrogation CD took place, it was almost 2 years since the injury took place. But they also say that Ario has a history of having these problems. I don't think that that's in the interrogation CD, but it's what the hospital was led to believe when I was called at 7 a.m., almost 8 or 10 hours after the injury occurred. The surgery had been performed. Kevin Neff showed up to that said surgery, and he ain't my kid's father. He says that he's like a grandfather, that he's grandfather to these kids, but then also talks about how annoying my son can be sometimes, and that it's okay for his boy to attack my son, or bully him in this case. But we all know what happened to little Neil after Ario finally stood up for himself. He tapped out by way of mixed martial arts. Anybody else is welcome to come try me with those one-on-one anytime. We'll do a broadcast live on Facebook, and I'll donate to a corruption charity, something that saves families for the whole world to see. But I guarantee you not one of you will come face me one-on-one, because y'all certainly ain't doing it in the courtroom, which proves you won't do that on the streets. Anna, that being said, pardon my raw emotion, but that's who I am. That's who I'm always going to be. You heard these same interrogation CDs. What's your take from
first,
it?
Tell them how old you are.
Yeah,
so they can understand how this is coming from your age group.
And I'm not exposing this to them, folks. This is what Polk County is exposing them to. They're the ones that are starting to form questions. They're the ones wanting to know why this is happening, why law enforcement would continue to allow things like this to take place. Anna, go ahead, tell them your age. And
I'm 15, and when I was listening to the recordings, when I was listening to Kevin say his recording, I heard him stutter a lot, and he changed his story up a couple times. Like, he figured out that, like, it wasn't true, or he missed something. And
well, wait a minute, when you say he figured out it wasn't true, what do you mean by that? Could you elaborate a little bit?
When I was listening to Ario, Elizabeth, and Bonnie's recording, Ario's and Elizabeth were basically the exact same except for the
Okay.
times. But when you listen to Bonnie's or Kevin's, they're totally different. Like, when Kevin was speaking, he would stutter and, like, change up his sentence, like, to make it better or worse or however he planned to say it. But when I was listening to Bonnie's, hers was short, and she just said what, like, she heard. But when you listen to the kids' Elizabeth and Ario's, they are totally different, and they also put in more detail about what happened and how it hurt them, or like Elizabeth getting slammed to the tile floor. It, like, you could tell it hurt her feelings, just because she let the dog out. Or Ario, I don't exactly remember, but Ario letting out the dogs. Dog ran down the street. Bonnie told Elizabeth to get the dog. She missed the dog and grabbed her, brought her in her room, slammed her on the floor. She said that her back hurt. And you can tell it's true because of the sound in her voice.
That's what I
And
was getting ready to ask you. Did you hear at the end of her I'm going to call them for what they are, interrogations, because they weren't questioning the victim, they were interrogations.
Amen, sister.
Did you hear it in her voice like I did at the very end when he said, "Is there anything else that you'd like to tell me?" She literally took a sigh and went, "No." Like she was deflated.
Yeah, and when I was listening to...
You okay over there?
Having a hiccup.
So he's got a bad case of the hiccup.
I was listening to Ario's recording, and he was saying what happened to him, and I don't remember the guy's name that was recording the interrogation, but when he was asking him, he would ask the same question like 3 or 4 different ways, and he would say the same exact answer for each question.
Like he was questioning a murder victim.
Yeah.
But not the
A
adults.
murder.
Did you
Yeah.
hear him talking to
Yeah.
the adults that way?
No, they
No.
sounded like they had a friendly rapport with
Yeah,
them. Like
just-
they knew
and,
them.
like, Kevin sounded like it was like...
They made jokes about it. Like he was talking about
Feel
what
free to
happened,
jump in
and
whenever
she's
you have
like,
an opportunity.
"Oh, you mean like when a kid just falls off a bicycle?"
We're going to make this like a talk show.
Well, and one of the things, like, he's asking Ario if he knows the difference between lying and telling the truth.
Right.
And
Like,
he
he's
was
lying.
giving him different scenarios, and Ario was right on. And then he said, you know, about being there and being questioned. You know, Ario
okay.
says truth.
Your typical 14-year-old.
And then he,
pencil.
you know, just went into
I
like
appreciate
that's
that
not
and
the
love
answer
that
he
about
was
you.
looking for, even though that was the answer to how he was questioning
And how
the
many
other
times he
question.
questioned him.
Exactly.
And when he was talking to Elizabeth, what was it that he did that I thought was so strange?
The
Oh,
Easter.
The investigator or
the investigator, when he was asking Elizabeth questions, he was asking her about Ario's pain. She said that he had come and woke them up, you know, in the middle of the night, and he goes, "Yes, but did it hurt before then?" And he said that 2 or 3 times in different ways, like he was saying that something had happened, that even though he didn't get kicked in the testicles that day, that something else could have caused him to have to go to the emergency room that night. Why in the fuck does he think, what other had to happen to him that day for him to go to the emergency room? Of course that's what caused him to have to go to the emergency room on the same day. I think that was a coincidence, that the boy gets bullied and beaten up and kicked in the testicles, goes to the emergency room that night. But did you hear him say that? It was 2 or 3 different times. He's like, "But did it hurt before? But did it hurt before that?" What the fuck does it matter?
Well, and Elizabeth answering the questions, and one of the ones was
This is Christy, folks. This is my better or worst half. It depends on how you look at us.
when he was talking about what happened on Easter and CPI got involved and everything, and she's explaining to him that it all happened on Easter, what her mom did, what we did, which, by the way, CPI investigator told us to stay here before we took our child to the emergency room, and then tried to tell us that we're just as bad as the mother by not taking her.
Which Ario does confirm in his interrogation. He does say that they were dropped off, and I don't remember if he said here, but then he goes further in the interrogation to say that they were dropped off at your job.
They were dropped off at my job because at the time I lived...
Could have been Elizabeth. It's either Ario or Elizabeth. It's an hour of terror, folks. I'm sorry.
I worked closer to where they lived at the time, So I didn't see any sense in driving from Shepherd Road in Lakeland all the way to Memorial
Yeah, they
and
saw you
then
do that.
turn around and come right back to pick them up at 6. It's a lot of gas to be driving around like that. So I figured, well, I was getting off work at 4, but I just stuck around work, and Mom dropped them off with me, and that's when she told me and showed me the scratch on the heel of the foot and the middle of the foot.
You
and
say scratch. Is that the way she presented it to you?
Yeah, that's how she presented it to me. But when I saw
You're sure?
Yes.
Okay.
When I saw it, I said, Elizabeth, that's more than just a scratch. You know, usually a scratch is a little bit smaller than that. And the way the dirt was, like, the mom didn't even cover the wound up completely when she put whatever cream Elizabeth said she put on it.
Hold that thought. And that's in the second or third YouTube advocacy series with the cut that she's referring to. And everybody says it's no big deal, especially Kevin Neff, who says, this is another one that you probably remember, all of y'all do, that it wasn't even a cut, didn't break the skin, but then he does say that it bled at one point in the interrogation.
What
or
kind of scratch?
bleeds if it's not, didn't puncture. I mean, if it didn't puncture, then it wouldn't bleed. And again, his stories are all over the place. You know, my daughter's Tdap shot, that took place back in what, 2018 approximately? Easter. I think it was Easter 2018. The videos clarify. She didn't get her Tdap shot updated until August 2021. The weekend before, or excuse me, the Friday before school started, she gets her Tdap shot updated. And everybody wants to act like it's no big deal. Tetanus is a pretty big deal, because if it wasn't, they wouldn't have a vaccine for it, would they? And then she was prescribed a topical cream and antibiotics by the doctors. If it wasn't serious, they wouldn't have prescribed that. Come on, man.
They thought it wasn't serious because apparently Elizabeth explained also that Neil stepped on a nail while he was out there, but you have never heard about him going to the hospital, anything being done with him, or nothing. And Elizabeth even stated that with stepping on the nail, even if she would have had shoes on, it would have punctured her shoe.
It's because they seem like uncivilized, uneducated country bumpkins.
Well, and who
they act like
backwood hillbillies, you can lick me.
They act like that it's okay to do all of that.
Who leaves something that you tear down with nails and stuff, knowing that you're going to have children at your place?
And knowing that they're going to run around with no shoes.
And let them run around barefooted.
And if
I mean,
it's going to be there, then you shouldn't let the kids be around.
Agreed.
Them,
and I'm not opposed to people running around barefoot, because my children have gone out in the yard barefoot. But they're not going to run out there with construction lumber laying around in the yard. Are you stupid? I mean, how about I leave landmines out in your front yard and you go run around and play without wearing your shoes? It really isn't going to matter if you wear shoes or not, because if you step on the landmine, it's going to explode. And if you run around in the yard with construction materials laying around with shoes on or not, it's going to go through the rubber and into your foot.
Well, and the other thing that's strange too is there was such a time difference in between Bonnie and Kevin's.
I think she touched on that too. Good point.
Yeah, it's not
4 minutes.
right.
4 minutes and 38 seconds.
No, I'm not talking about
The
time.
the time
I'm
frame
talking
in
about
between the
year
children's
difference.
interrogation and when
Oh,
they're,
okay, gotcha.
because theirs
My
was
bad.
back in 2019 of like August. It could have been October. I don't remember exactly without
Which
looking
the
at the CD
injury
dates.
happened the summer of 2018.
Right, and a year later, we start the investigation because he comes to us, and then almost a year later, or over a year later, then they interrogate Kevin and Bonnie.
Why did it take so long is what I don't understand.
And why didn't they interrogate anybody else?
and-
How come they didn't interrogate me or you or
No, they
anyone
never
else involved?
came and talked to any of us. And then the other thing that's weird is the investigator that came to both Ario and Elizabeth's school at 2 separate times, they both talked about Elizabeth being slammed to the tile floor and being hit in the head with objects other than just hands, and nobody sees a problem with that. Nobody.
At
and
all.
I don't understand it. And then when this had all started, Pete and I went to Bartow Sheriff's Department, had a whole
Police
bunch
department.
of people.
Polk County Sheriff's Bartow Police Department.
Is that what it was?
You said Bartow Sheriff's Department. It's okay.
Mm.
They're all intertwined. They all know each other as it is.
Yeah,
They're
we
probably
had-
rubbing a lot more than elbows. I promise that.
I don't remember without looking at the paperwork. I do not remember every.
The kids are
officer's
exposed to a
name.
lot worse than what we're exposing them to. Polk County has exposed them to a lot worse than what we're exposing them to in this video. Please continue.
I don't remember exactly everybody's name that sat around that table, but I
Captain
know
Story,
Brady Judd,
Lieutenant
right-hand
Dina
man was
Russell.
there.
Yep.
But this Dina Russell,
Can go fuck herself.
she doesn't deserve to be in a uniform to
Does Captain
help
Story?
anyone, especially children. Well, the reason I'm saying that first is because of the simple fact we go there to have this discussion, okay? And
I was very cordial then, folks. The way you're
You
hearing me
was.
now, this is just because I've been living it for 11 years. A lot of people say I'd have snapped a long time ago, and then you wind up in prison, and what good are you to your kids? You're
And-
worthless at that
and
point.
when he knew he was getting to the point of getting angry and we needed to leave, I put my hand on his arm, and then he asked me, do you have any questions, or anything that you want to say? And I can honestly say from the bottom of my heart, Dina Russell, she is not a decent human being, because as far as I'm concerned, I don't care if you are a baby, a child, teenager, elderly, you do not hit someone in the head as corporal punishment. You can make them go blind.
Now, did she
You can-
say something along those lines that made you feel this way?
She said it was part of corporal punishment, that you were allowed to do that. Really? Because the last time I checked, that wasn't part of corporal punishment. And it took everything I had not to go across that table and bitch slap that woman.
And that's exactly what they wanted us to do. That's why there was 6 of them and 2 of us, so that if it gets out of control, they can put us behind bars. That's all they've got, is to
You
try
can
and put us into rage to put criminal charges against us.
And this is what we keep doing. I mean, this is kind of veering off.
Not
just
really,
for-
because this is still talking about the
well,
interrogation
it's
and the
all
investigation.
part of it, but the police officers that we have dealt with, that we know for a fact is corrupt, people in our neighborhood has threatened to burn our house down, kill our family,
Freedom of
kill
speech.
our animals, but because they were black, it's freedom of speech.
Your wife, I'm gonna kill your fucking dogs.
We all bleed the same color. We all should live and respect each other and have decency to each other. Doesn't matter what your color, religion, anything is. But I can guarantee you, in the neighborhood I live in, if I would have said that to a black person, they'd have handcuffed me and threw me in jail.
It would have been considered a hate crime.
Exactly. And it's not right what is going on. And considering this is Imperial Polk County, I don't care if it's Imperial Polk County or
Do some research on the web, folks.
the biggest religious
Imperial Polk
county.
County.
I don't care of
Or
any
in
of
his
that.
case, punk.
It still boils down to what is right and what is wrong. And money being more important than our children and other children's safety that's out there is absolutely ridiculous, because I did not have children to seek revenge on other people and put money in my pocket.
So I take it your position on that interrogation is kind of the same as
Oh,
Anna and Andrea's here.
And asking Elizabeth, are you sure it happened on Easter? Yeah. What did you do on Easter? What do you think a child does on
He
Easter?
asked her what she was doing outside on Easter. I was like, well,
We're
honey,
chopping down
hey.
Christmas trees.
Yeah, we're making snow angels. I'm outside Easter egg hunting. She paused when he asked her
Yeah,
that.
because she's like, that's a stupid question.
Right.
And we're good about the only stupid question is the one not asked, but you can still ask a damn silly one.
And give a silly answer, but still, I mean, it's a silly question. Some of these questions are just really stupid, and they know that they're stupid, and they're continually asking them to try and make the kids look stupid. Speaking of which,
I don't understand why, when you're investigating children, whether it's on rape or any type of abuse, You do not investigate more of the person
I feel
that
your
they're
pain.
saying, oh, slam me to the tile floor, and getting hit
We're not
in the
gonna go.
head by boyfriends and, you know, all that kind of stuff. You didn't investigate any of that.
Molluscum earring infections.
Yeah, you didn't investigate those things any further. But yet we got CPI coming over to our house investigating us. And even in Kevin Neff's, as far as I'm understood and understand the law, when a CPI or DCF investigator comes out to your house, they are not supposed to reveal who they came to investigate for.
And
And they-
clearly says
And he
in his.
clearly did it right there in the video.
Yeah.
They did that in Kevin Neff's
That's now
his
twice.
interview, and you're going to see a CPI investigation, or excuse me, you've already seen a CPI investigation at this point, because I'm doing this interview at the tail end. I decided to do things different, and just here comes the new evidence, and now you're going to get our interview after it's all said and done. And there's going to be a question and answer session that you'll see down at the bottom of the comments.
I just want to say they took the comments out of YouTube. They're no longer in there.
There's no more comments. That's not true. There's comments still up on my YouTube right now.
No, you can't put any more comments. They did it for hang on, I'm trying to think, offensive reasons.
I was just on
Yeah,
YouTube
but you,
yesterday.
yeah, but you
and
have
I was
a,
like,
and
what's
yeah,
my
I just
comments
had
on the
somebody.
thing?
He could be right. You know, I don't know without it sitting in front of me, so we'll do a little fact checker section after
Are
this
you-
is said and done. But
You have to be logged into your YouTube. Sorry. Yeah.
To make
You have
comments.
to be logged into your YouTube account to be able to make comments.
and if you're not logged into
you have
your
a YouTube
YouTube account,
account?
they will not let you make comments at all.
If he has a YouTube channel.
Were you logged in? Because I do that sometimes. I'm listening to my meditation and positive affirmations at night when I'm going to sleep. It won't let me. And I have to log in.
I have an account in YouTube.
No, I saying were you logged in?
It's always.
We'll
open.
find out in a few. So let's get back to the topic at hand here. Hopefully that's not something they disabled, because it's kind of disappointing, because I wanted people to comment, and then we as a family would absolutely come back from time to time and answer them. I mean, myself and Christy monitor the activity of that quite frequently, because Kevin himself has put some sissy ass comments and then deleted them. I mean, come on, man. If you ain't guilty of something, why would you delete your comment? Please. You can still see my responses sitting there from his comments, and a lot of other people's that have come out there and commented, and when they get caught up in a lie, they delete it. I mean, that's atypical bigot fashion. But Ario, moving on to you now with those interrogation CDs, and obviously you were the one that lived it. How did it make you
Very angry.
feel?
I could already hear a lot of lies with the date and what really happened. He said it only happened one time and it wasn't even that hard. Even though it happened around 10 times, and on the first time it was hard enough to send me to the hospital for a major surgery.
And you said it in there that it happened more than once.
Yep. How many times does a child have to get kicked? And Ario, speaking of the kicking incident, did he do it while he was looking at you every time that it happened?
About 5 times, then he would sneak up behind me and hit me about 5 times. And he would do it for no reason. I mean, I might accidentally brush up against him, and he would just get mad at me.
Well,
Just
and
how
when
I
he
forget me.
says accidentally brush up against him, they were all in the swimming pool. Things like that happen when there's more than 4 or 5 people in a swimming pool. You can swim by somebody
It's
and
74
accidentally
degrees. I'm cool, and I normally.
you can
I'm
brush
older
by
than you, and I'm a
somebody
woman.
and accidentally touch
I have
them,
different
or
parts than you do.
not paying attention and actually kick somebody without meaning to.
Well, and
It
the dad,
happens in a pool,
and the dad-
especially with kids.
but Kevin in his interview, he didn't make it sound like that at all. He made it sound like that Ario antagonized him, and that was his grandson's retaliation.
Oh, but he said you're a good kid, but
you can be a little annoying sometimes.
And in those interrogation CDs, you'll hear the detective speaking of the tapping, and it was okay to tap him, but then Kevin says he hit him, and then it was okay for him to kick him back. You'll hear Ario, or heard Ario, mention his assistant principal at the school telling him that he can't defend himself unless he's hit twice, and then he can defend himself. And then you'll hear that detective say that he's never heard about that, and that Ario should defend himself when somebody attacks him. But then he goes right after that almost immediately and says that he would have to be hit a couple of times, or however he words it, in order for it to be self-defense. I mean,
he said, didn't he say something like, he kind of like I felt bad for Ario. Like, I wanted to give him a hug and take him shopping after listening to those, because I was like, oh my gosh, this poor kid. Like, I knew what he had gone through, but then having to retell it and then to be treated that way, like you weren't being believed.
Well, and
he's got a permanent injury. That's felonious battery. When you
Well,
intend to cause great physical body harm and him sneaking up on him when he's not looking, that's felonious
And
battery.
he told Ario, he said, well, you should defend yourself when somebody does something like that, like making him feel like he was a wuss. And I'm like, what an asshole to make that child feel that way. But then he also told him, he said, well, if you hit him right back, then you would be fighting.
So,
but
hey,
if he
Deb,
hit you twice,
or
then
Kevin,
then
if I
you would
kick
be
you
defending
guys in the
yourself.
nuts, are you going to defend yourself against me? Huh?
Well, and that's the thing too, speaking of when all of this is going about, Bonnie set you up to get in trouble. So that guy contradicting what he says goes right along with what happened to you when was it Jake? Was it Jake?
Yeah, Jake's the one that...
Jake that was dropping
Ario,
him off
who's
with
Jake?
you.
Ex-boyfriend that hit me in the head.
What, is he the only one that hit you in the head? I'm sorry, Christy.
No, so we
He
go.
said no.
You go to pick up the kids. I stayed home with Piper because she was sleeping, and he hit you with the car door, and you bitch slapped him. It's any normal reaction.
Y'all have seen the
but
bruises
because
in the
he-
prior videos. I got criminal charges, and that guy walked away scot-free when I defended myself. And they encouraged my son to defend himself, but then said he would have to be hit twice in order for it to be self-defense, but then said that wasn't the case. If you get hit, you should defend yourself. So
And then it could be burglary because you're entering an occupied dwelling. I don't understand what you're trying to steal.
This is per-
in his car.
But
And I never went inside the car. And this is from the public pretender, Pamela Hoffman, who tells me I'm facing 25 years for burgling an occupied structure. I mean, he's sitting in his car. What did I steal? His pride? I'll steal it from him again right now
and
if you lay your hands on my children
Pride
inappropriately.
He had someone there that lived in his neighborhood, like 4 or 5 houses down, I believe it was, something like that. She was in pretty close proximity. Their houses were. She says, even though Jake says in the report you slapped him, she said you punched him.
And this witness, this is not a credible witness because she's obviously planted. She's out at the drop-off exchange in the parking lot at the same place we drop off the children conveniently at the same time of day. And she lives a few doors down from the victim in this crime.
And you called me after you called the police, and come to find out, it wasn't even Jake who called the police. It was Bonnie, and she wasn't even there. So it was a complete setup. A complete setup.
What it smells like to me, folks. And one of the witnesses dropped off as it was, and the other witness, they knew in the court of law it wasn't going to be a solid witness. I had to take... I mean, I didn't have to. I could have fought it in court, but I'm fighting my eviction right now and losing, which again we'll get to. I could have fought this in court, and I know that I would have lost, and they put me away for a long time, but they knew that they didn't have enough evidence to go against those bruise pictures, so they offer me the diversion program to where my charges stick to make me look like a violent criminal. Well, I can be violent when you push me, but I'm definitely not a violent criminal because I've never committed a violent crime in my life until I moved out here to Imperial Punk County. And it wasn't even a violent crime because he hit me first and I hit him back.
Well,
Fact.
And one of the things that they questioned the kids about was discipline in both houses. And they talk about spanking and all that kind of stuff. And they asked if I had ever spanked them or punished them. And what's the response?
We both said no.
But why is that reason?
She always telling us as soon as she does it, she's going to be behind bars.
Because of who their mother is and who her mother is and the ties with the sheriff's department.
Yet they can hit us in the head and it's corporal punishment.
Yeah, that's child abuse, period. You can't hit a child in the head. That can cause brain damage. I mean, Lieutenant Dina Russell, if my fiance slaps you upside your head, is that Punk County Sheriff abuse? I mean, what is it at that point if she hits you upside the head?
Well,
it's corporal punishment because that's what you said. Chump.
One of the children have been slammed to the tile floor.
You and Captain Story.
How many broken bones have you had in your mom's care?
3.
3,
How many
folks.
have you
How
had
many
in
did
our care?
0.
How many did Kevin talk about that you had?
1.
And he says that you just did that riding your bicycle
Because
like
that's
it
what
was
kids do.
no
We
big
just fall
deal.
off our bikes.
But where were they when you were riding this bicycle?
No idea.
No idea where they were, folks. And I don't expect a child to be watched 24/7. I know that I wasn't watched 24/7 as a child, but you got them around dirt bikes that they already don't know how to ride properly. Ario, did you know where the handbrake was on your dirt bike when you were riding it?
For almost a year, I didn't know.
And what happened from not knowing where that handbrake was, or only using the handbrake? Which one was it? Did you use the handbrake or the foot brake? Which one was it you didn't know where it was at, is what I'm asking. I'm sorry.
Oh, are you talking the foot brake for the... I didn't know where the back brake was.
There we go. He didn't know where the back brake was. He only knew where the front brake was on the bike. And what happened when you hit that front brake going over moguls?
I don't use it unless I need to.
Okay, so you weren't using the brake at all.
No, unless I was getting ready to.
So what happened?
I would ease on it, so it wouldn't tip over.
Maybe I'm mistaken in my head. When did you break your... How would the break... Just tell us how you broke your arms the 3 times.
First time, I was left alone with our half-sister Madison. She threw moss on me on a swing. Second time, I was going over a jump, and all my weight was towards the front, so I went over the handlebars.
Of what?
The big...
No, but what were the
jumps.
handlebars?
The handlebars on the bike.
What kind of bike?
Or a dirt bike?
A dirt bike. A motorized dirt bike, folks. And he didn't know where one of the brakes was.
And in the audio clips, they say it's a bicycle.
Well, he did. He broke his arm on a bicycle, too. Did you not?
That was after this when he broke his wrist.
There we go. So there's 3 breaks in total, which you'll see, or already saw the pictures of the break. I forget the 2 bones right here, but he snapped it clean here and here on his arm. I mean, it was a bad, nasty break.
My question is for you. When you and Elizabeth came home and you told us about it, you were doing tricks
I know this is boring.
off of a trailer.
Why?
Oh, yeah, we
You were
had
doing tricks off of a trailer.
Right?
Plastic
Okay,
wrap jumps. I
but
crashed my bike.
Elizabeth told us your
Well,
mom
go do
was
it.
there.
Go do it and come back.
That was the
I'm
night.
sorry that you're not feeling well.
before,
This is very
the day
upsetting,
after
Anna.
she wasn't there.
Okay.
I don't...
So where was she when she should have kept her eye on your
Child's stomach's
kids?
upset from this.
I was
mean,
by the dirt road.
Elizabeth
Yeah, this is
told
cryptic.
me while you were out doing what you were doing, Mom was behind a trailer talking to a guy that was not her boyfriend
And
and
it's the
being
same.
very friendly.
This is the same thing that Elizabeth told us. Maybe you didn't hear that.
That's why I wanted to ask him if he saw what his mom was doing, because I know what Elizabeth came home and told me.
That's the same thing that she came and told me while you were being unattended. I mean, both of y'all mentioned in the clips, correct me if I'm wrong, ladies,
And on a
the boyfriends.
Yeah.
I don't remember if it was Ario or Elizabeth that said the boyfriends in and out of the house. I want to
think
say...
it was
She
Ario.
did. She said, he said
They
several.
both did.
And
But she
Elizabeth
said
says
it-
boyfriends.
He didn't even say boyfriends. He said she's had several men
There we
live in
go.
the house. I'm like, oh my God.
That's basically the way
Different
it
wording,
was
but
said.
it was the exact same
I've
thing.
been with this woman a year after I left my ex-wife because I wanted to make sure that I had somebody that was going to be around, somebody that was going to be a good mother figure for them because it's what they needed.
We just
You know,
had
a
our 10-year
role model.
anniversary in July.
And my ex-wife has basically been with one man a year in that 10 years, and I'm pretty sure we're well past that I even know about. I mean, that's just
Especially-
what I know about.
Especially when Elizabeth's catching Mom kissing guys that she works with
Yeah.
outside the window.
And I'm
when
not-
she's with somebody else.
Right, you hear this. This was I can't remember that wasn't on the interrogation CD. She came to us and told us about the men.
And Mom yelled at her
She
and
told
told
me
her to
that
shut
first.
the
We were still
window.
at
and-
her house that week when she told me.
So Elizabeth told you the same thing.
But what I don't understand, if there's manipulation going on at our house,
There ain't no manipulation. Man.
How-
It's all over there.
I know, but I'm saying
that-
that's what they keep trying to prove is that there's manipulation
Terrible.
and abuse going on over here. But how can we, first of all, manipulate any of you kids if it wasn't something that we seen or personally heard ourselves when it happened?
Right. These are all events and horror stories that they come back and share with us over the last 11 years. And I've had people on the internet try and compare our horror stories to other people's, some that I personally know. When a child gets hurt, permanently or not, and then it keeps recurring, that's pretty fucking severe. And it's a severe case of child abuse that takes place all across this country for nothing more than corruption of money and power, and to ruin the lives of innocent people. While I myself may have a criminal history, and my sister has a little bit of one too, we're not bad people. We righted our wrongs, we paid our dues, and we got back into society the way that we were supposed to. And if you look at our strings of being bad people, they were all within a year, or yours might have been only a year as well. I know my bad string of criminal misconduct where I was actually truly breaking the law. I mean, driving fast, yeah, that's bad, and it's definitely breaking the law, and that was the worst crimes that I had committed up until 2010, where I got my drug charges, 3 in the same year. My drug charges. But since then, yeah, I've been clean. I went to celebrity rehab on my own. It wasn't court ordered. No police officer dragged me there. I was done seeing my wife passed out in the bed, my son cleaning up shit out of my daughter's crib on his own free will when he's like 2 or 3 years of age, with my little girl who's 6 months old glued to her high chair with fucking marshmallows because mom can't wake herself up because she's too strung out on pills. And I was too. But at the same token, I was prescribed these. She was not. I was prescribed them. No, she was prescribed them, but they shouldn't have been so heavily used by her. I've been paralyzed from the waist down, and I'm not trying to justify me becoming an addict, but
I just want to say Elizabeth has found little baggies, and she's found the pills and
drugs.
They don't even have mom's name on the pill bottle.
Right.
And Grandpa even confirmed in a confrontation, not a physical confrontation.
Almost
in the
got
fact
physical.
of punching or anything like that. But they got the grandpa. What is his name?
Jim Bernard. Oh, in the videos that y'all have already seen, who's
saying.
dying up in Tennessee, but here he is down here in Florida ready to try and kick my ass.
Yeah, trying to cause all kinds of problems.
Welcome to try.
They get on the subject of drugs, and the first thing out of his mouth was not denial that his daughter was doing drugs.
That I'm
or
doing worse
anything.
than him.
You're doing worse than she is.
And y'all have seen one of the pictures of the drug tests. I've taken countless ones since 2010 to now.
They won't make her
voluntary and involuntary when I was on probation for the crimes that I committed.
Sick. She's throwing up.
Is she really?
I'll be back.
She's stressful. This is stressful.
Does for the whole family.
She's in the bathroom throwing up. And again, you can't script this. And this is one of the reasons I wanted to do it live, because y'all are getting the raw. She's crying right now. She's upset. This is bothering her. And I don't want to be putting them through this. I shouldn't have to put them through this. But what else are you supposed to do when the law that swore to protect your children is protecting the people who are breaking it against these innocent
kids?
kids?
That's why we're doing this, people, hoping that some of you will have the courage and the audacity to
come forward
and share your stories with us, so that we don't look like we're the only ones. Because I moved in with my brother a year ago, and a lot of people say that he's crazy and that he makes all of this up. Well, I've lived it for a year now, and I've seen it firsthand. There was an incident that happened around December of 2020, and he had taken me to a job interview at the Publix warehouse here in Lakeland. And let me back up just a little bit. I've gone with him several times to go and try to pick up my niece, his daughter, on Friday evenings, which was, his parental share day for when he would get her for the weekend.
She okay?
And we've never been allowed. We've never been allowed to pick her up, but when he had taken me to the Publix warehouse for the job interview, while we were gone, the police department and Bonnie showed up here to see the kids, and they allowed and had the kids come out and visit with them. We were never given that opportunity. They wouldn't even come out like that.
And they can't interfere with civil matters, but as y'all have seen in the countless police videos, that they won't allow me to see my daughter, but like she said,
they are partial to her. I used to think that he was exaggerating or thought that it wasn't as bad as he said it was, but that right there cinched it for me right then and there, because I said they had never done that for us. So her family, I don't know if it's because of her mother's past ties working for the sheriff's department. I don't know because of Bonnie's history with her sexual
Promiscuity.
Thank you. That was nice. The was getting ready to come
Or
out
the
of my
money
mouth.
with
I'm trying.
$13 million.
Not always
Walmart,
cordial,
right?
but
So I don't know what's going
And the
on,
money.
but there's obviously some favoritism being shown towards them. And
it's
disgusting.
corruption. You
It's
can
corruption.
go ahead and say the word. It's
disgusting.
corruption.
It'll make you sick.
And
I'd say it's a little bit more than corruption.
yeah, it's gotten completely out of control, as you can see from the videos. I'm going to move on to some questions now. I hate that Anna's not in here, but I understand why she's upset and hurt by this. I need to get this. I mean, we're at 50 minutes right now already in this recording session. Ario, how's your life been since your decision to stay away from the verbal, physical, and sexual abuse, the sexual abuse against your sister?
Well, now that I've been here, I've actually been doing better. With it everywhere, actually. Grades, home, and interaction. I've been a lot more open.
I agree. You've definitely become a lot.
You feel safe.
And it's amazing what safety will do.
And just for the record, my 15-year-old is having a panic anxiety attack because all of this is getting to her and it's making her sick.
And yeah, I know that I don't know if it's the far leftist or the far right. I don't really care about that because I don't get into politics. I was a Democrat at one point, but I'll never be a demon rat or a Republican because I don't take sides. Both sides are crooked and I can't stand corruption. So why would I want to support one party in the other when we're supposed to be a united nation that's divided on politics? I mean, seriously, I believe that if you're going to be a good politician, then you should support all sides, period. I mean, there shouldn't be any of this division of, well, this side should be this way and this side should be this way. I mean, you've got to have laws, you've got to have government, but where do you draw the line with power being the reason that you're governing?
You can thank Andrew Jackson for that because I just watched a podcast and he's the whole reason why the parties, they were all one party and then they got separated. It was all because of him.
What's your take on Ario's life and Anna's life, for that matter, since they decided to get away from the verbal, physical, and I'm going to go ahead and say sexual abuse in your daughter's case too, because of the story that you brought to me a while ago. What was it you said that happened with the investigators?
I have had a situation where when she was 4, was my Mother's Day present.
4.
And came home
Happy
to
Mother's
me and said, "Mommy, a monster's been putting their hands down my pants and messing with my pee-pee and my poopy, and it's this big."
And the Pasco County Child Protective Services, or whoever it was, did absolutely nothing. That's
Not
just
enough evidence.
Yeah, not enough evidence for her to be talking about something like that, and it just got brushed under the rug and left totally
4-year-olds
alone.
don't know things like that until it's been introduced to them.
And
It's not.
especially to come up and say
Yeah.
it was this big.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like Elizabeth trying to get pushed into watching pornos and having sex with her
half
bro.
brother. If y'all have watched the advocacy series videos, it's in the 3rd video, which Florida Statute 934.03 already covers my son running the camera in the back seat. Ario, do you feel that crimes are going to be committed against your sister?
I don't feel, I think I know that.
You can't script this, folks. And in that chapter of that statute, it says clearly that if a child feels that a crime is going to be committed against anyone, they can run camera at any time. So I had him do that. First of all, because I was driving. Secondly, because he's legally able to do so, because he in his mind, as he says, knows that crimes are going to be or have been committed against his sister. So he rolled that camera, and you heard her openly confess that her half-brother tried to have sex with her and watch porno videos, as Christy had mentioned. And Ario, just last month, I believe it was, we went to, what's the name of her school? Bartow Middle School. I'm going to hand you this little piece of paper that you wrote, where you shared some of your feelings about
What, with me and Elizabeth's baby?
yeah, what you experienced with. And of course, I can't find it. Yeah, go ahead and talk about that a little bit while I'm looking.
I'm not sure if I remember what everything I wrote. But
Just
Well,
talk
what was
talk
said
about what here
between
it
you
is.
and Elizabeth,
Here it is.
and we weren't even there to
Here it
hear
is. You
so-
dated it. I mean, this is, and these are his feelings. I have a lot of these things that I've already shared already, and there's going to be more that you all have already witnessed in these videos. Ario, please read the date. Start with the date.
August 27th, 2021.
2 months ago, almost.
The officer and the assistant principal said they couldn't stop our dad from picking her up, and the assistant principal spanks her kids if she has to, because they are saying that his spankings were abusive, even though the assistant principal says she did.
It spanks her children. And for the record, this is the assistant principal and principal. What was his name?
The principal's the one that stopped you.
They're trying to pick up my daughter on a regular time sharing schedule, and they're telling me that I can't see her because at that point they hadn't really expressed why, other than my daughter, which I openly told them my daughter's going to tell you, as you all have witnessed in the videos, that she's totally resenting my family now. I mean, she's alienating all of us, talking trash to her sister and saying that she doesn't want to come around me anymore.
That she hates me. She's hated me from the beginning, when she actually at times would call me mom.
And now all of a sudden that mom's got her isolated over there with their clan, she's coming up with all of these things. And what did she tell you about everything that's happened in the past? Keep reading.
Elizabeth said that everything that's happened over the years didn't happen, and that our brother caught COVID. She has also told me that they cleaned my room trying to get me to come back.
And speaking on the COVID thing, when we made the school aware of the COVID that my daughter had been around, she's still going to school there. So I know COVID-19, some people are going to say it's not serious. It killed people. I mean, I know malaria does, and the flu.
You're supposed to quarantine when you've been exposed to somebody.
Right.
Minimum of 14
And they
days.
have no quarantine protocols in place, and they keep allowing this child to go to school. Whereas now, just a week or two ago, we go to attempt to pick her up, and I speak to the assistant principal on the phone because things have progressed now. Child Protective Investigations, y'all heard the interviewer, Isabella, or I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name because you already knew that I was going to throw this out there. If it wasn't Isabella, I don't remember, and I apologize.
It is Isabella, but I can't remember the last name at the moment.
She comes out and completes her thorough investigation that I was kind of hesitant to because I'm tired of going through it, and I'm not required by law to do them, but I didn't get a bad vibe from this one, and her questioning was spot on, and you could see her reactions throughout the video. She couldn't believe that this stuff is transpiring. So there were allegations.
She was not like interrogating. She was genuinely asking questions, trying to figure out what
was taking place. Exactly.
The way the
And
detective should have spoken to you.
And when I found out she was here, Anna texted me, and I was at work. So by the time I got back to the house, she had already talked to all y'all. And I'm sorry, I came out of my car, my chest was bowed out.
that's child handwriting, folks. I didn't write this. Ario, did I force you to write this?
No.
Did anyone in this house force you to write this?
No.
Has anyone forced you to come on this camera and say what you're saying?
No.
Keep going. Did I
when
make you lose your point?
No, I got it. I came out, and as soon as I drove up in the driveway and everything, I come with my chest all bowed out and everything because I knew Bonnie had called DCF again, or CPI.
We
whatever she
believe,
wants to call
folks,
it.
and it,
Well, for the record,
Child Protective
wait a minute,
Investigation.
for the record,
Hold on.
we know that she's the one that
Don't
does
forget, hold that
this
thought.
because just to let y'all know, we had a home invasion 2 weeks after we moved into this house, which told me I needed to go get my concealed to carry. And the ATF officers that came out to my house to confiscate my guns that took almost a year and a half to get back.
I'm sorry.
They
This is
told
stressful.
me
It's got my stomach upset
that
too, man.
somebody was looking at the Facebook, and the only one that stalks his Facebook page is his ex-wife, or she gets somebody else to do it, and it was confirmed by Elizabeth.
Yeah, I believe I already brought it up in one of the previous videos that alcohol, tobacco, firearms came out to our home and investigated the allegations.
But I'm just making a point of every time they get called, it's Bonnie. Somebody slips up
Oh, that's not drawing.
and just confirms what we already knew. But one of the things that got brought up was that now Elizabeth is accusing her father of threatening to kill her. And as soon as I heard that, the first words out of my mouth was,
I'm trying to protect her. I mean, seriously.
And forgive me, but if it sounds a little confusing, but after 10 years, these are my kids. And I refer to them as my kids. I introduce them as my kids. So I was telling her, we were on the phone with our daughter. Pete and I both were. And it got into a heated conversation. And the only one that brought up anything about death was Elizabeth saying if she had to come back to this house, she was going to kill herself.
And now it got...
What 12-year-old does that?
Well, there's probably been a few.
When the day we came to pick you up and Elizabeth decided she was going to stay at your mom's, what was said?
I did not want to go back.
But
I wanted to add to them knowing that it was our mom. I asked if they could go back and investigate Elizabeth and say that, compared to ours, she said that she's already spoken to our mom and Elizabeth, meaning that she called and they went and spoke to her.
No, but I mean,
that's what I'm assuming.
What are you adding to, though? Which?
They've already spoke. That CPI investigator said that she's already spoken to our mom and Elizabeth.
But then you're right, and then she wanted to go back out to her and speak to her again after she had been here and read the diary entries that y'all have seen in the video already.
And
they grabbed her attention. I mean, she was obviously disturbed by him, and now they're trying to use those diary entries against me by word of mouth instead of physical evidence, that even if they provided it at this point, it's clearly retaliatory because she's been writing not a bunch of journal entries, but she's wrote a few journal entries, and then she's wrote just some personal notes of how she's feeling and what's going on that talk about not wanting to go back to her mother's or how much she loves Christy and how many nights she's cried herself to sleep. But then now they're trying to use what he's talking about or what she has mentioned, saying that I'm verbally abusing the kids. That's what the CPI investigator was out here investigating for, that I'm verbally abusing the child, which she made clear. She has zero concerns for child abuse. And I genuinely feel that that investigator, she's going to be out there doing her job. And I hope that she does the rest of the families out here that have suffered some justice, or at least prevents families that are suffering from suffering.
Well, and there is no mind games or bribery or anything like that going on at this house. And the reason I brought that up is because the day you were coming here and decided you were not going to go back to your mother's, you said Elizabeth was bribed with what?
Barrel racing.
And your mom, was it your mom or Madison that said to you?
That'd be 400 times worse, our mom. Madison's the one that told her she couldn't barrel race if she was over here.
Well, I knew who it was when you said it to me, but I wanted it to clearly come from you.
And then where all that just came from was where I was talking about the school incident, one of the school incidents after this one, where my son read to you his experience of what he witnessed when he went into that office and what he heard. Just a week or two ago, when I called to speak or try to find out if my daughter's at school, the school refuses to tell me if my daughter's at school. They don't know if it's really me talking on the telephone. Come on, man, y'all have caller identification, and I'm able to match my telephone number to my name so you know it's me. Then they tried to tell me, oh, well, how do we know it's you that's really calling? The court of law accepts that as a phone record, and it's my cell phone. It's my voice and my number that's calling with my name that shows up on the caller ID. Who else could it be?
Oh, thank you.
And then they go further to say, it really upset me, and that's all they're trying to do is just upset me so that I do something stupid. The assistant principal has the audacity to tell me during the phone call that apparently they're protecting my daughter from me based off of allegations that the investigator confirmed are not true. I'll be the first one to say, I tell my children often, you shouldn't act this way, or if you're going to continue to act like that, these are the kind of results that you're going to get. That's what we as parents are supposed to do.
We do a lot of real life, realistic, like with my job. If I went to my job and did my job halfway or blatantly ignored my boss and just didn't do my job, I would not have a job any longer.
Christopher
Kind of stuff
Roberts.
I tell you.
That's the principal at the school. I couldn't remember your name. It's Christopher Roberts.
He came in that day we saw him. He came in already with his chest bowed like he was the king of the hill.
I ain't gonna let you take your daughter when the school resource officer made it clear. If I took my daughter and threw her over my shoulder, so long as I'm not beating her on the way out of the school, he can't stop me from doing that. That's the law himself who made that statement to us. Ario, were you there when that was stated, or were you out of the room talking to your sister?
I left the room when Christopher Roberts was there.
So you probably didn't hear none of that. This is the only way that my son and
I heard the part where I have it written down on the paper.
Did you say that?
Yes.
See, I don't even remember. That tells you that I didn't script this.
You gonna
The officer and assistant principal said they couldn't stop. Okay, then be right there in his black and white writing. He did say it on the top line. Yeah, I know. We got to get this interview going. We're already approaching it an hour and 5 minutes.
Doesn't feel like an hour.
Yeah, but it is. Moving on. Let's continue with the questions because the videos, they speak for themselves. Ario, how do you feel about Polk County courts? Not all.
Trustworthy.
But what about the police and the judges and child protective
Most of them, and
investigators?
they don't seem nice at all.
Do you think they're all that way? Do you
No,
think?
I've spoken to a few good ones, but
Good.
most of them are corrupt.
And none of us believe, he says most. And that's terrible for him to feel this way. Why should a child feel that way about the law that's supposed to protect him? What about you? I mean, how do you feel? Same question applies.
Well, like I just said a few minutes ago, I thought that before I lived here, you know, I hadn't experienced it firsthand, but now that I've experienced it firsthand, I can absolutely see that there's biased opinions and corruption.
How do you feel about Kevin Neff, Ario? And it's okay. I mean, I don't want you to cuss or nothing, but how do you feel about him at this point? And what he said about your injuries, especially your
Very
broken arms.
angry.
Real
I don't want to.
quick. One of the things we teach our kids is to tell the truth and speak from the heart. People can get over hurt feelings. What they can't get over is if you lie to them.
It's very hard to get over a lie. And they say, what's that old cliche saying? Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. I 100% disagree. Sticks and stones may break your bones because words are what made you use them.
I'd rather somebody hit me than say something bad about me.
Because, yeah, I mean, the right words thrown at a person as a target, they could absolutely do more damage than anybody punching you or set aside killing somebody. I mean, a word can kill somebody inside. How do you feel about him? I mean, how does it make you feel hearing him say the things that
I
he
was
did
very
about?
angry, and every time I see him now, I just have a frustrated feeling in me.
Now, did we make you feel that way?
No.
When you guys were going to the same school together and your dad called and let the counselor and several other people know what was going on, how many classes did you two have together?
0.
But passing in the hallways, how was he to you?
We didn't speak. I had to put him.
And this was after you defended yourself, right? Did you defend yourself
Yes.
against Neil?
What happened before you defended yourself?
He would try and speak to me, but I usually try and avoid it because nobody was watching.
Do you miss your sister?
Yes.
We all do. I mean, this is absolutely absurd for her to be kept away from us this long for nothing more than pure sport.
And for things to get twisted around when Bonnie is the one keeping Elizabeth against her will against us, and she's got so many people in each of her ears, but yet she has got Elizabeth telling other family members and spreading around that we are holding Ario against his will and
going to bed?
all that. And
Yeah, we've lost one of
Are
one of
we-
our interviewers here, and I can't say I blame her. I think we're getting ready to lose another one. I've got one more question I want to ask you, and then you're
I gotta go to work. People,
you're
sorry.
free to go. Go ahead, finish what you were saying.
Us holding him against his will. You know, what did you tell the investigator?
I wasn't being held here against my will. I was the one that chose to stay here.
Do you want to go back to your mother's?
No.
Why not?
Abuse and
Is it just? I mean, elaborate? What do you mean by that?
We asked you to do that because you were the one that lived it over there.
Yep.
we've been bribed. We've been abused physically and mentally. And, well, in Elizabeth's case, sexually.
Well, and one of the things that was brought up too, it was talked about snacks and all that kind of stuff, but how many times did you and Elizabeth come home here over the years and say what kind of food was in the house?
A lot. There's usually not much, if any.
Except
for like a few canned goods in the cabinet.
I was just about to say, because I heard you say in the interrogation something about honey buns. I mean,
that's why I was bringing it
was
up.
it just sweets or was there food? I mean,
in the cabinets there was like peas and stuff, and at the time we didn't know how to cook, so it was pretty much just sitting there.
There was a poignant, you know what poignant means? Like it has a deep meaning, and it struck me very deep when you were talking about you're home alone and Elizabeth's home alone, and the officer was asking about the different cell phones, what you had access to in case there was an emergency. And you said that your sister had a phone so that she could get, because she was home by herself for a couple hours before you even got there. And that
elementary students, folks.
the reason that she had that phone is so she could get a hold of you, who's only 3 years older than her. Like, you're an adult and you're only, what, 13 at that time?
And you hear the sheriffs talking about the elementary students are old enough to take care of themselves, or somebody beating on the door makes them get scared and dial 911 and then almost shuns them for doing so.
Yeah, making them telling them that it's illegal.
Go ahead and then let me
to
ask
call
her
the
this so she can
police.
get out of
If
here.
you feel scared, that's what the police are there for.
Period. And I was in Tampa moving. I couldn't get to her at the time, so that was my call the cops.
They say that it's not illegal. I have 4 kids. I've never left any of mine home in elementary school. Never.
No, and I won't leave elementary students home.
I was
And
trying to
that's
think even middle school. Like, they didn't stay home by themselves in middle school. Like, if I had an appointment or something and I couldn't be there, like, I scheduled my appointment so I was home. Sometimes they might get off the bus and be there for a few minutes, but
the way this world
No,
is.
we were there for a few hours.
Yeah, I know that. My
I'd
kids
have
didn't do
to-
that till they were in high school.
I would leave my main calling phone there and bring my gaming phone to school, which had access to 911, but that was it.
Yeah.
And as a full waist down paralysis survivor, folks, it took me years to get back to the point of where I'm standing under my own free power. And that's just because I have the will to fight for my kids. I'm not going to give up no matter what. And I have to live a civilized life right now, because believe me, there's some things that if my thoughts were truly exposed, I'm definitely not civilized in the head because of what I'm forced to live.
Your disability keeps getting brought up by Bonnie and
Yeah, they've tried to bring it up in courts. Yeah, him talking about degenerative disc disease and my spinal cord being almost
I've been
severed.
with you for 10 years and you were paralyzed before.
I
they
was
finally gave
pissing
you emergency
and
surgery.
shitting on myself when I went in for emergency surgery. Fuck you, Kevin. I'd like to see you recover from what I went through, you fuck boy.
He said your so-called disability.
Pussy.
Back problems running our family. I've had 3 back surgeries alone. I've got hardware in my back.
I remember the kids coming back here and saying that Bonnie had said she had broke her back, but she ain't on disability. If you broke your back, I can guarantee you should
Just
not
talk like
be
that in
on
front of
a
you,
dirt
son.
bike.
But the doctor. What did the doctor tell you? I mean, you guys heard it in the interrogation CD. I'm not even going to make him repeat it about his potential future for a family. I mean, come on.
I want to say she has metal plates and stuff in her shoulders from dirt bike racing. She has many injuries from racing.
Who?
Our mom, like she.
Yeah, but
I'm not surprised. And
didn't
look,
she
dirt
also
bike, and
have
I'm
one
not.
serious injury where you guys said the doctor told her she shouldn't do it anymore, and she's
She's had
still doing it.
She's
What
had
did-
multiple doctors tell her that.
And what did I say
She's
about
had-
dirt bike racing with you guys?
We have to be trained by a professional.
And that's all I asked for, right? I mean,
You
seriously.
didn't know where the braking stuff was. You got your.
That's kind of important.
You go
Nice to know how to
over.
stop.
Drive a car without a steering wheel.
Right.
I mean,
When you got your arm broke, you got scared, and then you ended up going over the bike, and then the bike went over you. That's how you broke your arm.
because again, lack of
Dirt
proper
bike,
instruction
not
and
bicycle.
care. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is a
Right,
dirt
that's
bike.
When I was going over the tabletop jump, I was in the air. And
From
put
his
my
second or
weight with
third
the front of
break.
The bike, so it went
The
over.
first break, he was 4 years old.
And so I can get you out of here. I know you got to work in the morning, and thank you for taking the time to come over here and do this with us, because it's
Family
heck,
first.
and with the eviction and everything going on right now, you had been here helping out, and I can't say I blame you for getting away from what's taking place here right now. But no matter what, we're going to end up going on to somewhere else. And I'm not going to let this go by any means, Judge Pate. I will see you in the federal courts, and I will make sure that you answer for your crimes. Because you denied us our right to a trial by jury, on top of all the other counts that you've ignored.
Isn't that typical Polk County?
I mean, seriously, I didn't put this in the boy's head. It's what he's lived. We're running into the issue now with our federal case number 820 Charlie Victor 02627 Sam Delta Mary Charlie Paul Thomas. I know I'm not doing that the proper military way, but that's if y'all want to look it up on pacer.gov. You can find the case and view everything that Justice Tweet is currently. I'm not going to say the man's corrupted, but I've got my concerns at this point because he keeps making me jump through hoops to follow technical
same hoops
jargon.
You've already been jumping through.
I mean, like right now, I'm currently have to answer local rule 3.05G, I think it is. I don't remember the exact local rule, but the local rule is I have to confer in good faith with all of the defendants. I've already attempted to do that back in November when we filed, which brings me to my next question.
When we served all the papers.
When we went and served all the papers. She is a non-party. She's not involved in this case up until she put an affidavit in of everything that was notarized, legally. And the only reason I've gone pro se in all of these cases because they talk about the cases that they've won, like the one that Bonnie got her kids back. And the only COVID-19 being the reason that I kept my kids home. I absolutely kept them home for that reason because former President Trump, as well as the Centers for Disease Control, had a nationwide lockdown that made it clear family and friends are non-essential travel. And then the courts want to try and tell me that who am I to be dictating what Governor DeSantis is?
My daughter went 3 days after that went into effect, and she used my
tried to use her custody case, and they did against our family, saying that child's already been transferring back and forth. They didn't give her the opportunity to take the stand for me to cross-examine her because they dismissed her before I had that chance.
Every court case we've had in our county, they dismissed me right away.
But did your daughter travel during COVID? For how long was she?
She was gone for exactly 40 days and 40 nights.
During that lockdown before she could come back. And the courts didn't want to hear that. And that's the whole reason. I mean, I was to pay my ex-wife $50 a month for an illegal order because I kept my children home during a federal lockdown, and I had to pay my ex-wife, but they couldn't hold me in contempt. And now I'm having to jump through a federal hoop of this local rule 3.05G, I believe it is. I know it's 3.0 something G, of having to confer in good faith. And you said that we did what? We served.
We went and served the paperwork. We went to the Lakeland Police Department. We went to the Polk County Sheriff. We went to DCF. Well, it's CPI. What is that?
DCFS.
Yeah.
Department of Children and Family Services Child Protective Investigations Division. Try saying that 10 times fast.
And we went and served them, and I went and served them. And
with me as a witness, but I can't serve because I'm a non-party per federal rule.
But I mean, we went into each, business entity.
Or I am a party.
And we didn't just drop the paperwork off. Like, we waited, and we didn't speak to a receptionist. We didn't speak to a secretary. I mean, we spoke to them to get to the right people that we needed to get to. Like at the Lakeland Police Department, they wouldn't even let us just leave the paperwork. They had to find the sergeant that we were trying to serve it to.
Well, and it's funny that you say that because we talked to their the risk department,
which is why I brought this up.
And that's where if you're suing anything with the police department, it has to go through this. She had no idea what we were talking about.
Same thing with the Bartow Police Department. They have no idea about the paperwork. And then Kevin Neff, y'all heard his confer in good faith, calling me a faggot, calling me a bitch. Come say that to my face, chump.
And you have no
right here in my front yard.
Right.
We will do a charity event, dude. I will fight you in my front yard, and we'll see who's truly the dominant force.
Bring Bonnie with you, because I'll be involved in that charity.
Well,
tussle.
I mean, what charity would we want to donate it to? Obviously to some type of children's fund or some type of war against corruption fund. Maybe that's what I'll call it.
And you are not a very good mother if you're willing to do what you're doing and keep your kids separated and not figure out how to do the right thing.
So that being said, Justice Tweet, you're probably going to watch this at some point. I'm doing everything that I can here, sir. You haven't even granted my motion for or to be, oh man, what's it called? Indigent. My indigent status. Trying to tell me that disability isn't enough of a reason. I can't afford to have these people served. That should have been a good enough reason to have my indigent status approved. It's been over a year. I know. I've if you look at my history and see how many applications I turned in from 2013 to 15, you'll see there's over 129 of them that I put out there trying to obtain a job, and almost every single one of them comes back and tells me I'm a liability because I've had 2 surgeries in my back in my 30s. Come on, man. You're supposed to be on the side of justice. And I'm going to tell you this, Justice Tweet. I know where to go if you don't continue to follow the laws. And it won't be here in the state of Florida. And I will absolutely come after you for libelous and unscrupulous practice, as well as the other 2 violations I can't think of off the top of my head, because there's a total of 39 federal counts, which several of those have been added because I now have to file a motion to compel and add the new evidence because you keep making me jump through hoops like a puppy while my kids are getting kicked in the testicles or getting sexually abused by their half-brother or coming back with molluscum on their neck and skin or earring infections and stepping on rusty nails because their Tdap shots haven't been caught up.
Letting mom collect disability benefits on a child she hasn't had in her home for 1 year.
And
the money is more important than her own son.
And he doesn't have a single thing to show for it, folks. Not a penny saved.
Oh, wait a minute. Except for somebody giving him a Christmas present and guess didn't realize there was a note on the inside of it and tried to pass it off as a birthday present to him.
And
I'm sorry, that's just funny to me.
We've got his child benefits coming back into the home now. I'm getting ready to sign him up for Gerber Life Insurance. I have exactly 1 month to do it. Conveniently, we get this coming back in the home now to give the boy something for his future, because I don't make very much money. But if I take, it's like $40 or $50 I take out of his child benefits, and I pay that every month. He's got $35,000 towards college fund when he turns 18 years old. And mom's been collecting that money for how many years? And he doesn't have nothing like that going for him, including savings. Andrea.
She don't care if she takes food out of her own son's mouth, my kid's mouth, nothing. She wants us to literally be homeless and accuse us of everything that is going wrong over at her place, just like my ex-husband is doing the same thing. Everything he's done wrong, he's pinning on me, trying to take my daughter away from me.
I mean, she doesn't even call him. She doesn't even try to. The only time I've lived here almost a year, 11 months, 11 and a half months, almost a year. And the only time she has ever come over here was that one time back in December. So it's October now, so that's already been 10 months. And she sent a Christmas gift, sent a birthday gift. I've gone over there with you personally to try to pick Elizabeth up at least 6 or 7
And she
times.
won't even walk out and talk to
the
him.
last time we were there, they called him up into the yard to give him the so-called birthday present that wasn't even from them. And she did not walk over and hug her son, tell him she loved him, missed him, nothing. And then the woman tries to trespass me, and I'm standing in the damn street. How can you trespass somebody from your property when you didn't even step foot on their property?
Yeah, I don't want to keep you any longer. Thank you.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. You haven't experienced as much as they have, but just in the year that you've been here, that's more than anybody should experience. This is another individual who, coming out of her stay and doing her legal dues that she had to take care of that are now done, she comes right out into this. I mean, fresh into, oh my God. And like she said, she thought I was exaggerating through some of it until she witnessed it with her own two eyes, heard it with her own two ears, and felt it with her own personal soul. You cannot fake this. You cannot script it. There are countless violations taking place against my family and others like Brad Lamb, who's going to be coming up in one of my future interviews here soon once we either A, find a new place to live, or my appeal goes through and my family's paid the money that they're entitled to so that we can actually move into a home that's not full of rats and termites and ants and electrical problems and blah, blah, that...
And maybe
anyway.
this will actually reach somebody who will actually help us instead of us constantly getting the "we can't help you" or sending us to different places that they know can't help us. Or the guy we spoke to today, where was he from?
What?
The guy that called you back, the complaint department or whatever.
Oh, the judicial...
Says that you can't put a complaint in there and that we
Judicial-
were basically on our own.
Judicial
is what he said.
administration here in Polk County telling me that they can't take complaints against the judge, but the federal... The Federal Judicial Administration Office will allow us to file complaints based off of personal things that the judges do, not anything that has to do
But I
with
specifically
court
heard him
relations.
say, you are on your own. There is
Yep.
nothing we can do for you.
Yeah, didn't offer any type of assistance. And I know they can't offer legal advice, but it's not legal advice when it's rules of procedure.
Isn't it advocacy office? It means they're supposed to advocate for people and supposed to stand up for them and offer
Well, and then he's
assistance.
talking about going to Bay Area legal and all that stuff. I've had issues with them too.
Places we've already been to and
Unless
nobody
they
wants
can
to.
make some
Hell,
type of money off of it.
my
they don't wanna
disability
give you.
income and her job, which don't even total $3 or $4 grand a month, is too much. Thank you for coming out. I'm sorry to keep you so long. Hopefully you have a good day at work tomorrow. Let's try and wrap this up, guys.
Yes, because my eyeballs are hurting from all.
We're already at an
Excuse me,
hour
the
and
way
26
my
minutes.
face probably looks as you haven't seen pictures of me, I don't think, but I have been crying like crazy today, feeling like a failure as a mother because I can't figure out how to get us to somebody that will actually help and wants to go against. That's the thing. We get lawyers who will sit there and tell us you got a great case. You have something to fight for. But nobody, everybody we've talked to is afraid to go up against Polk County.
Yeah. Oh, here's one I wanted to ask you. Ariel, I'm going to end this on a positive note with you, and then I'm going to let you go on about your business. If you want to go play some Fortnite or something for a little bit before bedtime at 3, 4 o'clock, whatever time we go to sleep at this point, because it's Saturday, and you kind of earned it with your makeup work today.
He didn't
Even
get yours, though.
No, but he's got his grade up to a 2.85 GPA.
I'm working on getting...
He's almost to a 3.0, and I've already told him, dude, you get a 3.0 GPA, you can get into many schools, a lot of reputable schools, like the University of Florida. Go Gators.
That's the one I wanted to do.
And he's there, he's almost there. He had a 0.92 grade point average when he got here last year. I mean, he had almost straight F's because he couldn't stand what was taking place over his mother's
Mom
house.
didn't check his work.
Nothing.
Make sure how
How-
many assignments were you behind?
60 something, 80.
No,
What,
it was
yeah,
80
yeah, it was
something.
astronomical. It took us weeks to
And
catch
if
up.
it wasn't for us, he would have.
He wouldn't have been
never
able to
made
catch
it
up. He'd have failed and repeated that grade. How do you feel about
They said
school?
They couldn't fail that year because it was COVID.
Oh, that's right. He's right, because it was COVID related. How do you feel about school since you've been here now?
Much better.
Do you feel more confident about taking tests and comfortable? And
I'm surprised I even have a B in algebra compared
for
to
the
the
record,
C average all year last year.
Do you like in
In
school
algebra.
better or the virtual
Or
that you're
geometry.
doing now?
be truthful. I know that public virtual school's cool and all because you don't have to go to school, but how do you feel about not going to school?
I miss being live in school
Mm-hmm.
and with the teachers, but this one's much shorter. I like that part, and there's not as much work.
Well,
But is it?
I don't
still
know about
good?
that because you get behind and look at the quizzes you have to make up and
not been
reviews. No, I'm saying you get behind on not taking your notes and then you fail quizzes and then you got to go back and take them again because you didn't review them in the first place. I mean, it's pretty simple, cut and dry stuff. To ask you a couple more questions, what was I going to say? Have the children told you anything directly about the drug use?
So I can go.
Ario and Elizabeth, you're free to go. Thank you, Ario. I'm sorry for putting you through this, son, but what are you gonna say? Here, come in here so the mic can hear you.
You don't need to be sorry. They need to be sorry.
Okay.
Okie
Do you remember the question?
About the drugs?
Yeah, I mean, have they told you anything about the drugs personally?
Ario, the only thing he's ever said to me is what Elizabeth has told him. Except for both of them have seen medicine bottles that either had Grandpa Jim's name on it or somebody's name that they didn't recognize. Elizabeth has said that she has witnessed Mommy taking a pill bottle out of her purse. And not just like you would normally do, put it in your hand. She put it up to her mouth, so she don't know how many Mommy took. And then she said it looked like a little, almost like a Ziploc baggie about this big.
Which Ario
and
mentioned.
Everything. And I had light tan khaki pants on, and she said it was about that color, and there was a straw and a lighter.
But none of that is child abuse or even concerning for CPI or.
And when she's talking about that she's found all of those bottles and drugs and stuff, her mom's putting posts up on social media that I heard that she said that she was dieting and exercising. I was like, oh, that's very convenient. With the Jenny meth diet?
And she's also
The Jenny
found,
meth diet, dieting and exercising.
She had found open pill bottles at Mommy's nightstand, the whole 9 yards.
Gotta wait a minute.
You locked the door for me, my friends?
Okay, yeah, we covered his arms being broken. I think we've covered everything on this list that I wanted to ask in the form of questions that I didn't really look at a couple times.
Over the years, they keep accusing you, and you have to constantly keep taking a drug test. But even bringing it up, she needs to take one for whatever reason.
She won't take a drug test ever. She won't volunteer one. I mean, she's never had to. They keep trying to pop them on me, and I'm not required to take them anymore. But I took one just to entertain them, so that they see I couldn't, or that I wasn't lying. I've taken 70 plus while I was on probation back in 2010 to 2012 or 13. I don't remember when I got off after I paid all my restitution. Oh, that's another
either.
thing.
I'll take I will not take drugs. I'll take a whatever kind of drug test you want me to take. And I, as a matter of fact, in all of this, between our illegal eviction, which this isn't the only illegal eviction we have, just to let y'all be clarified that Florida is a landlord state, not a tenant state, and apparently they can get away with whatever.
I'm gonna go grab that eviction. Keep going.
And but I'm willing to take a lie detector test. I have absolutely nothing to hide. And I won't pretend I have something to hide. I won't lie about it. But when my kids' lives are in jeopardy and nobody's paying attention to that, look at all the babies around the world that DCF and CPI and other, depending on what it's named in whatever state you may be in if you're watching this, and you know, all that, all these things that are getting shoved under the rug like it doesn't exist. And then several weeks later or several months later, they're finding these babies dead in rivers, or death by shaken baby syndrome, or, you know, whatever. It's not right, you know, and it needs to stop. I've done research online and Googled forums about Polk County, and I don't remember the exact words that I used because it's been a while, but corruption here has been going on for a very long time. And I honestly think what Polk County is afraid of is they've met their match when it comes to Pete. He does his research and everything, and even when I'm on the phone talking about my own case, they're tapping into my phone. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm trying to get information from him, or they want to find out if he's actually talking to a lawyer or whatever. The biggest thing is they're scared. They have met their match, and they can't believe somebody has fired back with every single thing that they've done wrong, from the color of law to abuse and complete invasion of privacy, you know, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, I'm going to be including links that you'll see down at the bottom. It'll be either down over here, down over here. I'm not positive where it'll end up in the video. Could even be up in one of the corners. But you'll see the links to the first video that I put out, the second video that I put out, the third video that I put out, and I'm going to provide some Dropbox links that contain all of the case information if anybody wants to look them up from my current divorce case, or not divorce case, the motion for civil contempt enforcement that I filed and amended, and it's like 60 or 70 pages long, visitation enforcement, and the courts just aren't even answering here in Polk County anymore. They won't respond to my motions because they think that they don't have to. Like one of the captains at the Bartow Police Department told me, yeah, well, you get yourself a lawyer and then we'll answer anything that you want to talk about. I'm pro se, I can't afford one, and you have to by law. The law says you have to answer, or else they wouldn't give me the ability to be pro se. Not because I want to be, because I've been forced.
And I'll let him, I don't know if he'll do it with his, but I'm willing to do it with mine. He can put my email address up there, and if you have questions and don't want to answer them on the YouTube in the comments, maybe you're in your own situation
and you want to reach out to us, absolutely. I mean, if you're scared to come out publicly and you feel better talking to us about it, you live here in Florida, especially here in Imperial Polk County, and you want to be anonymous at first and you want to reach out to us, but you better have some hardcore evidence that you can prove what is going on, because I've been proving it without a shadow of a doubt. But I'd be honored to have y'all come on the show.
And the more of us that back each other up and have each other's backs, the more
easier,
likely we are to beat this and get this corruption out of it.
Exactly, and stop it for all the families that this has been happening to. I'm going to touch on the eviction, and then I'm going to touch on my federal case briefly.
You can put my email address in there.
Okay. Case number 53-2021 Charlie 004388. We just received today in the mail an eviction, or not the eviction, the final judgment of the eviction by the Judge Pate, where she says that, I mean, it's real short. It's only one page. My motion is a little bit thicker. It's like 10, 15 pages that I filed on September 20th, and then I had to update it. And as y'all seen in the prior videos, we've had rats and electrical problems, and I mean, just countless violations that we've gone through. And the judge files this one page after the case was transferred. Here's an order to transfer the case there, as you can see. And that order to transfer the case, I'm not worried about my address being hidden anymore, because, you know, if y'all are going to come do whatever you're going to do, come do it. Just, it ain't going to be pretty for whoever comes. But I really wish you'd just come by yourself. You ain't got the guts to do it. I promise you don't. The order to transfer case with Judge Bob Grode, who, I mean, wanted no part of it. And it was also the improper venue, because, I mean, it's not the improper venue because it was filed in the county civil, but when a corporation files for eviction, which first of all they can't file an eviction in the state of Florida without having an attorney represent them. That's part of the Florida statutes. Chapter 83 says corporations have to be represented by an attorney before they can file an eviction, and yet they've filed one against my family for the second time. The first time back in 2020 during the federal CDC moratorium that they couldn't evict us, and it wasn't for non-payment of rent, is because they wouldn't fix things. Just like it is here. It was a retaliatory eviction. And a lot of these, all of these codes, as a matter of fact, have been here since we moved in. From the cast iron pipes to the structural foundational issues that are allowing the critters to get in all through the house. Oh, well, why don't you move? We don't have that luxury. It's either I pay rent or I don't, and I don't have anywhere to live. And I mean, I can stop paying rent and save up, like we have been now, but I've got to continue to fight this eviction and put it into the Polk County Registry once I appeal the case, because the judge today ordered on the 24th of September, it's October 8th, now the 9th, we've received this on a Friday, and says that the CDC order does not apply, and it's the only reason that they're agreeing with a final judgment for possession of initial complaint for eviction when I requested the right to a jury trial per my motion to deny, stay, and answer eviction, as well as determine rent, with Florida statutes chapters 83.51 section subsections 1A and B, 83.51 subsections 2A and B, .56 subsections 3, 83.60 subsections 1, and Title 18, United States Code, Section 242, deprivation of rights under color of law, which Judge Pate is in clear violation of right now. Ordinance 3947, Chapter 3, this is just one of the many violations, but I'm reading this one because even though it's not the most, actually it is one of the most important, because it's a fire protection issue, and it states in that order clearly that, I quote, a person shall not occupy as owner, occupant, nor shall let another for occupancy any building or structure which does not comply with the applicable provisions of fire prevention of the applicable governing body. We don't have a fire extinguisher in the home, and I guess I should have known that that's supposed to be here. I didn't. It's one law that I was not aware of with rental properties. I noticed that the two rental properties I was in before, they had a fire extinguisher. This one does not. Doesn't have a smoke detector either. They put it in our lease that we were responsible for that, but I didn't catch that when we signed the lease. I was just happy to get in somewhere after our first eviction through Hurricane Irma, when we had waterfalls coming in from our roof not being completed and the black water issues that we're going through over here from there. Anyway, you've seen it in the videos. But now the defenses that I've listed on this one are as follows, and the judge didn't bother answering any of these. The landlord failed to make repairs, and the rent should be reduced to nothing and returned to the tenants for unlivable conditions / violations from move-in. And it's got the Polk County Property Appraiser's website showing that the house is over 100 years of age and how all these violations fit into the age and condition of the home and the lack of repair that the landlord's Square Venture Group LLC did on this house. Defense B, the landlord demands extra amounts that are not rent. I attached all the receipts and exhibits D and E, that show our rental date is the 21st of every month. And they've got us listed as the 17th or 18th is when the rent is due. And that we pay $8.98 a month, and that's how much we owe when it's $8.48 a month that we owe, which brings me to my next defense. C, failure to serve a proper non-defective termination notice protected by Florida Statute 83.56. Landlord only gave us 1 day to pay, as weekends and holidays do not count as service days. As well, the landlord states the rent due is the 18th, and it is in fact the 21st after a prorated date change. D, as I mentioned earlier, corporation not represented by an attorney. They have to represent themselves, or excuse me, they have to have an attorney represent them when they're an LLC. It's a corporation. It's against the law. And the retaliatory eviction. The judge doesn't bother answering any of these defenses and throws us out on the premise that the CDC, which was a secondary, I didn't read all this info because it's going to be available in one of the links that you'll see down at the bottom for all of y'all to take a look at. The other one that I wanted to touch on is the federal case and the federal counts that stand there, and I'm having a hard time remembering them all. Hold on a second. I'm going to grab them real quick from my pile of papers because I do happen to have it sitting right here on the top. Emergency amended complaint and injunction, motion to show cause and establish jurisdiction on the federal case that I listed. Look how thick that is, folks. It's super thick. It's 70 pages. 60 pages. Yeah, 60 pages. I'm sorry. And just listen to some of these federal counts, and considering everything that's happened and what we've listed and talked about tonight and the evidence that you've seen, you'll probably already be able to associate these counts with all the crimes that have been committed against my family. Count 1, the right to free speech, or the right to free speech. That's been denied for my children, for myself, for my fiance, on the premise of nothing that we say matters. It's our free speech right to come forward and talk about the crimes that are committed against our family, but nobody does anything to protect it when we talk about it. Or they tell us that we need to shut up, that we're not attorneys in my case, and that I need to get an attorney to speak to. Those are just a couple of the examples. I'm sure y'all can put the rest of them together. Count 2, Amendment 5, double jeopardy and due process. Gee, I wonder where the violations are there. Count 3, Amendment 6, right to an impartial jury. I mean, that's obviously already been, that's been denied in my new case that I've already got to the eviction case. I mean, right to an impartial jury. That's a federal, that's part of Amendment 6. I mean, they can't do that, and they did. In the federal case as well, too, with the fact I got struck by an individual who hit my kids in the head with his car door, and then he got smacked by me, period. I tried to smack the fight into him, and he just wouldn't get out of the car and fight. You don't hit kids in the head. I mean, you got what was coming to you, fuckboy. Count 5, Amendment 14, equal protection of the laws. I mean, need I say more? Count 4, Amendment 8, cruel and unusual punishments and excessive fines when I had to be a part of the diversion program. Count 6, 42 United States Code, Chapter 126, 12101, Americans Disabilities Act. They've tried to bring up my disability in the court of law when it's double jeopardy. You know, I don't need to disclose that information to you. I was already tried federally for that. Count 7, the Hobbs Act, 18, United States Code, 1951. Extortion is definitely taking place with many entities here in Polk County, including the Polk County Sheriffs. Yeah, Grady Judd, Grady Chump, I don't know what to call you at this point because I don't know where you stand, man. I see all your news. I was watching your newscast today about the motorcycle shooting on I-4, and I hear you talk about how proud you are to stop criminals from coming in this county and committing crimes, but then you want to attack the people for wanting to reform law enforcement. Gee, I wonder why law enforcement needs to be reformed. It's because you got crooked people working for your agency, you moron. You may not be corrupt, but you partially are, because I know that some of this stuff is taking place right under your nose. Or is it? Count 8, 42 United States Code, 5101 through 5106, CAPTA, 1976, CAPTA. I can't remember the child. Oh man, what does CAPTA stand for? Anyway, y'all can look that one up. Count 9, HR 3366, Child and Endangerment and Abuse Act of 1993. Title 18, Section 242, Color of Law. All of y'all are in violation of that. Count 11, 3571 of United States Code, Treason, War Against Americans. Count 12, United States Code 3002, Violation of Oath. Absolutely. Count 13, CFR 536.77, subsections A, 3, and 7, Emotional Distress. No, not at all. My daughter was just throwing up tonight. You know, she's part of one of the defendants in this case. I forgot, I didn't get the opportunity to ask her the question about how she's feeling with her dad and everything taking place here, but obviously she's upset because she's throwing up, and you witnessed the video of the drop-off where she wrote a note to her father that I had no part of. I didn't get the opportunity to ask her this question, but she absolutely would have answered it. Go ahead and drop your question in the comments. She'll make sure to respond to it, because she'll tell you exactly what she thought about that day. I didn't put her up to that. Her mother didn't put her up to that. She wanted to write the note that she handed to her father because she was too scared to tell the man, I'm afraid of you and I don't want to come back, because the abuse that she's been a part of and witnessed while that man is present. We've got another recorded phone call that'll probably come out in another one of these series that we've let her father, and just like I've let her mother and all the other individuals know, I'm going to record you from this day forward. Anytime I have an encounter with you, just like you're hearing on this video now. So consider this my public service announcement. I'm going to record you every time, with or without your consent, with this being a two-party state in the state of Florida, because we know that there are crimes being committed against my children. And if you don't want to be recorded, that's fine. You need to hang up the phone instead of going through with all of the phone calls. Some of you obviously don't care because you've got some choice names for me, but you can go fuck yourself straight up. And you didn't hear me talking like this until all of y'all started coming at me. And I've got the right to defend myself. As the Polk County Sheriff said, only have to hit me once. Or is it twice? Because y'all couldn't get your facts straight as it is. Count 14, 42 CFR 488.301, mental anguish. No, we're not suffering from that. Count 25, 18 United States Code 1621, neglect, obviously. Count 26, 42 United States Failure to Protect Act. No, that didn't happen. Count 28, 18 United States Code 641-664, misappropriation of taxpayer funds. Yeah, my children's child benefits. They have nothing to show from this, but you've benefited from all kinds of stuff, haven't you, Mrs. Bernard, with your trucks and your dirt bikes and blowing the money while my kids have nothing to show for it. Count 29, UDHR, Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Not at all. Count 20, malicious prosecution. Did I say count 29? I meant count 19. I don't remember. Count 20, malicious prosecution. Count 21, defamation of character. So I've been accused of libelous slander. It's not libelous or slander when it's the truth. Count 22, slander. Count 23, 18 United States Code 3571. All the individuals, some of the names that you've heard here that are already listed, they're all part of this federal claim that we're seeking. I'm going to read off all the names that are currently involved, and there's a bunch of names that I still have to add, like this Judge Patay and a couple of other Bartow police officers, if I'm not mistaken, that have to be added to this federal claim. Count 25, 18 United States Code 3571, denied right of reasonable defense. Count 26, 18 United States Code 872, 25 CFR 11.417, extortion by officers and employees of the United States. Count 27, 18 United States Code 371, conspiracy to commit offense or defraud the United States. Not at all. Count 28, 18 United States Code 373, solicitation to commit a crime of violence. Was I solicited? Absolutely. I think that's the last one that's on here, because I've got to amend it again and add the new constitutional violations that have occurred just in the last year as of next month when I filed this, and that'll all be a part of my motion to compel, because my motion for discovery right now, I'm having to jump through the hoop of local rule 3.01G. Do I have my phone in here so that I can read the plaintiff's list? It really doesn't matter. I'm going to include it in one of the links down at the bottom that you'll see. I'm really hoping, folks, my PayPal account is pdpablo80@yahoo.com. That's Papa Echo Tango India Echo Papa Alpha Bravo Lima Omega, the number 8, the number 0 @yahoo.com. I can't afford a lawyer. I mean, that's why I'm putting these advocacy videos out. If y'all want to help drop a dime or two, anything that you can donate to help promote this process so that I can bring other people forward and continue to pay the bills to bring these videos out like this, and not for profit, not for gain, just to get more awareness, to help in this for other families, because the more money and resource that I have available, the easier that I can advertise and get other people out here that want to be a part of it. Like I said, another individual, Brad Lamb, his case number is 420. I'll have him talk about it in his interview. He's going through it in Texas himself, where his children have been hit with tasers in their stomach. I believe it was their stomach area. Don't quote me on that, but I can see the barb marks because I know what they look like from when the taser shoots a person. I mean, it's kind of like my son's window being shot and the cops trying to blame it on him. There's the 3 R's in forensic science. Right angles and radial fractures are created on the reverse side of the glass. Put in layman's terms, smooth entrance, destroyed exit. That's just common sense as well. And his children have come back with black eyes. I'll post the videos of them in their interview, and we'll include links so that y'all can go see the other interviews that they've already been through. They've spent close to $500,000 or more on their case, and his children are being hidden away from him right now on a military base by his ex-wife, who's winning awards for her children coming back with black eyes and taser barbed marks and bloated the size of a blowfish with foam coming out of their mouth I mean, it's disturbing for the minor children to have to go through that. They've gone through sexual abuse themselves, and these outcries are made by the children when they come back to the father, and then the father's made to look out like a bad guy when the real abuse is being done by Judge Judith Wells. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. My stomach is just absolutely nuts. I'm thinking about Anna throwing up earlier, and this is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's going to bring me to my closing at this point. Like I said, you heard my email address. I'd appreciate anything that y'all could donate at this point to help keep this moving forward. Drop a like, hit the subscribe button, click the bell to receive notifications for future updates, because I'm going to continue my music at some point too, because God gave me a gift and I know I'm talented with it. I know that I can do something with it to benefit other people, not just myself. You listen to my music, and I don't use a bunch of profane lyrics because I like to show that the English language has a lot more than fuck, shit, ass, cunt, shooby to do wop, whore. I mean, there's just more to it. Why not expose this? I, back in 2010, was part of something called substantial assistance, and some people would call me a snitch. Well, you can go fuck yourself. You okay? What's up?
I'm good.
Waiting.
I'm used to it.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. I'm almost done. I'm closing out right now. I took part of a substantial assistance program, and I took down some fuck bags. Oh man, I can't remember who was hitting on my woman behind my back at the time, and he's trying to claim that she wasn't my woman. Really, why is she sending me text message of you hitting on her behind my back? I mean, that's just you're presenting to me about how we could be close and how we could be homies, and the scene that you could introduce me to and the music that I could be a part of, and then that same night you're sending text messages to my would-be girlfriend. I mean, she was my girlfriend at the time, but my would-be girlfriend in the future, if she wasn't sending stalker text messages to my children, or not my children, my family members, trying to figure out where I'm at when I've told her I'm going to the beach, or this is where I'm going to be, and then you're constantly bombarding their phone trying to figure out where I'm at when I told you I'll call you when I get there, or I will talk to you soon. Just, I'm telling you, I'll call you when I get there. Just leave it alone until then. That's not the kind of behavior that I'm going to deal with. And yeah, while some may say that that's snitching, I didn't know this person. It's not like I took down friends or took down family members. I took down scumbags that would hit on your woman behind your back when you're not paying attention. Or the other fuckbag that I took down that was selling drugs to kids and stole over $3,500 from one of my... You may have your answers or say whatever it is to get the information that you've got. That ain't what family does, homie. We communicate with one another, and what I did to help benefit your family in a situation, and just like this asshole that stole $3,500 from you, my family member, man, fuck that bullshit. That ain't what you do to fucking friends and family, homie. You don't do that shit at all. Fuck him and fuck anybody else that wants to screw people over like that. You got what was coming to you. And I did this to save my children. Music industry want to talk bad about me, or that I'm scared to come out and talk about shit like this. Man, I ain't fucking afraid of it. I just had other shit that I had to focus on, like saving my kids. And you know what? If you've ever seen the movie Snitch with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, I'd do that shit in a heartbeat again if I got put into the situation where it was necessary. Because back then, I knew that a bunch of bad stuff was going to happen with my kids, but I never thought that my son wouldn't have children. I mean, my God, if I was locked up in prison for 7 to 10 years with the charges that I was facing, I mean, I got, was it trafficking in oxycodone? Or illegal drugs is what they said. It wasn't illegal. These were my prescription meds. I got hemmed up with a crime that I didn't commit because I was given these prescriptions because of the problems I was having my back, but they want to say that it was illegal drugs that I was trafficking when it was my name that was on the prescription bottle. So what? I made a mistake. I got in trouble for it, and I owned up to my mistakes, and I still did time. Over a year's time, plus what I did on probation. And like I said, I'd do it again in a heartbeat. If you're going to sell drugs to kids, you're going to hit on a man's woman behind his back when you're telling him to his face how much of a friend you're going to be to somebody, or you're stealing from your so-called family, man, fuck you. You support people like that, fuck you too. You don't support me in this, fuck you too. You think I actually care about that? Fuck you. I don't give a shit about none of that. I give a shit about my family and the people that want to be a part of it. And if you're not going to screw us over, then I have no reason to have doubts in you or to look at you as the bad person. Follow the letter of the law. You know, I didn't follow the letter of the law and I got in trouble for it. What can I do about that? Nothing. I can't go back on it. All I can do is move forward. But I wasn't selling drugs to kids. I was selling prescription medication to people that were having problems like I was, that were receiving the same prescription meds. Man, they've killed millions of people. That's the real problem. How come we ain't going after the doctors that kept prescribing it, knowing that it was a problem? How come we ain't going after the pharmaceutical companies that were prescribing the medications? And if I'm not mistaken, I think there are some federal cases out there right now against pharmaceutical companies. But come on, man. Y'all want to pass judgment on me because I'm saving my kids' lives? Fuck you too. Straight up. You know, if you don't want to follow me or you look at me a bad person because that's what I did to save my kids, fuck you too. Straight up. Every which way possible. I am a good person. I will not only give the shirt off of my back, but I will make sure that that motherfucker's stitched up and down to keep you warm in a situation where it should be. But you cross that line, don't draw it uneven. Period. Hit that subscribe button, drop a like, follow us, comment down below if you don't want anonymity, because if you're going to try and remain anonymous in this, then you obviously got something else to hide. How many people come out and talk about a situation like this? Straight up, you don't have the courage. Good night, God bless, and Godspeed in the lives that you lead.
I don't know what time it is.
Getting hot one time, broken beats up in my life. Getting high 2 times, funky bass lines. Getting high the 3rd time, different kind of ride or die. Getting high the 4th time, if it's right I'm gonna buy. Getting hot one time, broken beats up in my life. Getting high 2 times, funky bass lines. Getting high the 3rd time, different kind of ride or die. Getting high the 4th time, if it's right I'm gonna buy. Been a hot minute dealing with a bit of darkness like this. Thinking want to silence that, cause expected no it's B9. Better got charged to the bad boys flip side. Put it in a review, really think it should do. Tell me what you wanna when you see me as a breakthrough. Right up into objects in view. Closer than a mother and appearance is good too. That's when the ish done hit the fan. Everybody run quick, spraying like a suntan. Bigger than the color of the kid that I used to be. Selfish, making choices, self-inflicted. Hiding from abuse addictions, most of which we did when children. Now I'm grown, all time protected. Been a hot minute dealing with a bit of darkness like this and been a hot minute dealing with a bit of darkness like this and been a hot minute dealing with a bit of darkness like this and been a hot minute dealing with a bit of darkness like this and breaking down into the music, pull the plug, don't dare produce it. And the truth, don't make excuses. Right is right when wrong, the ruthless. Diabolic as it seems, I can think of bigger needs. Aspirations penetrated and invade your wet dreams. Get down deep to the look inside and uncover the equivalent of getting high. We could've really rolled the right side of ride or die. Off rip, look at this, motherfuckers can be trusted. Hitting on each chick, gotta duck another sick. If you're gonna run with this, click punch. Kiss, I know can be yours. Thank you, break my trust. You'll find I'm into my check to be continued. In a hot minute, dealing with a bit of darkness like this. In a hot minute, dealing with a bit of darkness like this. In a hot minute, dealing with a bit of darkness like this. In a hot minute, dealing with a bit of darkness like this. Getting high one time, broken beats up in my life. Getting high 2 times, funky. Getting high the 3rd time, different kind of ride or die. Getting I'm gonna walk. Getting high one time, getting high two times.